Chapter 535. Qin Zhe was both amused and annoyed. Sister man is joking. Pei Ziki has no breasts and no buttocks. How can I like her? He thought that Suyu had heard Pei Nanman's witty words and was worried. Suyu curled her lips. Who's worried about a silly girl with breasts and buttocks in the car? Visual estimation is 32D, only a little smaller than your sister. Qin Zhe finally knew Nan Man Pei's size. He always thought it was the same as his sister. Was this mountain the tallest in the world? Or was there another mountain higher than the sky? Even if his sister was at the peak, there were still people in the world who were taller than her. Qin Zhe had met someone at Tianfang Entertainment, but he couldn't even remember which department she was from. There was one time when he went to the washroom, and a young woman in her 30s brushed past him. How broad-minded she was. Her scale was enough for all the heroes in Wulin to have a sword fight. Nan Man Pei's scale was also very good. Although she couldn't be Mount Hua, she could be Ouyang Feng. In the south, even the sisters who had children were not as big as her. Sister Man was a northeast pervert. The gift of northeast perverts was envied by the south perverts. Qin Zhe, you drive. When Qin Zhe was about to get into the passenger seat, Nan Man Pei suddenly said, I don't know the way to Chongming. Qin Zhe was reluctant. It would take at least 1.5 hours to get to Chongming. Plus the evening rush hour, it would take 2 to 3 hours. I've driven back from Hangzhou. Nan Man Pei must have known this, so she asked him to drive. Sure enough, women were the most vicious. If you don't know, look at the navigation. Can't you drive straight along the Yangtze River Bridge? Nan Man Pei said lightly and looked at him with disdain. Qin Zhe sighed and saw a bottle of chewing gum in the sink beside his seat. He unscrewed the cap and poured half a cup in one go. He chewed and said vaguely, eat some bubble gum to refresh yourself. I like to eat big mouthfuls of sugar and drink big mouthfuls of wine. Pei Nanman glanced at him but did not bother to reply. Sister man, you didn't drive your Maserati? Qin Zhe asked. The car he was driving now was a BMW, but he wasn't sure what series it was. Speaking of cars, Qin Bao Bao seemed to have asked a celebrity friend to buy a dark blue Porsche overseas last month. She even selected a Bentley for Qin Zhe, but Wang Zijin joined in the fun and said that the car's appearance was too European and did not have the smooth curves of a shark, so she did not want it. The so-called appearance was too European, it was the kind of shape that looked like a square box. But Qin Bao Bao thought it was quite good. It was fashionable and domineering. Not only were they hipsters, but they were also a little bit angry. Some women looked like internet celebrities, and their personalities were also like internet celebrities. They worshipped foreign things. The sister with the sharp fox face was hit 10,000 times in the heart. She laughed and said, a certain walking steamed bun face, fight me if you dare. So the internet celebrity fought with the steamed bun. The internet celebrity won for the nth time, but Qin Zhe did not buy a sports car. Maybe she forgot after the fight. Qin Zhe, MMP. Qin Zhe did not care much about sports cars. He was not a maverick. He hated anything that was too eye-catching in public. Because there were too many secrets and things that couldn't be exposed in his heart, he was used to moving silently in the shadows that were hard to see. But after becoming a celebrity, he paid more attention to the protection of privacy. He did not drive luxury cars, did not show off in public, did not participate in catfights, and did not let his family contact the media. Everything was to cover up the thoughts in his heart that he could not hide. After driving for about 15 minutes, a group of people gathered on the side of the road. Screams and noises came from the crowd. Qin Zhe looked over and saw 3 or 4 women fighting. They pushed a woman to the ground, scolded and hit her. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw that the woman who fell was dressed fashionably, young and beautiful. Nan Man Pei also saw it, but she did not care about it. She leaned lazily on the seat with her eyes half closed. Qin Zhe asked, Sister Man, are we in a hurry? Nan Man Pei said softly, just in time for dinner, 8:00. Qin Zhe looked at the time. It was 5:40. He said, oh, and stopped the car by the side of the road. Nan Man Pei tilted her head slightly. Her dark and bright eyes stared at him calmly with some doubts. Qin Zhe explained, if we are not in a hurry, let's watch for a while before we go. I think they are about to take off their clothes. As he spoke, he turned on the video recording function and pointed the camera out of the window. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched a few times. She seemed to want to teach this fellow a lesson, but she thought of something and held back. In a place like Shanghai, one would notice a phenomenon. Small things were casual, but big things were urgent. If you called the police for petty theft, the police would be slow to respond. If you said that you were robbed in a certain place, the police would respond quickly. The urban enforcement officers, who could be seen everywhere in small cities, could not be seen in Shanghai. In the bustling crowd, the urban enforcement officers were not important. Therefore, the quarrel between the women could not be effectively stopped for a long time. This gave the majority of the men a chance to enjoy the benefits. Sure enough, they started to take off their clothes. It was not known when it started, but women fighting and taking off their clothes had become the same as gangsters fighting and reporting. It had become a necessary process. There was no supervision, and it was all about self-awareness. It was 100 times more serious than the relevant departments. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Nan Man Pei was speechless. She suppressed her anger and asked, is it good? Qin Zhe said, it's good. I have only seen it on the internet before. Today, I can see it in person. It is not a wasted trip. Nan Man Pei said lightly, Qin Zhe, let me ask you a question. Qin Zhe said, Sister Man, you are not from Shanghai. Don't speak in a Shanghai tone. I want you to say a few words in northeastern Chinese, such as, oh my God. Nan Man Pei said, when it comes to this kind of thing, there are more men than women watching. Why did no one go up to stop the fight? Why did they let the woman be stripped naked and humiliated? Qin Zhe made an orchid gesture with his fingers. This is a man's specialty in Allahu. Don't be too excited. Nan Man Pei suddenly wanted to hit him, but she was no match for him. Qin Zhe said seriously, usually, when it comes to this kind of thing, all the men will beat up the mistress. Why should others interfere? When women are fierce, they are very difficult to deal with. What if you go up to stop the fight and they hit you too? It's not that men don't hit women, but generally, men will not hit women in front of so many people. If I am harassed by a woman on the street, I will take a detour and not care about it. If a woman touches you in private, 90% of the men will slap her, and 10% of them are cowards. As soon as he said this, Qin Zhe was slapped in the face. Slap. It was not the same as the word slap. It was a literal slap in the face. Qin Zhe's face gradually stiffened. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at her. She was not on guard at all, and she did not have a trace of hesitation. Can I take back what I said just now? Or change it slightly? 9% are cowards, and the last 1% are real gentlemen. For example, me. Nan Man Pei shook her hand. Oh, you are quite thick-skinned. After that, she turned her face and put her white and beautiful left face close to him. Do you want a big slap? Qin Zhe was angry. If a tiger does not show its power, do you think I am happy? I will King, take out an 18-centimeter large artifact and slap you. Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Qin Zhe raised his hand. Salted Fish Lake Evolution, see Swamp King. Evolution failed. Qin Zhe put down his hand and snorted. I am too lazy to plan with a woman like you. Nan Man Pei was not angry at all. Her white face raised a charming smile unique to a young woman. Tisk, coward. Su Yu is right. Okay, I am a coward, okay? Qin Zhe put away his phone and was ready to start the car. Nan Man Pei said, Qin Zhe. He ignored her. Nan Man Pei raised her voice in anger. Qin Zhe. Just say it. Nan Man Pei pursed her lips and said, I haven't asked that question yet. Qin Zhe looked at her. If these women outside, the one lying on the ground is called Su Yu, and the two standing are called Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin, what will you choose? Nan Man Pei smiled. Qin Zhe's eyes widened. What a powerful woman. She said a more fatal question than, who should I save first if your mother and I fall into the water at the same time? My sister will not do this, and Wang Zijin will not do this, Qin Zhe said. How do you know? A woman's heart should never be measured by common sense. No means no. With their upbringing and character, they will not do such a thing. Why don't you tell me what I should do if they fight with me in the future? I may think about it. Then what will you do? Nan Man Pei crossed her arms and dragged her plump 32D breasts. Shake your body, smile with the air of a bastard, and frighten them with your unique charm, slap. It was another slap, but it was much lighter than the previous one. Nan Man Pei smiled, but her eyes flashed with cold light. Will it kill you to talk seriously? I am not Su Yu, and I am not your sister who can be easily coaxed with a few words, nor am I Wang Zijin who looks smart but is actually stupid in some aspects. Qin Zhe said angrily, then you are my woman? What are you worrying about? Nan Man Pei smiled. Do you want to be my man? Qin Zhe, the noise outside the car window continued, and it was very lively. In the car, Nan Man Pei said in a half-joking and half-serious tone, I am very rich. If you hook up with me, I dare not say that you will struggle less for 10 years. After all, you make money too fast. 5 years is enough. Su Yu and I are like sisters. If you get together with me, isn't it exciting? Don't all men like this? I was married, yes, but that was many years ago. I can't compare to Su Yu. She gave you her virginity. Compared to those unmarried girls who have countless ex-boyfriends, I am much cleaner, right? And I won't have children. Being a mistress or a lover is the only choice. I don't have to worry about having illegitimate children outside. Anyway, I have been single for so many years. I am used to it and have never thought about marriage. Isn't it quite comfortable to be alone? Su Yu is much more clingy than me. Now she wants to drive Wang Zijin away and be the empress. Don't you think it is too much? She doesn't even look at her own status. She is not loved by her grandmother and uncle. How can she be compared to the daughter of the Wang family? Chapter 536. This kind of woman is stupid, a fool who lacks love. She would be so touched by a little warmth from others that she is willing to give everything. At least you have a little conscience and gave her most of the company's shares. If she meets a more scheming and cold-hearted man, I can see her ending with nothing. Sister man is much smarter than her. You are single, and I am also single. I will inevitably be lonely. If you want to find me, just come. I won't ask you for anything, and I won't ask you to take responsibility. Even if you get married in the future and want to continue the relationship, it's fine. If you want to break up, it's also fine. I can help you with your career far more than Su Yu. My experience in bed. Well, I shouldn't be as good as Su Yu. But don't you men like to conquer strong women? Qin Zhe was sweating profusely. Sister man, let's talk nicely. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, I'm serious, I'm not joking. You are such an excellent man and young. I have been in Shanghai for 10 years, and I have never seen such an interesting and excellent man like you. Or are you a straight man who only wants virgins? Tisk, it's not like you are picking a wife. Why do you care if she is a virgin or not? Qin Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Did Sister Man take drugs today? Otherwise, how could he explain her nonsense? A woman like her who independently supported such a large industry was inevitably stressed and out of breath. It was very likely that she took some drugs to relax. Qin Zhe scratched his head. If I say that I hate dating and one-night stands, will you say that I am pretentious? Nan Man Pei said seriously, no, because as far as I know, you have no other woman except Su Yu. So I like you. I have seen a lot of men who are richer than you, and there are even more who are not as rich as you. Which man doesn't have a woman on his left and right? He has a few college students as his mistresses, white-collar women, and he goes out to eat snacks on weekends when he is free. Qin Zhe said, I have a good appetite. I have a bad stomach since I was a child. Sister Man, I may have something to do tonight and can't go to Chongming. You can go by yourself. Can you drive? Or I will call the company's driver. As he spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt. At this moment, an auxiliary police officer came over from outside the car window and slapped a ticket. The middle-aged auxiliary policeman slammed on the window. Do you know that you've parked illegally? How long has it been? Look at how long it's been parked here. Hurry up and drive away. She scolded in a low voice, little red guy. Only then did Qin Zhe realize that the chaos had stopped. The 3 police officers were evacuating the crowd while detaining the perpetrators and victims. There was no parking space by the roadside, so it didn't matter if they stopped for a while. Qin Zhe stopped for about 10 minutes. Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows and said, still not leaving? Qin Zhe had no choice but to open the window and pull the ticket in. He threw it under the windshield and stepped on the accelerator. The car sped away. The auxiliary police officer caught a glimpse of Nan Man Pei's face and was stunned. At this time, he recalled Qin Zhe's appearance and felt that he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. If he had looked at it carefully just now, he would have probably remembered it. Fortunately, the uncle did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise, he would have to think about it before he slept tonight. Just like Qin Zhe, who had obsessive-compulsive perfectionism. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, his thoughts would wander and he would suddenly feel that he couldn't remember anything. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. It was very annoying. He scolded himself 10,000 times in his heart. He should have gone to bed earlier. What nonsense was he thinking about? The car drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge and completely bid farewell to the serious traffic jam. However, the car was not fast. After all, there was a lot of traffic. There were also more trucks. He got a driver's license in his senior high school exams, but in fact, he didn't have much driving experience and didn't exchange for advanced driving proficiency. He was most afraid of running into trucks. Every time he drove side by side with a truck, he would feel nervous. The reputation of the high-speed killer was like thunder in his ears. Rear end with an ordinary car. The winner was Reuben. Friction with a big truck. The next one was Brother Snake. It was over. The scenery under the Yangtze River Bridge eased Qin Zhe's nervousness very well. Having lived in Shanghai for 24 years, it was Qin Zhe's first time crossing the Yangtze River Bridge. He had never been to Chongming, so of course, he had never been to the Yangtze River Bridge. For the locals of Shanghai, there was actually nothing fun in Shanghai. Just like the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Bund, and some other small tourist attractions, the locals of Shanghai were too lazy to go there. It was the same for the people in other places with famous scenery. There were many places that Qin Zhe had never been to. He had never been to Chongming. This place was not part of Shanghai at that time. There was also nothing worth visiting. A long time ago, this place was mostly rural and the construction was poor. But now, there were many vacation villas here. The scenery was good, the air was good, and the greenery was good. Many people liked to come here for a vacation to pass the weekend. The Yangtze River flowed quietly. Fishing boats were scattered here and there, leaving a rippling course behind. Qin Zai's first impression was that it was big. It was so spacious that it seemed to have no borders. It didn't look like a river, but like the sea. His second impression was that the water quality was poor. If he didn't know that this thing was called the Yangtze River, he would have thought that he was looking at the Yellow River. The yellow water was surging, and the turbid flow stirred up white bubbles. When I was young, I knew that the Yellow River was yellow. But I thought that the Yangtze River should be a white river. Now I know that it's a yellow river. Qin Zai lamented. Nan Man Pei leaned on the chair and closed his eyes. He said impatiently, "Shut up. Do you believe that I'll throw you into the Huangpu River? You've said that many times." Qin Zai muttered. Just now, Nan Man Pei said faintly, "If you had nodded, we wouldn't be going to Chongming now. You would be in a sack and thrown into the Huangpu River." Really? Qin Zai was speechless. Just now. So what you said just now was just to test me? Humph, fortunately, I didn't move and wasn't tempted by beauty. After all, I was born in China, grew up under the red flag, and tried my best to kill me before I was even born, but failed. Sister Man is indeed deeply dissatisfied with me. By the way, Sister Man, if those women on the street were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and my sister, what would I choose? But I said that they wouldn't do that, but you didn't believe me. Qin Zai said, "Then I want to ask you. Back then, when my ex-husband cheated on the daughter of an official, why did you strip her clothes?" Nan Man Pei didn't respond to this question. Qin Zai said, "Oh, I forgot. There was no such tradition at that time." Nan Man Pei seemed to be asleep. At this time, it was already dark. The fishing boats at the estuary of the Yangtze River came and went like light boats. The fishing boats were brightly lit. Nan Man Pei didn't sleep. She was looking for her boat. At this time, it was about to cross the Yangtze River Bridge. A fishing boat. After breaking through the turbid waves and entering the sea, it gradually drifted away from other boats. Under the cover of darkness, it disappeared from sight. In the cabin, there were 7 or 8 men who were not tall, but burly and strong, wearing vests, revealing explosive muscles. Some of them had cigarettes in their mouths, some held steel pipes in their hands, and some crossed their arms in front of their chests, laughing and watching the fun. A man in a suit was lying on the ground. His expensive suit was stained with blood. His face and hair were dirty with blood. His face was unrecognizable. It was vaguely seen that he was a gentle middle-aged man. "The money is gone, the money is really gone." The man's voice was like a worn-out blower. Every time he said a word, his chest rose and fell violently. "Damn, this son of a bitch is really fast. In 2 days, the money disappeared. I can't find it." A man with a scar on his face spat out a mouthful of phlegm and beat him with a steel pipe. The man was beaten until he let out a hoarse wail, like a desperate wild dog. "I washed the money away from the underground money house. Ao Men has a special place to do this, River Crab, so I don't use the real name, you know, don't say I made a mistake." Blood with white foam flowed out of the man's mouth. He said with difficulty, "I owe a lot of money. If I don't pay it back, I will be killed." The scarred man kicked him. "Where is the rest of the money?" Zhen Yoshin laughed. "Brother, do you want a cigarette first?" The scarred man snorted and took the cigarette from one of his men and lit it for him. Zhen Yoshin said, "That's right. After paying back 40 million, I still have more than 200 million. It is enough for me to make a comeback. If not, I can still do well overseas." After he took the money, the police opened a case on the afternoon of the same day. Such a big case could not be delayed. Actually, he did not have much time left. He could only transfer the money through some channels. Before he decided to do this, he had already prepared a backup plan and contacted the channels. However, he could not leave Shanghai as fast as he could. In those television dramas, the bad guys broke the law and sat calmly in the airport, waiting for their flight. The police rushed over like crazy, but they were too late. The flight had already taken off. Or there was a chase on the highway. In fact, it was all nonsense. It was about the country's eggs. Flights were not a natural rule. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The operation was very simple. He just had to make a call to the airline company. "We are XX Public Security Bureau. Long Outyen has been blacklisted. Immediately check which flight he bought." With just a call, any flight could be delayed. Petty thieves did not need to escape overseas. Basically, those that needed to escape overseas were not small matters. In the face of such a big matter, the airline company would not dare to say, "Get lost. I want to fly." Moreover, flight delays were common. There were even simpler ones. They could directly enter the blacklist system and the airline company would receive the information. The ticket would be automatically screened during the ticket inspection. After committing a crime, it was like a joke to escape on a flight. Did the country not care about its reputation? Therefore, it was very impractical to escape on a flight. Either they had flown away before the case was opened, or they were caught directly. There was no third possibility. From morning to noon, Zhen Youxin still had to convince the bank. "I, Zhen Youxin, will transfer the money." The process of discounting the bill determined that he could not leave in advance. This is related to the complicated process of discounting, so I will not go into details. According to Zhen Youxin's plan, he would hide in Shanghai for now. He would leave by fishing boat or hire a black car. He would take the national highway and not the highway. He would head west to Myanmar. Chapter 537. Myanmar has the largest casino in Asia, second to none. There, the gambling industry was the leading economic industry designated by the government. Every year, it brought in more than 30% of the government's tax revenue. At its peak, it even exceeded 50%. The game was a combination of Chinese and Western games, and there were as many as 50,000 employees. It was a paradise for gamblers. The gambling industry provided important conditions for the government to implement low tax and duty-free policies, attract foreign investment, and develop the export processing industry. This wasn't a joke on the news broadcast, it was real. Compared to that, the scale of AO men was just a small matter. Furthermore, the lottery industry was responsible for most of the traffic in Hong Kong and Macau. As long as they reached Myanmar, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhen Youxin to go to AO men. The plan was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. He was caught the day after the incident. In the middle of the night, he was directly unlocked, put in a sack, and knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was locked in a small dark room. A group of burly men forced him to return the money. He didn't know how these guys found him. Was Qin Zhe really that resourceful? Zhen Youxin choked on the cigarette and coughed. His face turned red. "This cigarette is so King lousy. I only smoke big cock." No one answered him. Zhen Youxin curled his lips. In the end, he couldn't bear to throw it away. He took a small puff and held it in his mouth for a moment before spitting it out. He said leisurely, "That's right. We're all working for others. Why do we have to work so hard? Are you going to take the money back and send me to the police station? I still haven't received a call from Qin Zhe. I've been wondering why the big boss didn't show up. It's all you minions." He continued, "Now I understand. He probably doesn't know about this. You guys did it yourself, right? Damn it, you beat me up for so long. You just want money, right? Brothers, how about this? There are 7 of you here, I will give each of you 1 million yuan. If you let me go or send me to Myanmar, I will give each of you another 500,000 yuan. How many years would you have to work for him for 5 million? 1.5 million? The scar-faced man gave Zhen Yoshin a similar look as the other men and kicked him in the face. 5 million. Zhen Yoshin covered his head and said in a voice that sounded like an old blower, 5 million each. After a while, the expected blow did not come, and he calmed down a little. No one could resist the temptation of 5 million yuan. Zhen Yoshin picked up the remaining half of the cigarette and sucked it hard. If I give you more, you can kill me. Leave some leeway when you do things. I still need to rely on that bit of money to make a comeback. Otherwise, I would have risked my life to become a wanted criminal to scam such a huge sum of money. It's impossible for me to lose everything. If you push me too far, I'll just break up. The scarred man chuckled. Interesting. A certain burly man frowned and said, I don't have time to talk nonsense. Where's the money? Zhen Yoshin rolled his eyes and ignored him. The man was furious and raised his foot to kick. The scar-faced man blocked it and stared at Zhen Yoshin. You won't spit it out? Zhen Yoshin sneered. 6 million. 6 million each. The scarred man shook his head. Zhen Yoshin's mouth twitched. 7 million. 7 million at most. He carefully observed the expressions of the men, trying to see the struggle and desire in their eyes. But it seemed like there was none. At this moment, the scarred man clapped his hands. Brothers, let's get to work. Work? What kind of work? Are they going to beat me up again? Zhen Yoshin saw a man walk to the corner of the cabin and lift a dark green tarpaulin. Under the tarpaulin was an iron cage. It looked like a dog cage, but it was bigger and sturdier than a dog cage. It was also heavier. Zhen Yoshin's heart sank for some reason. 2 men escorted him to the iron cage, opened the door, and pushed him in. You. What are you doing? Zhen Yoshin's voice trembled. Other than the scarred man, 6 other men carried the cage out of the cabin and onto the deck. At the same time, the lights outside the deck were turned off. The light in the cabin shone through and the men's faces were hidden in the darkness. Let me out, let me out. Zhen Yoshin's voice was filled with fear and agitation. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and played with a dagger in his hand. The dagger hit the iron cage and made a crisp sound. Zhen Yoshin shouted, Murder is against the law, against the law. Send me to the police station. I want to turn myself in, I want to turn myself in. He laughed sinisterly, if I throw you down from here, you'll be eaten alive in 7 days at most, leaving only a pile of bones. When the waves come, the scattered bones will roll out of the cage and disappear into the boundless sea. You'll never be found. Your 170 pounds of meat will only be used to feed the fish. The men pushed the iron cage to the side of the deck. In the darkness, the dark waves hit the boat and made splashing sounds. Zhen Yoshin's last bit of rationality turned into fear. Endless fear, like the moonlight and the waves. The scarred man squatted in front of the iron cage and finished his cigarette in silence. He dialed a number. Boss, I'm done here. A cold female voice came. Give him the phone. Zhen Yoshin heard an unfamiliar voice, but the wind and waves were so strong that he couldn't hear it clearly. The scarred man passed the phone into the cage. Boss wants to talk to you. Zhen Yoshin was like a hopeless person who saw a ray of light. He trembled and quickly took the phone, put it to his ear, and cried, President Qin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will pay you back. I will definitely pay you back. Please forgive me and give me a chance to live. Qin Zai's voice didn't come from the phone. Instead, it was a cold and textured female voice. It was pleasant to the ears but cold and emotionless. "It's me," the woman said. Zhen stopped crying. He was a little confused. He didn't know the woman on the phone. Even though he was arranged by Pei Nanman to invest in Baozi, he had never met Pei Nanman in person. He was only a senior executive of a small company under Pei Nanman's management. He had a master's degree in finance and was outstanding in his abilities. Hence, he was assigned to Baozi Investment. It was the general manager of the company who arranged for him to come. "Nanman Pei," the woman said. Zhen felt like he was struck by lightning. He remembered. He remembered who the woman on the phone was. She should be his real boss, the other major shareholder of Baozi Investment besides Qin Zhe and Su Yu. With his status, it was impossible for him to know about this. But last year, he met Nanman Pei at the annual meeting. He had the same feeling as many men when they met Nanman Pei. "I might have seen this sister somewhere before." He liked her and had a strong curiosity about her. So after that, he beat around the bush. Su Yu had replied to them like this: "You're big boss." "Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong." Zhen cried. "I'll pay you back. Please let me go." "Please, it's not him," the woman said. Zhen didn't understand what she meant. "It's me who wants you to go, not him." "It's not his fault," the woman repeated and then hung up. The scarred man smiled and waved his hand. "Push him down." Under the cover of darkness, the iron cage was moved out of the deck inch by inch and slid into the deep abyss. During the process, Zhen screamed, wailed, and begged for mercy. In the loud splash, the scarred man had a cigarette in his mouth and watched Zhen ferocious and twisted face drown in the sea. Fine bubbles appeared on the turbulent sea and then disappeared completely. The scarred man's dagger flew between his fingers. He looked in the direction of Shanghai and sighed. "Sigh, I haven't worked for many years. Back then, it was the Huangpu River. Now, I can only take people out to sea." The BMW finally left the Yangtze River Bridge and drove into the street. Qin Zhe's ears moved and he smiled faintly. "Sister man, who's calling?" Nanman Pei hung up and closed her eyes. Qin Zhe asked, "Sister man?" Nanman Pei shouted, "It's none of your business." Qin Zhe said indifferently, "I'm just curious." Nanman Pei opened her eyes and stared at him. "You heard it?" Qin Zhe looked innocent. "What did I hear? You have such a big reaction. Yo, did you just call your mistress?" Nanman Pei closed her eyes again. "You talk too much. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River." She closed her eyes, so she didn't see Qin Zhe's fingers on the steering wheel tremble slightly. Chapter 538. Shoot for wisdom, shoot for wisdom. RBQ. Along the way, Qin Zhe became silent and occasionally glanced at Nanman Pei. She was lying on the semi-reclined seat, resting with her eyes closed. Her facial features were three-dimensional and very beautiful. She should be 31 years old this year. She was mature, elegant, and fierce. Young men with little social experience would probably feel a sense of pressure when facing her. When Qin Zhe first saw her by the Huangpu River, he felt that kind of pressure. She was like the female head teacher in high school. He couldn't help but want to bow his head. At that time, he felt that such a woman could only be matched by a successful, elegant, handsome man in his early 30s. Qin Zhe couldn't help but imagine the budding Nanman Pei. She was more pure with a pair of rippling eyes. When she saw the roses in the corner of the wall, the corners of her mouth would rise with a brilliant and pure smile. In her era, she might even have 2 braids. His ideal literary girl with a sense of the times should be someone like Nanman Pei, in his imagination, and definitely not a walking Bun Wang Zijin. The female student uniform of the Republic of China period, blue shirt, black skirt, a pair of embroidered shoes, and 2 braids. It would be best if she could hold a book in her arms. Su Yu, his sister, and Wang Zijin couldn't do it. The modern atmosphere was too strong. The only one who could make Qin Zhe fantasize was a big sister like Nan Man Pei. Although she was born in the era where the Confucian shirt and skirt had long been a thing of the past, lost in the long river of history. If it could be like Japan, where girls would wear Han Chinese clothes on a certain festival, it would definitely be a rare scene. Chongming had a lot of rural tourism, and it was very well done. There was also a forest park with excellent scenery. There were also countless fun entertainment facilities. When they arrived at the hotel, it was almost 8 o'clock. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei stopped the car and got out. He stood in the night and looked around. He didn't see any super luxury cars. However, he left behind a few economy cars with unusual license plates. The destination was a very grand hotel that covered a very large area. In addition to providing accommodation, it could also be used for company tours, meetings, and other activities. A white ferry stopped at the entrance, and the staff greeted, "Please get on." Dinner was held on the 2nd floor. The dome was high, and small lights decorated the ceiling like stars, clustered around a huge crystal chandelier in the middle. The large private room on the 2nd floor was not spacious, but it was exquisitely decorated with 3 tables. The adults sat at 1 table, while the children and women sat at 2 tables. The Li family wasn't the only family that came to the forest park to play. There were a few other families that were of high status and had good relationships with each other. Using the words of ancient times to describe it, they were friends of aristocratic families. In modern terms, political alliance. Nan Man Pei said that old Madame Li had recovered and wanted to go out for a walk. This was one of the reasons. But this time, they came out to play not just to relax. You could think of it as reminiscing between friends. However, those who were qualified to sit were not ordinary people. At the table on the left, in addition to Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, there were a few boys and girls that Qin Zhe was familiar with, but he didn't know their names. He knew at least 2 of them, the little fangirl Chen Qingyuan, and the sister, I have milk sickness, by Guo Wei. There were also a few boys who appeared at Pei Ziki's birthday party. However, Yang Lingdong, who had been pursuing Chen Qingyuan, was not there. He or his family was not qualified to be here. Chen Qingyuan's mother was in business. Her father was in the government, but his position was not high. The real boss was Chen Qingyuan's grandfather. Bai Guowei took a sip of juice and whispered, "Donglai, let's drive out tonight." "What's so fun about Chongming? We can't even find a bar." Half of the young people at the table were underage. Juice and coconut juice were the standard. Although they had learned to smoke and drink, no one dared to drink, not even beer. No one dared to smoke. As soon as Bai Guowei finished speaking, her sister knocked her on the head and said, "Don't you dare sneak out." Li Donglai said, "Qin Gu and I agreed that we won't go to bars before our sophomore year. But we can play cards together at night to satisfy our cravings. Don't come if you don't have enough money." Bai Guowei's sister, Bai Fang, laughed and said, "You're not allowed to go to bars, but you're allowed to play cards? This brother Qin of yours must be a retard. You're the retarded one." Bai Guowei, Li Donglai, and Pei Ziki were in the middle, but Chen Qingyuan heard it clearly and retorted faintly. "Little girl, who are you talking about?" Bai Fang glared at her. "It doesn't matter who I'm talking about. It'll be awkward for whoever answers." Chen Qingyuan ate her meat expressionlessly. Chen Qingyuan and Bai Fang knew each other, but they were not very close. Bai Fang had seen Chen Qingyuan a few times. At that time, she was still a pure girl, but she learned how to put on makeup and nails like a woman. She was full of pride and arrogance from head to toe. In the eyes of Bai Fang, who was born in the 90s, she hated it so much that she wanted to destroy it humanely and be reborn. In the process of social development, there was a very interesting phenomenon. The people born in the 70s criticized the people born in the 80s. The people born in the 80s thought that the people born in the 90s were retarded. The people born in the 90s thought that the people born in the 90s were incurable. The rule was that the previous generation criticized the next generation. The next generation's children were not the children of the previous generation. Have you ever seen parents criticize their children's generation for being retarded and incurable? Why was it like this? In fact, it was a kind of shame and disgust that saw themselves in the past. It was just like when people did things that they thought were cool and awesome when they were young. Many years later, when they thought about it, they were so ashamed that they wanted to roll on the ground. When people born in the 80s saw the retarded people born in the 90s, they felt that they had seen themselves in the past. It was especially shameful, and then there was the envy, jealousy, and hatred of aging. It was the same when people born in the 90s looked at the Queen of Balls. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. 10 years later, the Queen of Balls would criticize the people born in the 90s for being retarded and incurable. But the people born in the 90s would not, because they were born in the 90s. Li Donglai coughed and mediated in the middle. He explained, Jianghu said that it's meaningless to hang out in bars. It's useless except for wasting one's youth and time. But playing cards is different. It's a test of memory, card skills, and logic. It's just like those children who seem to have bad grades but are actually very good at playing. They're very smart. Chen Qingyuan said, that's what Jianghu said. Then let's add one more thing. I want to play tonight. Whose room should I go to? Pei Ziki said, let's go to my room. Bai Guowei said, I suggest we play a werewolf game or a killing game. It's more interesting and tests one's logic and reasoning ability. The other boys and girls agreed. Excluding those who drove expensive cars and hung out in bars, as well as some parties that children of the same age dared not even think about, this group of children was actually no different from ordinary teenagers. Bai Fang had never met Qin Zhe, but she knew that the Jianghu they were talking about was the famous fast shooter in the entertainment circle. Her attitude towards Qin Zhe was more complicated. She admired and was curious, but also angry and resentful. Because last year, Bai Guowei said to her in a deranged manner, Sister, I have milk sickness. What hurt her the most was that when Bai Guowei glanced at her chest, she revealed a blank and confused expression. At that time, when Qin Zhe demonstrated to her, Qin Bao Bao's full chest was indeed worth fainting. When it came to his sister, it seemed a little difficult to make her faint. But in order to ease the relationship between the siblings, Bai Guowei forced herself to faint. Later, Bai Guowei told her that it was Qin Zhe who taught him to say that. It could be imagined that Qin Zhe taught her brother with an extremely bad attitude. It was like when a delinquent taught a child, go lift up your sister's skirt, and I'll give you a lollipop. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why you had such a devilish brother. Pei Ziki looked at her phone and frowned. Auntie is not here yet. Li Donglai, give her a call. Li Donglai laughed and said, why should I? You don't have a phone. Chen Qingyuan said weakly, Ziki, your auntie is not sitting at our table, right? Pei Ziki nodded. Of course, she's sitting at my grandma's table. The boys and girls at the table breathed a sigh of relief. The younger sister-in-law of the Li family was very famous in their small circle. She was very beautiful and elegant, but the boys who had seen Nan Man Pei felt pressured and couldn't speak clearly. It was the same as how they felt when facing their dignified parents. The table on the right. The silver-haired old lady smiled kindly under the sympathy of the table full of madams. The women at the table were gossiping about trivial matters of the family. Man is not here yet? The old lady asked. Beside her, a gentle and delicate woman laughed softly and said, Mom, not yet. Maybe she's stuck in a traffic jam. The old lady nodded and complained, this girl is always busy. She doesn't even bring Donglai and Ziki home. Man is 31 this year, and she doesn't have a boyfriend. The woman agreed absent-mindedly and said that the Li family's sister-in-law was not good. She also had a younger sister, but her younger sister and brother only had the chance to visit the Li family during festivals. They were both the Li family's sisters-in-law, but the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. Nan Man Pei was really treated like a daughter by the old lady. The old lady had a daughter in her early years, but she died before she finished junior high school. She was about the same age as Nan Man Pei. The friendship between the Li family and the Pei family was a thing of the past, but the old lady said that it was a friendship formed during the revolution. How funny. A rainbow army soldier and a bandit. Where did the revolutionary friendship come from? Mom, I'm full. I want to go play. Beside the woman, a 10-year-old child put down his bowl and chopsticks. As he spoke, he jumped down from the chair. Stay inside. Don't run out, okay? The woman said. Outside the private room, the hotel manager and a dozen waiters were waiting. Naturally, the child would be followed closely when he went out. The child walked around the tables, looking left and right. There were no children around his age, so he was very bored. He strolled to Pei Ziqi's side and mumbled, "Pei Ziqi, I want to eat meat." Pei Ziqi turned her head and glanced at him coldly. She ignored him. Bai Fang waved her hand. "Xiaohao, come here. I'll get some for you." She gave him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Hey, open your mouth. Don't use your hands," Bai Fang said. The child had already reached out and grabbed the meat. He didn't eat it. Instead, he slapped Pei Ziqi's back and touched her a few times, wiping the grease from his hands on her body. "Little girl, ha ha ha." The child stuck out his tongue at his sister. Pei Ziqi was furious. She slapped him to the ground with the great monument smashing hand. She learned this move from Qin Zhe. During the tutoring period, Qin Zhe taught Li Donglai fighting skills. He always used the great monument smashing hand to knock down the fierce and aggressive Li Donglai. It was domineering and direct. Pei Ziqi watched from the side a few times. She had to admit that it was indeed very cool. At this moment, he subconsciously used it. The child fell to the ground and cried loudly. The loud and shrill cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. Numerous gazes fell upon him. Chapter 539. The people who heard the commotion looked over. They looked at the child on the ground, then at Pei Ziqi. Their expressions varied. Some were mocking, some were helpless, some were contemplating. The children of the two ex-wives of the Li family did not return home all year round. They lived with their aunt, as if there was a huge conflict between them and their father. They were all family friends, so they knew about this. The root of the conflict was the stepmother and the son. There was a show to watch. How, what's wrong? The woman hurried over. She bullied me, sob. The child clutched his mother's sleeve tightly. Snot and tears were running down his face. He looked miserable. The woman frowned and looked at Pei Ziqi. The two women, one old and one young, looked at each other silently. The old lady of the Li family stood up shakily. At the main table, a handsome middle-aged man with glasses hurried over to help his mother. The mother and son walked over. The old lady was not old. She was not even 70, but she had just recovered from a long illness. Her body was a little weak. "What's wrong now?" The old lady looked at her granddaughter, then at her daughter-in-law. The woman did not speak. She hugged her son and looked at Pei Ziqi with deep hatred. "Grandma, she bullied me." The grandson pointed at Pei Ziqi and wailed. The old lady heard and said unhappily, "Ziqi, you bullied your brother again." Pei Ziqi was not convinced. He was the one who started it. "My clothes were dirted by him." Anne. The old lady was even angrier. "He's still a child. How old are you?" What kind of sister are you? It's fine if you make a scene at home, but don't you know where you are? Pei Ziki looked at her father. As usual, the man ignored her coldly. Pei Ziki's eyes reddened. Boys and girls of the same age would look down on other people's family matters. Moreover, it was the Li family's family matter. They had no right to interfere. Perhaps because he had his mother's support, Li Hao, who was young but sensible and hated his half-brothers and sisters since he was young, suddenly broke free from his mother's arms. He clenched his fist and punched Pei Ziki's waist. A 10-year-old child was actually quite strong. He did not know when to stop. Pei Ziki frowned in pain. She slapped him with the back of her hand. The child wailed loudly. It was heart-wrenching. The girl hurriedly hugged her son as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at the old lady and sobbed, "Mother." Old Madame Li was furious. The Li family was located in Shanghai. In ancient times, they were considered wealthy. Face was the most important thing. The older generation was particular about family harmony and prosperity. Family scandals should not be aired in public. Behind closed doors, no matter how much Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quarreled with her stepmother, she didn't really like to pay attention to them. What kind of occasion was this now? Furthermore, she had always doted on her little grandson and was usually reluctant to hit him. This slap was a little too heavy. Damn girl, damn girl. The old lady hit her son a few times and said hatefully, "How did you teach your daughter? How did you teach your daughter?" Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. The hotel manager led Nan Man Pei and Qin Zhe in. Everyone looked over. Nan Man Pei was quite famous in Shanghai. There were many young men who coveted her. If they married her, not only would they be able to connect with the Li family, but they would also be able to form a powerful alliance. However, the young man beside her was a bit unfamiliar. When they got closer, someone immediately recognized Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, the rising star of the entertainment industry. In terms of popularity, almost no one in the room was more famous than Qin Zhe. Nan Man Pei's gigolo? That was the thought in everyone's mind. Rich people like to keep young models and actresses. It was not strange for rich women to keep young men. Women weren't fairies who didn't belong to the mortal world. A few young men who thought they had the ability to hook up with Nan Man Pei suddenly felt jealous. Seeing the lively scene in the private room, Qin Zhe was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a family dinner? There were 3 tables full of people. Pei Ziki burst into tears. She choked and said, "Auntie." Nan Man Pei patted her head and smiled. "Old lady." The old lady put away her anger and waved at her. She complained, "You're too late." Nan Man Pei automatically took Big Brother Li's place and held the old lady's arm. "I went to pick up a friend." She looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately said, "Old lady, Mayor Li." The old lady nodded reservedly. Big Brother Li also smiled. Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki and then looked at the crying child in his mother's arms. He smiled and said, "What's going on?" The old lady had a headache. "What's going on? They're making trouble again." Li Donglai was expressionless. Xiao Hao smeared his meat on Ziki's body, and Ziki pushed him. Then Xiao Hao punched Ziki, and Ziki slapped him. This round, the siblings are tied. There are all kinds of highlights. 1-1. Shall we continue with the second half? Qin Zhe, he looked at his disciple seriously. After not seeing him for a long time, his disciple had become even more outstanding. The old lady was furious. She grabbed Nan Man Pei's arm tightly. "Look, my Li family has given birth to 3 evil children in this generation. I'm so angry." Nan Man Pei said apologetically, "I didn't teach them well." The old lady glared at her son. "Some people don't know how to give birth. Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. You're right. Big Brotherly was a little embarrassed. He frowned. Stop crying. Li Hao was suddenly enlightened. He had always been afraid of his father. He looked at his mother carefully and felt relieved. He didn't care and continued crying. Nan Man Pei saw this and smiled. It's not all brother-in-law's fault. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son well. Isn't there a saying that goes, a loving mother will spoil the son? My sister left early and didn't have time to teach him. But as his mother, she can't spoil him too much. He's always causing trouble. He's still young now. What can he do when he grows up? She looked at the woman and said, Sister-in-law, is what I said reasonable? The woman secretly gritted her teeth and forced a smile. It's my fault. Nan Man Pei said unhappily, Ziki, your mother has apologized. What are you doing? The woman, Nan Man Pei said again, Xiao Hao, have you finished your summer homework? Li Hao ignored her. Nan Man Pei turned to the old lady and said, Auntie, education should be done early. Send Xiao Hao back tomorrow. He can come out to play when he finishes his homework. The old lady nodded. That makes sense. Li Hao cried even harder. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei with admiration. It was said that birds of a feather flock together. Suyu was Sister Man's best friend. Why didn't she learn her palace skills from Sister Man? Nan Man Pei said, Qin Zhe is Donglai's tutor. Donglai's college entrance examination results are so good this year because of his teaching. The old lady looked at Qin Zhe in surprise and said, He's Donglai's tutor? He's so young. Good, good. If Donglai had met you earlier, he would have been able to get into Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. Nan Man Pei was particularly talkative today and interrupted, Why don't you ask him to be Xiao Hao's tutor? Or let sister-in-law ask him for advice on how to teach children to improve their grades. Qin Zhe answered truthfully, There's no good way. If the child cries and doesn't study hard, just beat him up. Li Hao cried even harder. The woman said lightly, You don't have to worry about my family's affairs. Nan Man Pei looked sad and said, Old lady, I'll try not to talk too much in the future and try not to come to Li's house. The old lady frowned and said angrily, How can you say that? Is Man an outsider? The woman defended herself, Mom, that's not what I meant. The old lady said impatiently, Don't just stand there. Take him back. Qin Zhe felt a fiery gaze on him. Looking in the direction of that gaze, he saw a young girl with bright eyes, Chen Qingyuan. She had a delicate oval face, and her skin was fair and supple. When he first met her, he remembered that there was still some baby fat on her chin. Chen Qingyuan looked at him silently. She was happy, excited, and tender. Bai Fang saw this scene and curled his lips. This girl was hopeless. Man, my family is full of troublesome people. If only you could come here more often. With you here, no one would dare to make a scene. The old lady muttered. Nan Man Pei smiled and agreed. To the old lady, both of them were her flesh and blood. If there was a conflict, the most she would do was to punish them 50 times and then continue to make a scene. But what could she do? A stepmother was a stepmother after all. Could you ask her to treat her ex's child as her own son? Could you ask the child to be filial to her like his own mother? There were many things that could not be resolved, especially family matters. Why else would it be difficult for an honest official to resolve family matters? Her son was very tactful and had always been a bystander. No matter which side he sided with, the other side would be bitterly disappointed. Moreover, the relationship between Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's father was already very cold. When her youngest son was bullied by her eldest son or daughter, as a father, she had no choice but to stand up as a grandmother. Of course, she would side with her youngest grandson. After all, he was too young and could be easily beaten. Her daughter-in-law was also not easy to deal with. Without her secret instigation, would her grandson be able to stir up trouble like this? She had used emotional violence against her ex's son and daughter all these years. Therefore, the old lady especially liked Nan Man Pei because Nan Man Pei was generous and capable. Even her sister was not as good as her. In the past, a woman like this could stabilize the house and make the house peaceful. Nan Man Pei would stay at the Li family for a few days every year. She would also bring Li Donglai and Pei Ziki home. That was one of the rare times when the Li family was able to reunite and live in harmony. The daughter-in-law of a humble family knew that she could not win against the other party, so she would be very obedient. Her grandson was also afraid of this aunt and did not dare to be too arrogant. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei, who followed the old lady, then at the group of familiar juniors. After thinking for a while, he asked the waiter to add a chair for the juniors. There were rich ladies and old ladies everywhere. He felt that it was not appropriate to sit there. Chen Qingyuan was overjoyed. She patted the empty seat beside her with her small hands and asked the waiter to add a chair there. Qin Zhe had just sat down when 8 or 9 young boys and girls shouted in unison, "Qin Gu! Qin Gu! Qin Gu!" It was as if some big brother was attending a banquet and the underlings were greeting him respectfully. It attracted the attention of the adults on both sides. Qin Zhe, Bai Fang said, "Hello, I'm Bai Fang, Bai Guowei's sister." Qin Zhe was stunned. He looked at this unfamiliar girl and was stunned by the name. "Hello, you can call me Hei's King. Bai Fang." Chapter 540. Qin Zhe felt that he might have offended this girl named Bai Fang. Not only was she glaring at him, but her face was also full of displeasure. It was just an ordinary joke. Could this girl not take a joke? Or was she sensitive to her name and hated being joked about? There were such people, such as Chen Ergu, Li Erden, Du Zidong, Hao Nyobi, Lui Fa, Ren Baqian, especially the latter. However, the name Bai Fang was still okay. It was quite ferocious. If the other party was a die-hard fan of the Great Desolate Era novels, he might be able to gain the respect of the other party by announcing his name. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe was not a fan of the prehistoric novels. He wanted to tease her when he heard the name. He read all kinds of books, especially Liu Bei. After going to university, his worldview matured. He understood that he was just a salted fish. A salted fish would be a salted fish no matter where he went. Just like a loser in society, even if he traveled back in time 20 years ago, he would only remember that housing prices were going up, the stock market was going down, and the newspaper seller was going to become a supreme figure. That was all. Don't expect him to become the richest man in the world. If he had this ability, he would not be a loser. Therefore, Qin Zhe learned from his painful experience and bade farewell to the king of the jungle, Liu Bei. Chen Qingyuan saw him in a daze and thought that he was embarrassed. She glared at Bai Fang fiercely and blamed her for making her unparalleled hero lose face. "Master Hai Zhe King, this soup is delicious." Chen Qingyuan leaned over and scooped a bowl of soup for Qin Zhe. "Thank you." Qin Zhe received it politely. "Oh, you don't have to be so polite with me." Chen Qingyuan frowned and looked unhappy. Qin Zhe was silent for a moment and frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. Pour the wine." Chen Qingyuan immediately beamed with joy. She poured wine for Qin Zhe, picked up food, and sat obediently beside him like a beautiful wife. Qin Zhe was speechless. Su Yu, I have found your successor. She's actually your long-lost sister, right?" This scene inevitably made the boys and girls of the same age at the same table cry. After all, there were still many boys who were thinking about the little cabbage Chen Qingyuan, and there were probably even more girls who had a good impression of Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe had been impatient at the beginning. Later on, he was distressed by the fact that it was the hardest for him to bear the beauty's favor. Now, he was indifferent. His mental journey had changed a lot. It was not that he liked Chen Qingyuan. Perhaps he had a good impression of her. After all, she was a soft and cute girl. Even if he had a sister complex, it was hard for him to dislike her. However, it was still too early for him to like her, let alone love. He felt that when Chen Qingyuan was older, more sensible, and more sophisticated, this immature love would gradually be forgotten. After a few years, it would be great if they could meet, laugh, and chat. However, Qin Zhe didn't know Chen Qingyuan very well, so he didn't know how stubborn she was. She was actually a silly girl who was stubborn. Qin Zhe had unknowingly become the center of attention of the young boys and girls. The topic of conversation always revolved around him. The girls were curious about this and that, inadvertently bringing up the topic of conversation about him or bringing up all kinds of troubles. Then, they blinked their eyes and asked Qin Zhe what they should do. For example, people don't want to fall in love, but there are many boys chasing them. Qin Zhe, you men are so annoying. Qin Zhe said, no, we men don't hate you. We men just have a desire for knowledge and like to explore the depths of people. Another example, Qin Gu, you write songs so fast, it's amazing. People admire you so much. The internet says that you are a fast shooter, but I think you are a machine gunner. Qin Zhe said, as long as it's not a sniper, I don't care. Would I ever be able to get rid of this title in this lifetime? I want to wash my hands and never write songs again. Some people were more concerned about his private life and asked him if he had a girlfriend. Qin Zhe didn't answer. After all, this kind of thing was more sensitive. He glanced at Chen Qingyuan. The latter understood. She helped Qin Zhe peel the mantis shrimp and said crisply, don't worry, I will strive to be your sister-in-law as soon as possible. Pei Ziki glanced at Chen Qingyuan secretly. Donglai, are you interested in working in my company during the summer vacation? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Gu, we are not in the same profession. Li Donglai scratched his head. Qin Zhe slapped his scalp. You got into a second-rate university and you are so proud. You have passed the 2 biggest exams in your life. But your life hasn't started yet. Before you step into society, you should never be complacent about your insignificant achievements. Facing Qin Zhe's nagging, Li Donglai didn't dare to be impatient. First, he respected Qin Zhe. Second, he was afraid that Qin Zhe would slap him to death. Li Donglai smiled and said, yes. Study hard. I want to go to college every day. I will remember your teachings, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Li Donglai would remember the flirtatious words he said occasionally when he was chatting with others. In the future, he had to try to control himself in front of his students and not talk flirtatiously. Otherwise, when they met in the future, it would be a big scandal. One flirtatious words, and the other flirtatious words. Qin Zhe drank and ate under the service of Chen Qingyuan. He chatted with the teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. They got along quite well. Except for the big boss named Bai Fang, who didn't like to talk to him. Occasionally, he would talk to him, but it was to secretly stab him with a few words. Qin Zhe was puzzled. What's the meaning of this? We don't have any enmity, and we don't have any grudges. Why are you always at odds with me? Pei Ziki said, Sister Bai, help me turn the soybean stewed pig trotters over. I will get a bowl. Bai Fang turned the dishes and said, there are no more pig trotters. There are only soybeans. Pei Ziki said, soybeans are delicious too. They are especially fragrant when stewed. Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue and laughed. It's just that it's easy to fart when you eat too much. Bai Fang heard and laughed. You guys fart when you eat too much. I don't. I just burp. What it meant was, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. Qin Bao Bao often said, I am a little fairy. I don't fart. I am a little fairy. I don't have I shit. I am a little fairy. I don't have leaks in my teeth. Qin Zhe thought that the opportunity had come. He coughed and pretended to be inquisitive. Maybe it's the fart that got lost. Pei Ziki, Bai Fong, the table was filled with low laughter. Ding! His phone rang. Qin Zhe took out his phone to check the message. It was from Nan Man Pei. Go and propose a toast to my brother-in-law. Did I ask you to come over to eat and drink? You don't have any sense at all. Qin Zhe looked at Nan Man Pei from afar. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Queen Bei glared at him. This will make me look snobbish and arrogant. But since Sister Man said so, I will reluctantly do it, Qin Zhe replied. Chen Qingyuan secretly leaned over to take a look. Qin Zhe gently lifted her crystal earlobe and laughed. Where did you learn the bad habit of peeping at such a young age? Chen Qingyuan said righteously, my mother used to look at my father's phone like this. Qin Zhe laughed. Your parents must have a bad relationship. Chen Qingyuan's face darkened. She bit her lip. Qin Zhe whispered, I'm sorry. Chen Qingyuan never got angry with him. She shook her head. Qin Gu is right. My parents have a bad relationship. Qin Zhe patted her head like a brother caressing his sister. Then, he poured the half-drunk snowball into Chen Qingyuan's glass. Ask the waiter to change your glass. He poured himself a glass of white snowball, picked it up, and walked to the main table. Chen Qingyuan looked at the glass in front of her. It was filled with transparent snowball. She licked her lips. Should she have a sip? No, she was too infatuated. However, she really wanted to drink it. Should she have a sip? At this moment, she caught sight of Pei Ziki's helpless gaze, which was filled with sorrow and hatred for her incompetence. She immediately blushed. She waved her hand and said, Waiter, change my glass. Pei Ziki curled her lips and said, Keep it. Secretly put it in your thermos. Quick, when no one is looking. Chen Qingyuan's face turned redder. She stared at her and said guiltily, Don't talk nonsense. Pei Ziki snorted. What do you like about him? You're so infatuated. He doesn't even like you. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to be infatuated with him? Chen Qingyuan said, That's strange. It's my business that I like him. What does it have to do with you? Pei Ziki said, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Stop it. I'm not your only best friend. Why don't you persuade others? You're always interfering with my freedom to love. Pei Ziki, do you need me to tell you what's on your mind? Qin Gu is handsome and charming. I'm a woman. I like men. Why wouldn't I like him? Pei Ziki said angrily, I know I can't stand you being so stupid. It's fine if you don't appreciate it. But you're still talking nonsense. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Chen Qingyuan spat and said, Bye-bye. The two pinched each other under the table a few times. Both of them grimaced in pain. Li Donglai said, Qin Gu is asking for a toast from an old man. Don't. How can Qin Gu bow to evil? Pei Ziki said, You're the evil one. Your whole family is evil. Li Donglai was stunned. Yes, my whole family is evil. Pei Ziki was speechless. Bai Fong chuckled. Your father is famous for not giving face. When others propose a toast, the most he will do is nod. He won't touch glasses. Taking a sip of wine is already giving face. Let's guess. Did Qin Zhe ask your father to take a sip of wine? The others were deep in thought. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were silent. With their father's personality, a nod was the most he could do. On the other side, Qin Zhe walked to the main table with a wine glass. His actions attracted the attention of many people. For example, the juniors at Li Donglai's table and a few uncles at the main table. Qin Zhe took a sip. "Mayor Li, let me toast you." The burning sensation was like a burning knife. First, the taste buds exploded. Since the throat was burning. The wine was delicious, but it was also terrible. "Let's see if you can drink it." Of course, it was like what the advertisement said, soft in the mouth, a thin line in the throat. It didn't exist. If it was soft in the mouth, it was something else. For example, yogurt. A thin line in the throat was even better. Ordinary people couldn't do it. The juniors looked over. The middle-aged man who looked like an uncle watched with great interest. Chapter 541. Unexpectedly, Big Boss Li had a kind smile on his face. He picked up his glass and drank all the wine in it. The uncles at the table looked normal on the surface, but they were very surprised in their hearts. Mayor Li had given him a lot of face. Was this young man Nan Man Pei's boyfriend or what? Normally, a junior like Qin Zhe could be ignored. At most, he was an excellent entrepreneur or an outstanding young man. It was already a blessing for such a person to be able to join the table. The act of toasting was actually very abrupt, because with his status alone, he did not have the right to do so. For example, if you were a small employee under Jack Ma's father and had no position or power, you would come with a glass of wine at the annual meeting and say, "Old Ma, I'll drink this bowl of hot sh*tea, you can do whatever you want, who the f***ck are you?" With the big boss's self-restraint, he would nod slightly and smile at you. But not only did the big boss smile at you, but he also drank it. If he was Nan Man Pei's boyfriend, it would make sense. Li Donglai said in surprise, "The old man seems to value our Qin Gu a lot." Pei Ziki looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. Chen Qingyuan was proud. Her expression said, "The man I like is of course excellent." Qin Zhe finished his toast and was about to return to his seat when an uncle suddenly pulled him and laughed. "Don't go, sit down and chat with us." Then, he asked the waiter to add a chair. Qin Zhe sat down blankly and was pulled by the enthusiastic uncle to chat. This unfamiliar uncle claimed to be Qin Zhe's fan and liked his exaggerated and borrow 500 years from the heavens the most. Moreover, he even shouted loudly on the spot, causing the other uncles to clap and raise their cups to drink. Qin Zhe felt that he was like a fire in winter that ignited the enthusiasm of the uncles. "Uncle, how should I address you?" Qin Zhe asked awkwardly. "Hey, you don't know me?" The passionate uncle looked unhappy. "Oh, you're whispering sweet nothings to my daughter. I'm right in front of you. Don't you recognize me?" Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Dare I ask, what is the relationship between your beloved daughter's name and me?" The enthusiastic uncle said, "You can call me Uncle Chen. My daughter is Chen Qingyuan." He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the table. Chen Qingyuan was looking at him with bright eyes. She seemed to be very happy that he got along well with her father. Qin Zhe was speechless. When he looked at Uncle Chen again, he was a little reserved. In his eyes, was he the pig who had taken his family's cabbage? So passionate. "Are you trying to set me up? I finally caught you. I asked Qingyuan to bring you home for us to meet, but you refused." Uncle Chen poured Qin Zhe a full glass of wine. "Drink one glass as punishment." After Qin Zhe finished drinking, he said to everyone, "My daughter didn't learn well in the past. She fooled around outside every day. We couldn't bear to hit her, and she wouldn't listen to us. Mom and I have been worried about this." Everyone chuckled. They were all from families that knew each other very well. They all knew that there was a problem girl in the Chen family. In fact, the children in their family might not be very sensible, but they were more restrained. They were not like Chen Qingyuan, who unscrupulously put on smoky makeup, went to bars, karaoke, and went out with the teenagers they were familiar with on motorcycles. Chen Fuxing patted Qin Zhe and gave him a thumbs up. It's all thanks to little Qin. Ever since I met little Qin, my daughter has stopped fooling around. She comes home on time every day and goes to bed at 10 o'clock sharp. Her grades have also improved steadily. As he spoke, he sighed. But there's a new problem. I don't know what kind of magic potion you fed her. The hint was obvious, so everyone laughed. They understood. The problem girl of the Chen family liked this young man. Big Boss Li nodded and said, after Fuxing said this, I also have to thank little Qin. Donglai's results will depend on you in the future. Qin Zhe immediately said, I'll do my best. Donglai's aptitude is actually not bad. It's just that she didn't focus on her studies in the past. Chen Fuxing asked, what's going on? Big Boss Li smiled and said, little Qin is Donglai's tutor. According to Li Donglai's original results, it was hard to say if he could go to university. Of course, he would definitely go to university in the end. How could the mayor's son not go to university? However, getting into university with one's own ability and getting in through connections were two completely different things. Whether it was in terms of face or long-term vision, one had to consider the whole life. Everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Qin Zhe with a hint of admiration. Qin Zhe said humbly, it's all because of Sister Man's hard work. When he mentioned Pei Nan Man, there was a natural intimacy in his tone. This kid can't really have an affair with Nan Man Pei, right? If it was just a tutor, Big Boss Li wouldn't give him so much face. It was very likely that he had an intimate relationship with Nan Man Pei. Everyone knew that kind of relationship. Actually, it wasn't. Big Boss Li gave him so much face only because of Qin Zhe's identity, the son-in-law of the Wang family. Nan Man Pei told him. As for the inside story that the Wang family didn't like Qin Zhe, not many people knew. Even Nan Man Pei didn't know. The uncles at this table were the heads of various organizations in Shanghai. They were definitely not nobodies. However, they didn't know about the Wang family. There were so many rich families in Beijing. Unless they were sitting in a certain position, who would pay attention to their daughter's marriage? Little Qin, are you a singer, an actor, an entrepreneur, or a teacher? A square-faced, burly, and rough man smiled. Qin Zhe was stunned and didn't answer this question. Those who sang and acted were all celebrities, and celebrities were all entertainers. And this table was full of big bosses. Entrepreneurs were people who did business. And this table was full of big bosses. Teacher of the people. To hell with teacher of the people. He knew that he was just a tutor, but he still said the words, teacher of the people. Was he mocking him? Qin Zhe was no longer the salted fish he had been in the past. He was able to discern who was speaking with hidden wisdom and who was speaking with sincerity and enthusiasm. For example, Uncle Chen, who might have been taken advantage of by him, actually admired him. Who was this person? His words were sarcastic. Had he offended him? Qin Zhe pondered and said, I'm just a successor of communism. The square-faced man, the uncles at the table were all stunned. Such an answer was very intelligent. The square-faced man smiled insincerely. Little Qin is quite humorous. You're very good at joking. Qin Zhe looked at Big Boss Li in shock and said, Uncle Li, so the country has been joking with us? Such a meaningful question made everyone at the table fall silent. The square-faced man's mouth twitched. Qin Zhe smiled. Who cares if you're the son of a rich family or an official? In front of the successor of communism, you're all scum. That famous person on the internet, the son of the richest man, is called Wang Shizong. At most, he will be the successor of Wanda. I'm the successor of the party and the country. What's there to be proud of with a mere Wanda? It's not low-key at all. I'm the successor of a country. I'm the successor of socialism. Am I proud? Am I showing off everywhere? Idiot. Chen Fuxing laughed and joked. Little Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Zhe answered honestly, yes. Chen Fuxing was a little disappointed. The others looked enlightened. That's right, there was really something going on. Especially the square-faced man, his expression turned ugly. On the other side, old Madame Li asked curiously, Man, which family is this young man from? She felt that Qin Zhe might have an extraordinary identity. Nan Man Pei sat elegantly beside old Madame Li. She smiled more often than before and was gentler. She had restrained her cold and domineering manner. He's my business partner. He runs a few companies. They're not bad and have the potential to be listed. Nan Man Pei said, he's not from any family. He's from an ordinary family. She looked at Qin Zhe's table. At this moment, that guy was taking turns to play in circles. Then, he was competing with the square-faced man in drinking, one glass after another. Nan Man Pei didn't expect Qin Zhe to be so good at drinking. She didn't remember seeing him drunk. Of course, they didn't spend much time together. Instead, when he was a tutor, he ate at her house every few days as a tutor and cook. Nan Man Pei liked Qin Zhe's dishes very much, but she never praised him. Old Madame Li frowned. Is he your lover? The group of aunties laughed. Nan Man Pei's face stiffened slightly. She said awkwardly, Old Madam, no, he's a friend. Old Madame Li had an, I understand, look on her face. She leaned in and whispered, You brought your friend here? Jianghu will drink with him? Nan Man Pei smiled faintly. He really isn't. Old Madame Li said, It's best if he isn't. You're in your 30s and still not willing to get married. Are you still thinking about your ex-husband? Nan Man Pei shook her head. No. Old Madame Li said, Well, I don't think so. I'm going to introduce you to someone today. Look, do you see that young man? He's handsome and his family is from Nanjing. His grandfather just retired from the military and he's not married. He's quite a match for you. Nan Man Pei was speechless. She felt like she had been tricked. She followed old Madame Li's gaze but couldn't find the handsome man. That one, the one wearing a camouflage vest and a military green jacket. Old Madame Li pointed to her. Oh, that was a very strong man with a square face. He looked to be in his 30s, but he didn't really fit the word handsome. He was the kind of person that Nan Man Pei would blacklist at a glance. Why would an ugly man marry a wife? Generally speaking, beautiful people wouldn't find a partner who was too average-looking unless it was for money. Nan Man Pei was also a woman. She wasn't a VIP member of the Appearance Association, but she was a little obsessed with looks. Su Yu and Wang Zijin were also obsessed with looks, but their taste wasn't limited to superficial appearance. They valued feelings more. But if you were too ugly, they didn't care about feelings. Qin Bao Bao was probably the one who didn't care about looks the most. As long as he was good-looking, it was fine. Since puberty, she had decided to hang herself on a somewhat good-looking crooked tree. Those stunning beauties just had to fall head over heels in love with an arrogant but average-looking man. They would never change until death. They were all made up by average-looking writers. It was just like the ancient writers who wrote about beautiful and enchanting fox immortals who liked to entangle with penniless and poor scholars. They were all poor scholars. At this moment, old Madame Li suddenly frowned and trembled as she covered her upper left abdomen. Nan Man Pei was shocked. What's wrong? Old Madame Li showed a pained expression. It hurts a little. Man, help me. Nan Man Pei was shocked and said, You're sick again? I'll call the doctor right away. Then, she shouted at the flustered woman, "Why are you sitting there like a fool? Call your husband over. How old are you? Don't you know how to behave?" Chapter 542. Qin Zhe was chatting with Chen Qingyuan's father. Chen Fuxing was actually a little mischievous. He set a trap for Qin Zhe and coaxed him into toasting the elders at the table. And he couldn't use beer, he had to use white wine. Qin Zhe thought to himself, as expected, he still has some opinions about me. Chen Qingyuan's pursuit of Qin Zhe was a hot topic in a certain small circle. Even when chatting with outsiders, when they talked about Qin Zhe, who was a hot topic in the entertainment industry, they would say, "In our circle, there's a little girl who likes him very much and wants to throw herself at him, but he doesn't care about her at all." Chen Fuxing only had one daughter, and he treasured her dearly. Even if Chen Qingyuan made a fuss, he couldn't bear to hit her. Because of his concern for his daughter, he naturally heard a lot of rumors. Therefore, while he was grateful to Qin Zhe, he also felt resentment. "This idiot, my daughter is so cute, but he turns a blind eye to it." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "You're not Chen Fuxing, you're a holy paladin." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Even if there were 10 Qin Zhe at the table, he still wouldn't be a match for the other party. He had no choice but to beat them one by one. Starting from Big Boss Li and a big fat uncle, the fat uncle praised, "Little Qin, you're good at drinking. You're comparable to me in the past. I like young people like you who can drink and are forthright. I'll drink too." He drank half a glass of white wine and let out a long breath. "I'm old, and my alcohol tolerance isn't as good as before. When I was in Shenzhen, I could drink 8 ounces per person." This was a very talkative uncle. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Uncle used to drink a lot of Cantonese. I'm impressed." He drank another mouthful. Everyone cheered, and the scene was very lively. When the circle hit the square-faced guy, he reached out and pressed the rim of the glass. He glanced at Qin Zhe and said leisurely, "I like to drink, and I'm also a drinker. I admire your alcohol tolerance." At this point, he paused. "So?" Qin Zhe stared at him, waiting for him to continue. "It's not easy to drink with me. You have to drink me well before you can continue to circle." The square-faced man laughed. The uncles burst into laughter. This was the advantage of a wine table. It was suitable for bickering. Others might not think that you were insensible and might even kick up a fuss. They wouldn't kick up a fuss. They were all people of status. But if Qin Zhe didn't answer, it would seem too cowardly. Since the square-faced man dared to say so, it proved that he was very confident in his alcohol tolerance. Then, he bullied Qin Zhe and drank several glasses of white wine in a row. Qin Zhe smiled modestly. "How do you drink it?" He straightforwardly accepted the challenge and received a wave of kind applause. "Let's drink 1 cup each. We can't go to the toilet during this period." "Whoever surrenders first will stop," the square-faced man said. "No problem." Qin Zhe was like a young boy full of fighting spirit. The square-faced man laughed. "Great." He let go of the cup and used his eyes to signal Qin Zhe to pour wine for him. "Boss, I'll pour wine for you." Qin Zhe poured wine for him and himself. The two clinked glasses gently and drank it in one gulp. The white wine was spicy and strong. The two of them sighed at the same time. It was the second cup. When they drank the third cup, the uncles couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically. Pei Ziki pouted and said, "Idiot, being coaxed like a monkey." Li Donglai frowned and said, "Don't be so arrogant. You're worried about him, aren't you?" Pei Ziki was furious. "Who's worried about him?" "Li Donglai, are you a dog?" Li Donglai was confused. "Why do you say I'm a dog?" Pei Ziki, "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Li Donglai, He and Pei Ziki had always had a small argument every day and a big one every 3 days. The relationship between siblings was the most difficult in the brothers and sisters series. The relationship between siblings was usually good. The elder sister would do makeup for the younger sister and help her dress up. If the elder brother really loved the younger brother, he would bring the younger brother to the big sword and personally open the door to a new world for the younger brother. The relationship between siblings was also easy to manage. The elder sister usually doted on the younger brother more. Occasionally, they would even kiss and sob. Just like Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. The relationship between siblings was very tricky. They either had an average relationship or quarreled all day. Even if it was the elder brother, it would be fine as long as there was love. Such a sister only existed in Japan. The soft and cute sister who called out "Oniai-chan" all day also only existed in Japan. Chen Qingyuan said worriedly, "What if Qin Ge drinks too much later?" Pei Ziki glanced at her. "Isn't that good? You can sneak into his room and sleep with him." Chen Qingyuan touched her chin and seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. "Over there, it should be the 5th cup." The square-faced man drank the 5th cup, which was longer than the previous 4 cups combined. After he endured the nausea and finished drinking, Qin Zhe immediately poured wine for him. I'll do it myself." He was tongue-tied. No, I'll do it. Qin Zhe insisted on filling his cup. "Come, cheers." Qin Zhe picked up the cup and drank again. The square-faced man was speechless. His face was red and he looked at Qin Zhe unwillingly. If looks could speak, he would say, "Why aren't you drunk? Are we drinking the same wine?" Seeing that Qin Zhe was about to pour wine for him again, he quickly covered the mouth of the cup. I'll do it myself," Qin Zhe said righteously. "No, I have to do it." The square-faced man said, "You don't have to be so polite." Qin Zhe said, "I'm not being polite. What if you cheat and don't fill it up?" The square-faced man was speechless. "Sigh, forget it. We've drunk enough," someone advised. "That's at least half a kilo, right?" someone mumbled. At this point, they were all shocked. Everyone was an experienced drinker. The number of banquets they had drunk together was enough to circle the earth. They had never seen someone who could drink so much. From the beginning until now, he had drunk 1 cup after another. There were more than 10 cups, and all of them were full. The scariest thing was that his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He did not look like he was going to vomit at all. That was very scary. Qin Zhe shook his head and said, fill it up. I have to drink you up first. There are still a few uncles waiting for me to play circles behind." The square-faced man said, "Let's stop here. You can go play circles." Qin Zhe said, "So you admit defeat?" He suddenly stopped talking. Qin Zhe said, fill it up. The square-faced man was speechless. His mind was not very clear now. He thought to himself, why is this kid so insensible? He looked at Mayor Li in a daze. The mayor pretended to look at the scenery around him. Qin Zhe finished his 6th cup and looked at him provocatively. "Old Tai, double tap 666. Bah, hurry up and drink, old Tai. We can still drink 1 cup after another. A weakling dares to provoke me? Don't you know that I'm the liver emperor? A real man should put his life on the line and drink directly." The square-faced man probably could not stand his provocative gaze. This time, he became a man and drank directly. Then, he rushed in the direction of the bathroom. Qin Zhe shouted behind him, "Come back and continue drinking." Chen Qingyuan's father tugged at Qin Zhe's arm and said, "Why are you two fighting so fiercely?" Qin Zhe said in a low voice, "He competed with me first." Chen Fuxing said unhappily, "Even so, you can't be so stubborn. His family is a big boss in Nanjing. You should be more careful. Qin Zhe said, thank you, Uncle Chen. I'm not going to Nanjing to earn money. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I didn't offend him. Why did he stab me? Chen Fuxing was stunned. Yeah, why did he pick a fight? This was a difficult question. Qin Zhe thought for a while. Maybe he's jealous of my good looks? Chen Fuxing was speechless. Qin Zhe said, I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom and vomit. My stomach hurts. His body was extraordinary now. After being tempered and nourished by the times are calling, his stomach felt a little uncomfortable after drinking so much white wine. Ding! Show your divinity, 13/15. Help Su Chunfeng relieve her pain and achieve the effect of shocking everyone. 500 points will be rewarded for success. Points will be deducted for failure. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. Qin Zhe? What's wrong with this mission? Is there a bug in the system? Why did it give me a mission without warning? Who is Su Chunfeng? Qin Zhe said in his mind, System, you finally got a bug. You lowlife, hurry up and fix it. The system did not ignore him. It replied, it's not a bug. The system caught your desire to show your divinity in front of people. Since there's a chance now, I'll help you trigger it manually. Qin Zhe was speechless. This mission was triggered as if it was a joke. It shocked everyone again. There were 1.4 billion people in China, and they did nothing all day. They were either shocked or silent. Right, speaking of which, he had not done the Divinity Show series mission for a long time. The first mission in his life was the Divinity Show series. Then, after a year, he still had not finished this series of missions. Qin Zhe was a little ashamed. Qin Zhe said, Who is Su Chunfeng? Do I know her? Let me see the mission details. The system said, Su Chunfeng, originally known as Su Chunfeng, is the owner of the devil fruit. She once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Later, she turned over a new leaf and gave birth to 7 children with a snake demon. This is the origin of the Dragon Ball, Qin Zhe said, You're so happy just from being naughty? At this moment, Pei Ziqi's stepmother hurried over and said, Honey, Mom's stomach hurts. Maybe it's her old illness. Big Brother Li was shocked. He quickly got up and followed his wife to check. Mom, how are you? Li Jianxia asked with concern. It hurts here. The old lady pressed her right abdomen. If it hurts here, it should be pancreatitis again? Li Jianxia frowned. Quick, call the doctor and send her to the hospital. I've already called, Nan Man Pei said. The right thing to do at this time was to call an ambulance. However, the old lady had a small team to take care of her life, including a private doctor, life assistant, and nutrition consultant. Since the old lady had just fallen ill, the doctor also came over. They were in the hotel room. When the doctor came over to check on the situation, they would send her to the hospital. It was always reassuring to have a professional by her side. Old lady, do you want to vomit? Qin Zhe came over and asked. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was nervous and asked about the old lady's well-being. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai also ran over and stood by the side. No one cared about this kid who was just here to join in the fun. Old lady, do you want to vomit? Qin Zhe asked again. Still, no one paid attention to him. Chapter 543. Nan Man Pei said gently, Old madam, do you want to throw up? The old lady shook her head. It just hurts. Big Brother Li comforted her. The doctor will be here soon. Mom, bear with it. Qin Zhe squeezed through the aunties in front of him and pushed Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai back. Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. It's time to show off my real skills of showing off in front of the masses. Can you call it showing off when you're a scholar? If she didn't vomit, then it's not a relapse. Maybe she didn't control her diet and ate too much? Qin said. Kid, don't talk nonsense. How do you know it's not a relapse? One of the aunties who was pushed by Qin reprimanded. A relapse of pancreatitis is serious, Qin said. The symptoms are vomiting and abdominal pain. If it's just abdominal pain, is it acute or chronic? This time, it was Pei Ziki who answered him. It seems to be acute. Qin came to a realization. He leaned closer to the old lady and said seriously, it's okay. It's just that she's old and her organs are recovering slowly. She has intermittent pain, but it's okay. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, everyone looked anxious and concerned, waiting for the doctor to come and check on the situation. However, this kid was self-righteous and talkative. He had some common sense and wanted to be in the limelight. That was the stupidest thing. Li Donglai quietly tugged at him with an awkward expression. The old lady was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Li Jianya frowned and said, "The doctor isn't here yet?" Nan Man Pei said, "He was outside just now. He's not in the hotel room. He's already on his way back." "Should we send her to the hospital first?" someone asked. Li Jianya nodded. "No, wait. Send her to the hospital." They wanted to wait for the doctor to come, but the old lady was in great pain and the doctor was outside. No one present was a medical student, so they were afraid that it would delay the treatment. "Why don't I take a look?" Qin moved closer to Nan Man Pei. This person, was he crazy about being in the limelight? The aunties and uncles frowned. Li Jianya looked displeased. Qin immediately said, "I've studied medicine before. Sister Man knows." Nan Man Pei was dumbfounded. The others were stunned and looked at Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei put away his blank expression and remained silent. Qin took the opportunity to squeeze to Nan Man Pei's side and nudged her to the side. "Elder Sister Man didn't expose me. Elder Sister Man really loved me." Qin gently pressed his finger on the old lady's upper left abdomen. "Does it hurt here?" The old lady nodded. He moved his hand to the side of his waist and gently pressed for a moment. "Does it still hurt?" The pain on the old lady's face did not change. Qin pressed her lower right abdomen for a moment. "Does it still hurt?" The author made a mistake in the previous chapter due to carelessness. He didn't expect to be immediately pointed out. The pain was in his upper left abdomen. "Comrade Mao Zedong, please sit down. Mao Zedong's eyes are very dangerous." The old lady frowned. "It hurts." Qin massaged her arms and back for a moment. "How about now?" The old lady's eyebrows relaxed. "Are you feeling better?" Qin replied with an "oh" and continued to massage various acupoints. Everyone looked at him with confusion, doubt, and surprise. The old lady sat on the chair and slowly relaxed from frowning to enduring the pain. A few minutes later, she didn't look like she was in pain anymore. In fact, she even felt a little refreshed. Li Jianya stood on her left. His anxious expression slowly changed from half-squatting to relaxed and surprised. He also stood up. Nan Man Pei and Pei Ziki's stepmother were on the right. Nan Man Pei looked a little dazed and looked a little cute. Qin followed the liver meridian to the gallbladder meridian and massaged it back and forth. Pancreatitis caused pain in the liver and gallbladder. Since the person was old and their organs were weak, Qin could help them sort out their qi and blood. It would have an immediate effect. Pancreatitis itself was a disease that required rest. Therefore, it was very effective to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques to nurse it. If it was any other disease, the patient would have been sent to the hospital. Treating pancreatitis was simple and troublesome. The real medicine was just an injection to suppress the secretion of the pancreas. However, the later recuperation was very troublesome. The patient couldn't eat or drink and had to rely on an IV drip to maintain nutrition. This disease was caused by eating. It was commonly known as the disease of the rich and the elderly. Pancreatitis would turn into pancreatic cancer, which was one of the most painful cancers known to medicine. Qinzhe said, "Old lady, you have to be careful when you eat. You haven't recovered from your illness." The old lady said, "I didn't eat much. I followed the menu." Qinzhe said, "Did you eat meat? You can't eat meat. You're old, so the recovery period is slower than young people." The old lady said, "I ate a little." Qinzhe nodded. "That's why you're in pain. Eat porridge for a month." The old lady replied, "Oh, young man, how did you treat me just now?" She asked the question that everyone present was wondering. Qinzhe said, "The acupoint pushing technique in Chinese medicine is very simple." As he said this, he received a system prompt in his mind: mission completed. Reward, 500 points. How wonderful. Li Donglai wondered, "Qinggu, how do you know Chinese medicine? You're from the finance department." This, he was accidentally exposed by his disciple. Qinzhe looked at everyone and reprimanded, "We're the successors of communism. We have to know everything. If you don't have a few skills, how can you take over? By the way, I've been waiting for 24 years. When will I take over? Waiting online, urgent." Li Donglai was speechless. The doctor finally rushed back with a first aid kit. He pushed the crowd aside and asked, "How is the old lady?" Seeing that the old lady was safe and sound, the doctor was stunned. He pushed the frame of his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked at Li Jianya blankly. Li Jianya nodded slightly and said, "There was a sudden pain in the upper left abdomen just now, but it's fine now." "Doctor, can you take another look?" The doctor was experienced. After hearing this, he knew what was going on. It's normal to have pain after recovering from pancreatitis, but if you don't recuperate well and have similar pain often, acute pancreatitis will worsen and become chronic. Everyone was relieved when they heard what the professional said. The doctor then briefly checked the old lady's body. There was nothing serious. He planned to stay and observe for a while to see if there would be any follow-up pain. Chen Fuxing laughed and pulled Qinzhe to continue drinking. Li Jianya said, "Little Qin drank a lot. It's about time." There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. "By the way, why didn't Ihan come back?" Li Jianya asked. The middle-aged man said, "I'll go and take a look. He just wanted to go to the toilet." The doctor expressed his interest in Qinzhe's Chinese medicine. He felt that he had met someone of the same kind, so he casually chatted with him. After realizing that he didn't know anything about Western medicine, he only talked about Chinese medicine. As expected of a private doctor, he was very knowledgeable and actually had a lot of knowledge about Chinese medicine. When Qinzhe said that Chinese medicine relied on experience and took a long time to accumulate. Moreover, the background of the existence of Chinese medicine was an era when medical equipment was not developed. Therefore, it was inevitable that Chinese medicine would be overtaken by Western medicine. However, it was too much to say that Chinese medicine was a lie. The essence and magic of Chinese medicine couldn't be denied. The two of them agreed. Take pancreatitis for example. It was a terminal illness decades ago, but with the development of the medical industry, it can be cured. Times are improving, and medicine has also entered a new era, the doctor said. In the current medical industry, Chinese medicine and Western medicine have long been combined. However, serious diseases still have to be treated with Western medicine. For example, Chinese medicine can't do surgery, Qinzhe said. They chatted happily. The doctor and Qinzhe exchanged business cards. Orthopedics? Qinzhe was stunned. The doctor's business card had many departments, and he was a well-rounded doctor. As a private doctor, you can't be limited to a single department. Otherwise, you won't be able to do well in this industry, the doctor said with a smile. I studied orthopedics in Germany and got a doctorate. Qin Zai's small hand trembled. The doctor joked, in the future, if you have a serious injury, you can come to me. I'll give you a 50% discount. Qin Zai's small hand trembled again. He tore it off. He would tear the business card off later. As the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man came back with a funny expression. Yihang passed out in the toilet and vomited all over the floor. He was lying on his own vomit. I asked the waiter to send him back to his room. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Zai. How much alcohol could this guy hold? It seemed that he was fine. Chapter 544. Qin Zai said disappointedly, he can't drink after just a few glasses of white wine. He hasn't admitted defeat yet. Everyone was speechless. They suddenly felt that this young man was quite interesting. He was forthright when he drank and wasn't restrained or anxious. Combined with what he had shown just now, he was bold. Chen Fuxing thought to himself, no wonder Yuan likes him. However, although he admired Qin Zai even more, Father Chen secretly dispelled the idea of supporting his daughter. This man was a little too outstanding. He didn't give his daughter a chance to speak at all. If his daughter got together with him, she would be bullied. Moreover, his relationship with Nan Man Pei was questionable. A father was a very complicated and changeable person. To his son, what? You changed girlfriends again? Not bad, little brat. You're much more charming than I was back then. Keep up the good work. Try to sleep with more women. To his daughter, what? Your husband went to the brothel? Damn it, bring me my 40-meter-long broadsword. I'm going to chop that kid into pieces. Therefore, from the perspective of an elder, Father Chen admired Qin Zai very much. From the perspective of a father, he refused. My little cabbage can't become a little vegetable. However, Father Chen didn't dare to talk to his daughter. It wasn't easy for his daughter to turn over a new leaf. What if she fell again? Father Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Qin Zai. He heard from the little guys in his daughter's circle that this guy had rejected his daughter several times. However, when he was drinking and eating with her just now, he didn't show too much resistance. Did he have the same concerns as him? At this thought, Father Chen once again felt that Qin Zai's character was good. During this time, Qin Zai went to the toilet to vomit once. He vomited out the alcohol in his stomach, but he was still not drunk. Qin Zai drank so much white wine in one go. If it were in the past, he would have collapsed on the ground and passed out. Unknowingly, he became the focus of the young boys and girls. A capable and handsome young man was always able to gain the favor of many young girls. They were just a group of minors. No matter how powerful their fathers were, their own age and experience limited them. When they saw a successful man like Qin Zai, their eyes couldn't help but shine with stars. Just like when we were young, we especially admired and liked the big brothers and sisters next door. Chen Qingyuan, can you do it? If you can't catch up to him, I won't hold back. Someone said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Let's compete fairly. Didn't the netizens say that if you're capable, you should do it? We're going. Many young girls smiled and agreed. Chen Qingyuan said with a straight face, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. You are all flowers of the motherland. Don't learn from me. I am a man-eating flower of the motherland. Li Donglai was stunned. Chen Qingyuan's tone was becoming more and more like Qin Ji's. One is marked by the company one keeps. Was this the latter or the former? Dinner lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock. Qin Zai noticed that the total price of the dishes did not exceed 5,000 yuan. The wine was also ordinary wine. There was no noble wine like Mao Tai, which was more gimmick than content. As expected, the details of politics were impeccable. Moreover, there was no discussion of politics at the dinner. It was all chatting and bragging. He originally wanted to use the river crab on his head to explore the general trend of Shanghai. After the dinner, Qin Zhe was dragged by Pei Ziki, Li Donglai, and the other teenagers to play a killing game. "Qin Gu, are you drunk? Do you want to go back to your room to rest?" Chen Qingyuan was not reconciled. Pei Ziki kicked her from behind. "Brainless woman. In his state, you don't even have a chance to go back to your room to rest." Qin Zhe was sandwiched in a group of teenagers who were 5 or 6 years younger than him. Listening to their chatter, laughter, and anger, he inexplicably felt emotional. He missed his youth. Born in a big city, it was hard to keep friends. Those friends who were close to him when he was young, or classmates, went their separate ways after graduation. Or they moved away inexplicably and never saw each other again. And those children in Shujia town, if they met now, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. No one would remember him as a city boy who used to run under the sun and laugh in the fields. Thinking back, when Runta grew up, he probably wouldn't remember Brother Sun. One day, Lu Sun, who had grown up, saw a teenager. The teenager said, "Brother Sun, it's me. Do you still remember the mistake I made in the melon field?" Lu Sun pondered for a long time and suddenly realized, "Oh, you are Runtu." He was moved and felt that he saw his lost youth. The teenager said, "No, I am Runtu." The story tells us two truths. First, people really get lonelier as they grow up. Second, Runtu also has dignity. Qin Zhe didn't have a good time playing. He should always be the first to be killed. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he died. At dawn, he was voted to death. This F***King game experience was extremely bad. In the past, when he played killing games with his sister, Qin Bao Bao would always be the first to kill him, and Qin Zhe would fight back and kill his sister first. Either he died, or his sister died. But my sister and I loved each other and hated each other. What do you brats mean? I can kill my sister to prove my Dao, but I can't be bothered to kill you passers-by. These days, there were many people who killed their sisters to prove their Dao. The road had been taken. If one wanted to prove his Dao, he had to find another way and kill his sister to prove his Dao. He was a celebrity, a handsome guy, and the object of worship of boys and girls. The idol effect caused him to always be picked on everywhere. After playing for about an hour, Pei Ziki chased them away. The teenagers who didn't have enough fun mumbled and left unhappily. "What, play for a while more? It's only 10 o'clock. Yes, I haven't killed Qin Zhe yet." "Qin Zhe," Pei Ziki pushed them. Go, we are going to sleep. You can continue to play by yourselves." After chasing them away, Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan tacitly took out cards and said that they wanted to play double buckles. Qin Zhe didn't really want to play. He drank so much white wine that his brain was a little dull. He wanted to rest. But Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki seemed to have made an agreement. They hugged his arms on both sides and refused to let him go. They said that they wanted to play cards and play money. They wanted to gamble all their belongings and rip him off. After all, they were outsiders. The way they asked for money was very subtle. Unlike his Ying monster, who said, "Brother, you are using your wife's money." "Qin Zhe, how about 100,000? Ying monster waved a knife over, "Is your future wife only worth 100,000? Even Wang Zijin could only pinch her nose and accept it. 100,000 was too little. His sister always tried to squeeze him dry. Oh, she was squeezing his little treasury dry. Qin Zhe had a lot of money at his disposal. Tens of billions. But the money he could spend was very little. The balance of his private bank card was controlled by his sister to within 1 million. Qin Zhe, who pretended that he was very rich, smiled and said, "Up to you. How much you can win depends on your ability." The rules of Fight the Landlord were starting from 200 yuan. Extra points for bombs. Qin Zhe and Li Donglai sat opposite each other. They were in one group. Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan were in the other group. They couldn't play cards for more than an hour. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki's little treasury was emptied by Qin Zhe and Li Donglai. The two girls held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They were speechless. "Brother Qin Gu, can you give me back my money? This month has just started. My living expenses are gone." Chen Qingyuan pouted. Not only was her living expenses gone, but she also lost all her savings. "You drank fake wine. Why are you still so good at cards when you are drunk?" Pei Ziki complained tearfully. "Why?" Qin Zhe muttered, "Maybe the two of you are slacking off on the path of evolution." Li Donglai couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Look at how much she likes you. How can you be so heartless?" Pei Ziki said. "I won't pay her back. Not in this lifetime," Qin Zhe said. "You heartless thing. Qingyuan loves you so much." Pei Ziki said loudly. "Love?" The Queen of Balls was so scary. She talked about love so easily. Qin Zhe was unmoved. Pei Ziki saw that it was difficult to get the money back. She pushed Chen Qingyuan and said, "What are you doing? You should say something too." Chen Qingyuan gathered her courage and stared at Qin Zhe. "Hey, Qin Gu, if you don't cherish me now, after this village." Qin Zhe looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's courage was gone. She said weakly, "I'll wait for you in the next village." "Useless thing." Pei Ziki slapped her onto the bed with a great stone-smashing hand. Girls had shallow eyes. They lost tens of thousands in one go. Their hearts were bleeding. They had to get the money back even if they had to make a scene. In the end, Qin Zhe gave each of them 1,000 yuan. The two little girls smiled through their tears. It was a game of cards. One had to admit defeat. Qin Zhe was a man of principle. He insisted on equality between men and women. In the room, Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki were whispering. They were probably discussing how to swindle some money from Qin Zhe to recoup their losses. On the balcony, Qin Zhe and Li Donglai were smoking. They sat on soft chairs, facing the window with their backs to the room. They looked at the dark night sky and talked about men's topics. They talked about life, dreams, and careers. "What are your plans in the future? Do you want to follow your father's path or be self-reliant?" Qin Zhe exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's see how it goes first. I'll probably follow the path he planned for me. The premise is that I have to work hard." Li Donglai said. After being hammered and sculpted by Qin Zhe, he had changed a lot in the past year. He had slowly lost his Chinibyu aura. Occasionally, he would look forward to his future. He was still angry with his father, but he was much more rational. However, it might take a few years to untie the knot in his heart. People would always grow up. No one would always be Chinibyu. "I'm not as good as you, Qin Gu. You know how to plan for yourself and set goals. You have achieved so much at such a young age." Li Donglai did not hide his admiration and worship. Qin Zhe laughed until he coughed. After laughing, he felt a little sad. Where did the planning come from? "The biggest plan in my life is to successfully complete my studies, get a good certificate, find a stable job, save enough money to get married, and then continue to save money to have children. It won't be too hard because I have my own house. However, I won't be too rich either. I'll have a big meal every weekend and travel during festivals. I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Because of his birth, he was born and lived in Shanghai. The people around him mostly talked about various kinds of security, social welfare, demolition, and finding a stable and profitable job through his relatives and friends. They did not talk about how he should work hard to become a millionaire or a billionaire. The richer the area, the less wolfish the people were. That's why the rich people in Shanghai were all foreigners. They had a secure life, good social welfare, and a house. They had not suffered much in their lives. Where did the wolfish nature come from? None at all. Moreover, how many people could succeed if they worked hard? Most people in Shanghai lived by the principle of being content with the small fortune. Then how did you get to where you are today? Li Donglai was puzzled. People are forced. Oh, it's this force, not that force, Qinzhe said. Li Donglai chuckled and said, I know. People are forced. At the same time, they have to work hard for it. Qinzhe was speechless. Comrade Mao Zedong, why are you so naughty? Li Donglai said again, Master, have you found the one who will work hard for you for your whole life? Qinzhe said in annoyance, you talk too much. Li Donglai egged him on and said, the one inside is really not bad. She's pretty and smart, but she's also quite stupid. In the future, you can have a wife outside, but at home, you can have a wife. Qinzhe sighed sadly. I might not be able to have a stupid woman in my life. Li Donglai obviously did not understand why he sighed, or perhaps he misunderstood. He said sympathetically, I know. What's so good about a girl? She doesn't understand romance. She's not as charming as the big sisters. Jianghu, I understand your taste, but I don't understand why a girl's first boyfriend can take everything away from her so easily. It's the same for the second and third boyfriend, but the man who marries her has to buy a house and give a betrothal gift? Qinzhe said in annoyance, don't read the messy things on the internet. That's not how marriage is calculated. Li Donglai straightened his neck and said, but I think it's quite reasonable. Of course you think it's reasonable. It's because you haven't had king girlfriend before. You won't think so after you've had a few girlfriends. Facing his disciple's misunderstanding, Qinzhe felt that it was necessary to enlighten him, lest this guy become cynical. Love doesn't care about the past. Li Donglai would definitely not understand such an answer. It would be useless to say anything. This was the difference between having sex for a period of time and having sex for a lifetime. Such an answer was too vulgar and not conducive to his master's image. Qinzhe pondered for a moment and said, facts have proven the importance of work experience. Li Donglai, after they finished smoking, Li Donglai put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and suddenly asked a question that surprised Qinzhe. Master, what do you think of my aunt? Huh? Was the next sentence going to be my aunt's husband? Qinzhe answered truthfully, your aunt is very good. She's beautiful, has a good figure, and is very feminine. It's just that she's a little old. If he answered this question from a rational point of view, his parents would definitely not agree to him marrying a 31-year-old woman. The age difference was too big. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzhe felt a murderous aura coming at him. He was stunned and did not dare to look back. Li Donglai turned his head in a daze and trembled in fear. He stuttered, Aunt, Qinzhe, it was over. He was going to be drowned in the Huangpu River. Qinzhe felt that he was going to die if he talked about a woman's age at the most sensitive stage of her life. He looked at Li Donglai for help. Li Donglai himself was scared to death. He did not know when his aunt was standing behind him. He heard footsteps, but they all thought it was Pei Ziki or Chen Qingyuan. Even so, he did not give up on Jianghu. Li Donglai looked at Nan Man Pei, who was as calm as water, and then at Pei Ziki, who was gloating. He swallowed and said, Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after burning some incense. He meant that he wanted to stay. After all, there were more people, and Qinzhe could still be saved. Pei Ziki looked back at her brother and thought of the despair of emptying her little treasury. She sneered, old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. You can leave after spitting. Li Donglai. Qinzhe. Chapter 545. What an ungrateful woman. She was so young, but she had a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Qinzhe turned his head with difficulty and looked at Pei Ziki. Please return my 1,000 yuan. Bastard. He was looking at Pei Nanman. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She was rarely angry. Qinzhe looked at Chen Qingyuan, hoping that she could help him resolve the awkwardness. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Nanman Pei. She was scared to death. Her eyes darted around and she stammered, Qingu, I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to sleep. I'll play with you tomorrow. Qinzhe was speechless. What a pompous woman. Just a moment ago, she said that she loved him. Love after Eggy was indeed cheap. Old Master Qin was a respectable man when he was alive. Why didn't anyone save him? The three of them retreated without any sense of loyalty. Before they left, they even pretended to be sensible and said that they shouldn't disturb Qinzhe and Pei Nanman's discussion. Nanman Pei sat where Li Donglai was and stared at him coldly. Qinzhe felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was not afraid that Nanman Pei would beat him up. He was just embarrassed that he was caught gossiping behind someone's back. Sister man, it's so late. Why are you still awake? Qinzhe laughed dryly. Nanman Pei glared at him. Shut up. Go boil some water and make some tea. Okay. Qinzhe ran to boil the water. After boiling the water, Qinzhe took out 2 disposable cups from the cabinet and made 2 cups with the cheap tea from the hotel. Nanman Pei looked at him for a while and asked curiously, You drank so much. Aren't you drunk? Qinzhe waved his hand. Drunk doesn't exist. I can even drink a bottle of white wine. Do you believe me? Nanman Pei sneered, Show off. Qinzhe grinned. Nanman Pei sipped his tea and frowned slightly. For someone who loved tea, it was hard for him to swallow inferior tea. Spend more time with them tomorrow. Remember to perform well during the meal. It's easy to get familiar with one's social network. Even if you can't make friends with them, you should at least be able to get acquainted with them. If you have any problems, you should be able to find a way to deal with them. Of course, it's up to you how far you can run it. Your brother-in-law is quite satisfied with me. If it's a small matter, don't look for him. If it's a big matter, don't look for him. What's the use of you befriending my brother-in-law? Nanman Pei snapped. What he said made sense. They couldn't possibly go to him every time they encountered some trivial matters. After all, he was a big shot who dealt with thousands of things every day. Therefore, Nanman Pei's intention was to make friends with people who were powerful but not so prominent. Chen Qingyuan's father is quite fond of me, Qinzhe said. Do you really want to be his son-in-law? Nanman Pei had a half-smile on her face. Of course not. I'm a loyal person. Qinzhe finished speaking and saw Nanman Pei's hand tighten around the cup. The disposable cup was deformed by her grip. He quickly corrected himself, 3rd class. It wouldn't be fun if she splashed hot water on him. His somewhat handsome face would be ruined. He really didn't have the right to say the word 3rd class in front of Nanman Pei. Nanman Pei was stunned at first. Then, with a strange expression, she raised her eyebrows and said, 3rd class? She remembered that except for a nominal girlfriend, Wang Zijin, and a real girlfriend, Su Yu, Qinzhe had no ambiguous relationship with that woman. Although she and Qinzhe didn't have much interaction in life, she was confident that she still knew and was familiar with Qinzhe because Su Yu would tell her everything. She was so detailed that she complained to her that Qin Zai's needs were getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't handle it alone. She would say this kind of thing. Then why was it third class? Nan Man Pei thought about it and realized that something was wrong. If Qin Zai had a special intersection with any woman in his life, she might be one of them. She seemed to have shares in all the industries under the name of the little red guy. He also helped her to fight against her ex-husband. So, has this guy been coveting me? Otherwise, why did the little red guy's face change slightly? Nan Man Pei's face darkened. She wanted to curse him 1,000 times in her heart. Qin Zai's face changed slightly. He felt that he had said something wrong. In a moment of carelessness, he had included the wailing monster at home. It was a technical mistake. Just kidding. I don't like second class. I prefer third class. Qin Zai casually said, if you can't win the third class, 3 lives, 3 days and 2 sleeps, 1 day and 3 days, Nan Man Pei was stunned. What do you mean by no more than 3? Qin Zai, you can't win the third class. Maybe I drank too much and spoke too much. However, it's difficult to integrate into their small circle. Qin Zai sighed with a serious face. I was inexplicably insulted by a guy today. The one who competed with you in drinking? Nan Man Pei smiled. Yes, fortunately, I have some skills. He couldn't beat me in drinking. Qin Zai was proud. If he didn't have some skills, how could he be the successor of communism? Nan Man Pei showed a sly smile. That man is called Zhang Yihang, from Nanjing. The old lady was going to introduce him to me. He may think that we have something to do with each other, so he made things difficult for you. I didn't expect him to fall. It saved me a lot of trouble. Qin Zai said angrily, that's it? Insulting me? Nan Man Pei took a sip of tea and said leisurely, isn't it enough? If a man hooked up with Su Yu, would you insult him? Her family arranged a blind date for him, although Su Yu and he didn't know each other, would you insult him? Qin Zai was speechless. Of course, I'll fight back. I'll kill him. Sister Man was really a woman with great wisdom. With a simple sentence, she stabilized the brainless supporting role in the mouth of countless haters. If someone hooked up with Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao, and Qin Zai would definitely insult them. If I met the host of the cheating system, then I may become a brainless supporting role. I hope there are no cheats in the world. I know he's from Nanjing, so I insulted him. Anyway, I'm in Shanghai, and he's in Nanjing. Well, water doesn't interfere with river water. Qin Zai said. Even if he did, you're a son-in-law of the Wang family. Are you afraid of him? Nan Man Pei said angrily. Actually, I'm a fake son-in-law. Qin Zai mumbled. Why do you say that? Nan Man Pei looked at him curiously. Qin Zai's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. The Wang family doesn't like me very much. Although they didn't say anything to me, I can feel the Wang family's cold attitude. Maybe it's because I'm a commoner whose ancestors have been bumpkins for 8 generations, so I'm not suitable for them. Nan Man Pei analyzed, they didn't mock you in front of you, maybe it's because of their family upbringing and self-restraint. But they didn't make things difficult for you behind your back and didn't find a chance to make you retreat. It means that the Wang family doesn't completely reject you. They probably feel that you need to wait and see for a while. As long as you develop wretchedly and don't act recklessly, it won't be difficult. Qin Zai was puzzled. Big sister man, why aren't you gloating? Nan Man Pei said lightly, I can't interfere with whether Su Yu can be with you or not. She's quite content now, knowing that you won't abandon her. If you have feelings, the marriage certificate isn't important. If you don't have feelings, the marriage certificate is just a decoration. I feel that you're better than my brother-in-law. Qin Zai was silent. Nan Man Pei egged him on, don't you want to hear about the Li family's gossip? Don't you want to know why Ziki and Dong Lai are so prejudiced against their father? Qin Zhe shook his head. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm too lazy to worry about other people's trivial matters. My own feelings are a mess. By the way, how's the acquisition of your VR equipment factory going? Nan Man Pei asked. Looking at his face, Nan Man Pei knew what was going on. Do you know that the industry is difficult? Do you have a feeling that you don't know where to start? Nan Man Pei said in a vengeful tone, sure enough, you can't do anything without hair on your mouth. I wasted 100 million. Qin Zhe was not convinced and retorted, I don't have hair on my mouth, but I have hair down there. I'm much older. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows and kicked him hard. I gave you face, didn't I? Nan Man Pei said coldly, do I look like an old woman who's easy to bully? Qin Zhe, Omega winky face flirtatious words are a disease that needs to be corrected. Qin Zhe rubbed his calf and looked at Nan Man Pei's women's leather shoes. It hurts so damn much. He actually had a little plan in mind when he gave the task of acquiring the factory to his uncle. Or rather, a little scheme. As for what kind of scheme, he couldn't tell Nan Man Pei. Next door, in Li Donglai's room. Chen Qingyuan had just been summoned away by her father, leaving only the siblings in the room. Pei Ziki wore a pair of hot pants and sat cross-legged on the bed with her fair and tender legs. Li Donglai sat at the desk and smoked. Pei Ziki said angrily, Li Donglai, can you stop smoking? Li Donglai rolled his eyes. Why can't I smoke in my room? Auntie already said that smoking is fine as long as it's controlled. Besides, I'm already an adult, not a minor like you. It's fine even if I have a girlfriend, but you haven't even graduated from high school. How dare you have a boyfriend? Auntie will break your legs. Pei Ziki laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. You want a girlfriend, you dummy. Li Donglai was furious. Who are you calling a dummy? Do you believe that I'll beat you up? Pei Ziki raised her small face. Come on, whoever doesn't dare is a dog. Li Donglai chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. If I'm a dog, then you're a little bitch. Pei Ziki was choked speechless. She was sad and angry. Ever since Qin Zhe came, she couldn't win an argument against Li Donglai. The old Li Donglai was stunned and didn't dare to say vulgar words for fear of being beaten up by Auntie. He had always been at a disadvantage when it came to arguing. Now, Li Donglai was really good at arguing. His words were like needles, and he didn't use any dirty words when scolding people. It was as if someone had opened the door to a new world for him. Pei Ziki jumped off the bed and kicked Li Donglai with her bare feet. Li Donglai let her kick him. At most, he just rolled his eyes. In this respect, he was more gentlemanly than Qin Zhe. If it were Qin Zhe, he wouldn't say a word. He would first hit his sister with the stone-smashing hand, and then ride her. Qin Bao Bao was like a plump mermaid, struggling under her brother's crotch. But her brother had the sea-stabilizing needle. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any waves. Seeing that his sister's anger had subsided after kicking him, Li Donglai threw himself on the bed, muted the TV, pricked up his ears, and listened for a while. Then he ran to the balcony and looked next door with a puzzled face. Auntie didn't beat Qin Gu. She must have tolerated him for a long time. I once overheard her talking to Auntie Suyu on the phone. Auntie said, that guy is asking for a beating. I've tolerated him for a long time. If it weren't for your face, I would have beaten him to death. Pei Ziki was shocked. Qin Zhe and Auntie Suyu. Chapter 546. You don't know? Li Donglai laughed and said, look at your long hair and short knowledge, my silly sister. Pei Ziki gritted her teeth and said, you say it clearly. She also tolerated Li Donglai for a long time. He said a few words and then he would be eccentric, or there were hidden needles in his words, or his mouth was flowery. People couldn't help but want to beat him. It was all learned from Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki secretly thought. The good-for-nothing Li Donglai, trying to build himself into Qin Zhe. Whether a boy or a girl, it was worth celebrating to meet a good role model in adolescence that was worth imitating and learning. Unfortunately, Pei Ziki felt that the way he imitated was a bit off. He imitated Qin Zhe's flowery mouth and occasionally cheap bad habits vividly, but he imitated Qin Zhe's talent and ability. For example, some time ago, her aunt urged Li Donglai to study. She bought a lot of university textbooks and asked him to read a textbook in half a month. She wanted to check the content. As a result, Li Donglai finished reading in a week. Nan Man Pei said with relief and surprise, "So fast?" Li Donglai was arrogant at that time, with his nose in the air, and a very manly tone. Qin Gu said that if a man is not happy, how can there be a happy life? The beating was miserable. From the living room to the room, the whole villa echoed with Li Donglai's wailing. Pei Ziki could remember, the number of times her aunt beat her brother like this can be counted with one hand. The most recent time was in junior high school. Under the instigation of his bad friends, he lifted the skirt of the female head teacher. In those years, Li Donglai was a rebellious young man who was undisciplined and sulking at his father. He was a rebellious young man who was willing to degenerate. Li Donglai didn't know his sister's rich inner drama. He reviewed his dark history and said, Aunt Suyu used to work in her own family's investment company. Later, she went out with Qin Gu to set up her own company. The relationship between the two of them was unusual. Suyu used to ask his aunt out to play every weekend. Now his aunt spent more time at home on weekends, which meant that someone occupied Suyu's aunt's weekend time. Coupled with auntie's phone call, even a fool can figure it out. I've already told you that Qin Gu isn't interested in a silly girl like Chen Qingyuan. He's only interested in mature big sisters. Chen Qingyuan doesn't stand a chance. When she grows up to be a mature lady, Qin Gu might even have a child. Pei Ziki's expression kept changing. If Qin Zhe really got together with Suyu, then Chen Qingyuan would have no hope at all. Although Chen Qingyuan was very beautiful, Suyu was more delicate and mature. Even Pei Ziki was envious of her long legs. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan is just an ordinary high school student. Her studies are not bad. Suyu is an overseas returnee. She is a strong woman who manages a company. There is no comparison at all. It's GG. Auntie is soft-hearted? Li Donglai muttered, I still want to see Qin Gu get beaten up. Pei Ziki stared at him and curled her lips. Auntie can't beat Qin Zhe. No. Li Donglai looked at her in surprise. You don't know how good our auntie is. As the closest relatives, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki have heard about Nan Man Pei's background. Because that's also their mother's background, Nan Man Pei won't hide it. Li Donglai has seen Nan Man Pei's skills with his own eyes. Nan Man Pei has a fighting club under her name, which teaches taekwondo, sanda, and other training classes. Li Donglai once went to play with her and saw with his own eyes that in a competition, his auntie beat the 3 coaches in the club. They were all coaches who had learned a few skills. One of them could beat several ordinary people. Li Donglai's young heart was suddenly shocked. He vowed to learn a lot of skills like his auntie, laugh proudly on campus, and be chivalrous. But his auntie didn't allow it. This was the reason why he had been beaten into submission by Qin Zhe. He wanted to learn a few skills from Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe did teach him a few skills. Li Donglai can usually beat 2 or 3 people of the same age. When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Li Donglai didn't believe it. Although Qin Gu is very powerful, he can't compare with his auntie, the goddess of war, in his heart. Pei Ziki laughed and said, You don't know this? My stupid brother, your knowledge is as short as your hair. Li Donglai, after Pei Ziki retorted, she said proudly, it was my birthday. You were drunk and unconscious, and Qin carried you back to your room. I asked him to go upstairs to help Auntie put away the clothes while I lay on the sofa and fell asleep. When Auntie came back, I went upstairs. Not long after, I heard banging sounds. I went upstairs to take a look. They were fighting fiercely. Auntie's skirt was torn apart, and he was wantonly humiliating her on the sofa. Wantonly humiliating her? Are you sure it's wantonly humiliating? Li Donglai was shocked. Of course. Pei Ziki recalled the scene that night and blushed slightly. She gestured with her hands. He pressed Auntie down on the sofa like this and even carried one of Auntie's legs. Auntie's skirt was torn and exposed. But Auntie couldn't beat him and could only endure his defilement. Defilement? Li Donglai, degree, your rhetorical skills are really climax after climax. I saw Auntie being bullied, so I rushed up to help. I scratched and bit. Pei Ziki said hatefully, Auntie said it was a competition, but I think Qin took the opportunity to take advantage of Auntie. Otherwise, why would he carry Auntie's leg? He could have just beaten Auntie to the ground. Li Donglai was shocked. Auntie really lost? Pei Ziki nodded. Oh my, so Qin had held back when he taught me. After waiting for another half an hour, Nan Man Pei still hadn't come. Pei Ziki felt sleepy and yawned. Why isn't Auntie out yet? I want to go back to sleep, Pei Ziki said. Li Donglai hesitated. Why don't you sleep here? I'm not sleepy. I can still wait. After Auntie comes out, I'll sleep in your room. Pei Ziki thought for a while and nodded. She lifted the blanket and crawled under it, curling up into a small ball. By the way, do you like Qin? Li Donglai asked inexplicably. Pei Ziki was stunned and said, do you want to die? Li Donglai lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Looking at the smoke rising slowly in the light, his eyes were in a trance. Actually, I like him. Qin is handsome and has no lack of ability and talent. Isn't he the Prince Charming in a girl's heart? Just like Chen Xingyuan, you can't help but like him. Speaking of which, you and Qin met earlier than her. Oh, I'm not an albino scientist. All albino scientists in the world deserve to die. I don't believe that you really don't care about him. It's because of your disdain that I understand that you might like him. It's no big deal. Who doesn't look forward to a certain big brother or big sister in adolescence? I also look forward to Auntie Suyu. I want to marry a beautiful and cold wife like her in the future. But I know that it's just a longing. But don't fall so deep like Chen Xingyuan. I don't like her because her love is too humble. The last time we worked together to check the box office of A Journey to the West, when I came out of the toilet, I saw her crying on the sink outside, crying miserably. She's stubborn. She's stubborn when she's angry with her parents. She's also stubborn when she likes Qin. But liking a person is uncontrollable. Not liking a person is also uncontrollable. You can't think that Qin is heartless and indifferent just because he doesn't like her. Qin has already made it very clear to her, but she's like a moth to the flame. Who's to blame for crying so miserably? Li Donglai sighed faintly, but I don't want you to cry so miserably. You're my sister. I'd rather you betray others than let others betray you. Pei Ziki looked at him blankly. Li Donglai said, do you think Qin is poisonous? Why do all the little girls like him so much? I'm not as handsome as him, not as talented as him, not as smart as him, not as good as him, not as good as him in singing, not as good as him in earning money, not as strong as him in aura, not as good as him in fighting. Besides these, what's the difference between me and him? Where am I inferior to him? But I'm still a virgin. Damn it, what do I need this iron bar for? Psycho. Pei Ziki lifted the quilt and covered her head. She said with a slightly choked voice, who likes him? I won't like him. The room was completely quiet. Li Donglai was alone in a daze. Listening to Pei Ziqi's slight snoring, his thoughts drifted. In the luxurious parent-child room at the end of the corridor, the family of 3 should be asleep at this time. He imagined the scene inside. The naughty child, who was always looking for trouble, was sleeping happily. The stepmother, who had always disliked him and his sister, was gently patting his son's back. Beside him was his dignified and silent father, who was leaning on the bed, reading magazines or government news. His mother passed away when he was in primary school. His father remarried half a year later. It was a shotgun marriage. Because of this, Li Donglai could not forgive his father. His father said that it was for the good of you and Ziqi. You are too young and cannot live without your mother's care. Li Donglai said loudly at that time, you are fickle, and you might even have an affair. Otherwise, what's with the bastard in that woman's belly? You scum. His father slapped him on the spot. His aunt said that his father cheated his mother. His mother abandoned her huge family business and followed him to Shanghai. She was unfamiliar with the place and people, and they almost broke up. His mother loved him so much, but what did he do? Did he lack women? Couldn't he live without women? How long had it been since his mother passed away? Half a year later, that woman was already 3 months pregnant. Therefore, after his stepmother married into the family, Li Donglai made all kinds of trouble and looked for trouble. Looking at her wronged appearance, he was proud, like a little lion defending its territory. He was angry with his father in this way. But after so many years, he was just constantly exhausting his father and grandmother's patience. Over the years, Li Donglai had come to understand that this woman was really a scheming bitch. She was not like other stepmothers who were harsh with their words and even abused their stepson and stepdaughter. She had created the image of a weak stepmother for herself and silently endured the difficulties and willfulness of her stepson. She even never spoke ill of Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai. But after her son was born and gradually grew up, the little brat gradually found trouble to take revenge on Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi. Whether he was at a disadvantage or not, he would cry in the end. His father looked on coldly. He did not care about his younger son's bad deeds, nor did he care about his elder son beating his younger son. In the end, Li Donglai or Pei Ziqi would definitely be scolded by his grandmother. In a family, if the elder bullied the younger, no matter what the reason was, the parents would definitely scold the elder. Because you were the elder brother and the elder sister, you had to act like an elder brother and an elder sister. Li Donglai did not hate his stepmother, only disdain. He and Pei Ziqi were not born by a woman. No stepmother would like to make things difficult for her stepson. She was not a saint. He just could not forgive his father. In this world, there were 2 kinds of knots that were the most difficult to untie. The knots between father and son. The knots between lovers. Although he and Pei Ziqi often quarreled and bickered, and both of them were very angry, their relationship was actually very good. Just like when he was beaten like a dog at the KTV, Pei Ziqi would scream and be the first to rush up. And if Pei Ziqi was hurt, he would fight with the other party without caring about anything. In a pretentious way of saying, this world is very cold, we hug each other for warmth. Chapter 547. In a secluded part of the forest park. Nan Man Pei said in a cool and pleasant voice, Qin Zhe, I don't want you to wear a condom. Qin Zhe said in a distressed tone, No, Sister Man. It's safe to wear a condom. If I don't, I'll die. Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves and scattered spots of light on the ground. Nan Man Pei wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, Don't wear a condom. It's not exciting. Qin Zhe said firmly, No, it's too exciting. If I don't wear one, I won't last a minute. Nan Man Pei sneered, You promised me that you'd listen to everything I say. I don't want you to wear a condom. Qin Zhe refused, If you don't let me wear one, I won't stab you. Nan Man Pei hit him and said angrily, "Do you men talk like farts?" Qin Zhe was silent. He had to wear a condom for this kind of thing. Otherwise, someone would die. He didn't want to die so early. His sister wouldn't agree. Sister Ziwei wouldn't agree. His little Teddy wouldn't agree either. Nan Man Pei said disdainfully, "Useless. Coward." The park staff looked at them in confusion and said unhappily, "Do you two need help? If you want to argue, don't disturb our work." 20 to 30 meters in front of them, between the green branches of a tall tree, there was a hornet's nest. Recently, a tourist had been stung by a hornet in the forest park. The park staff investigated and found the hornet's nest here. This thing was very harmful and aggressive. Moreover, a sting could cause a person to feel pain for half a day. The emergency response was to apply soap water. Because the wasp's venom was acidic, alkaline soap water could neutralize the venom and reduce the pain. Qin Zhe said angrily, "You're not the one doing it. Don't be sarcastic." Coincidentally, Qin Zhe, Pei Nan Man, and the others who were passing by saw this scene. Nan Man Pei pointed at the hornet's nest and said, "If you stab it down, this old woman will forget about what happened last night. Poking a hornet's nest or sinking into the Huangpu River, you choose." Qin Zhe patted his chest and said no problem, so easy. Nan Man Pei did not insist. He watched as Qin Zhe put on cotton gloves, a hood with a cotton net hanging down, and a military coat with the help of the staff. Then, he carried the ladder and walked valiantly towards Hornet's Nest. Nan Man Pei was not only accompanied by Pei Ziqi, Li Donglai and his sister, Chen Qingyuan, but also Zhang Yihang. They had just parted ways with their elders. After all, it was not fun to wander around the forest park with the elders. Young people preferred to play by themselves. Nan Man Pei was forcefully pushed out by old Madam Li. Mrs. Li said, "You young people should play together and improve your relationship." Nan Man Pei could not refuse, so he played alone with a group of juniors and brought Qin Zhe along. Qin Zhe was having a good time with a group of big shots. He was not reserved at all. After all, he was a young man who had talked to old Master Wang and said flirtatious words. This kind of scene could definitely be handled. Salted Fish Zhe was no longer the salted fish he used to be. In the past year, he had cultivated unparalleled confidence. No one said that his temperament was not worthy of his handsomeness. He was like a person who played games with cheats. He was not afraid of anyone. Zhang Yihang was of average height, but he was very burly and had a valiant temperament. However, his slightly pale face ruined his masculine image. Zhang Yihang accompanied Nan Man Pei and looked at Qin Zhe's back. He smiled and said, "This young man is very interesting." Nan Man Pei replied politely, "Yes, he can drink better." Zhang Yihang suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he woke up this morning, his head was so painful that it felt like it was going to split open. It took him a long time to remember who he was and why he was sleeping in a hotel. He recalled last night. He choked on a glass of erguotu and cried. It was all because of this young man. When he woke up this morning and had breakfast in the hotel, he found a few people who sat at the same table as him last night and asked them a few questions. He was right. Nan Man Pei had a special relationship with this young man. As for the extent of their relationship, he knew better than those guys. His old man had a good relationship with Li Jianya. This time, he came to Shanghai for a blind date. Old Madam Li took the lead. At that time, she sent a photo of Nan Man Pei a few years ago. Zhang Yihang liked him at first glance. Even though he knew that he was divorced, he did not mind at all. In this day and age, it really did not matter whether he was divorced or not. Which young people nowadays did not have a few exes? What was the difference between getting married and doing all the things that a married couple should do? Zhang Yihang was divorced himself. He had a son who was not in primary school yet. After the divorce, he lived with him. Therefore, he did not care whether Nan Man Pei could bear children or not. In fact, he even felt relieved. If she did not have children, even if she was a stepmother, she would not be too bad to her stepson. When he saw Nan Man Pei last night, Zhang Yihang was stunned by her. She was more beautiful and mature than in the photo. She had a unique temperament. This kind of woman was not an ordinary pretty girl from a humble family. Only this kind of woman was worthy of his family background. At his level, he needed a woman with a strong aura to set him off. If he married a pretty girl who was shy and self-abased wherever she went, it would be embarrassing no matter how beautiful she was. Probably because of old Madame Li, Nan Man Pei was always very polite to him. She smiled a lot, but there was a faint sense of alienation. It did not seem like she was going for a blind date. Zhang Yihang thought for a long time. When he heard the conversation just now, he felt that it might be because of that young man. Just then, something happened in front of him. Qin Zhe finally reached the top of the ladder and reached the hornet's nest. But when he took the hornet's nest, perhaps because his gloves were too thick, he used too much strength. Pei Nanman and the group of people not far away could only watch helplessly as the hornet's nest was crushed by Qin Zhe's hand. The hornet's nest was made of mud, so it was fragile. In an instant, it splashed Qin Zhe's face. He had poked the hornet's nest. He felt that this figure of speech was weird. In the blink of an eye, the hornet's nest was boiling and buzzing. Qin Zhe screamed and jumped down from the 2-meter-high ladder. He covered his head and ran toward Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei's expression changed. The staff not far away cursed, "What the F***ck," and ran away. The enemy would arrive in 5 seconds. If they did not run, they would not be crushed. Pei Ziki and the other young men and women were scared out of their wits. They screamed and ran in all directions. Zhang Yihang thought to himself, "It's time for me to show off." He grabbed Nan Man Pei's hand and said manfully, "Run with me." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. He did not manage to hold her hand. In his line of sight, he saw Pei Nanman galloping away, her low-heeled shoes clicking loudly. She was fast. Was this woman a sprinter in the past? The thought rose in Zhang Yihang's mind. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound. A hornet landed on his head, and then he felt a stinging pain on his scalp. The enemy was here. If he did not run, he would be crushed. Zhang Yihang covered his head and caught up with Nan Man Pei. 10 minutes later, a group of people stood or sat in the pavilion outside the racecourse. They looked scared. The park staff brought soap water. Not many people were stung by the hornet's nest, but Qin Zhe was one of them. The rest were 2 young men, a girl, the previous staff, and Zhang Yihang. The staff wanted to curse, but he knew that this group of people was not ordinary, so he held back. "Why did you join in the fun? Was it fun?" "It was not fun at all. My head is hurting." Qin Zhe sat in the pavilion and took off his short-sleeved shirt. His well-proportioned body attracted the attention of the girls. They kept looking in and out of his body. There was a big bump on his left chest. It did not look very harmonious. Chen Qingyuan stood at the side. Her heart ached. She wished that the hornet had stung her own chest. Chen Qingyuan was supposed to help her sweetheart apply soap water, but Nan Man Pei beat her to it. She was very unhappy, but she did not dare to say anything. Aunt Pei was an adult. How could she not know how to behave? How could she touch a man's chest so casually? Nan Man Pei helped him apply the soap water. "Does it still hurt?" Qin Zhe was flattered. "Much better." Nan Man Pei frowned. "Why is it so swollen?" Wild hornets were very venomous. Although he was wearing a military coat, there were still gaps. Hornets were more terrifying than eels. They could enter any opening. When Qin Zhe was escaping, the hornet had entered his body. He only managed to kill it when he escaped to the pavilion. During this period of time, the hornet had injected Qin Zhe crazily. The injection volume was very scary. Otherwise, why would there be such a big bump? Pei Ziki mocked. Your chest looks like a woman's. Qin Zhe looked at her and retorted. Do you feel inferior? Your chest looks like a man's. Pei Ziki was furious. She kicked her little leg. Qin Zhe blocked it with his leg. The brat staggered and almost fell. Auntie, he bullied me. Auntie, he bullied me. Nan Man Pei glared at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe grinned and touched the bump on his left chest. It still hurt a little. Was the hornet's venom so strong? He glanced at his crotch. I suddenly had a bold idea. No, 18 centimeters is scary enough. This idea is still very immature and can't be implemented. Otherwise, Suyu will cry. Qin Zhe saw the staff with a bitter look. He walked to the edge of the pavilion, sat on the steps, and handed him a cigarette. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Although I'm Heiai's king, I'm not an all-around player, and I occasionally make mistakes. The staff was very young, in his 20s, and he said insincerely. I understand, I'm just playing with my girlfriend. Nan Man Pei is very well maintained. She is mature and beautiful, fashionable and young. You can't see that she is 30 years old. In fact, a woman in her 30s is the most beautiful stage in her life. The most attractive age in a woman's life is 6 to 10 years old, 25 to 35 years old. Otherwise, how can there be two camps of lolicon and big sis? Young women are beautiful, but they are not seductive. In this world, only lolicon and big sis are eternal. Things like siscon are crooked. After a few simple words, the staff found that Qin Zhe was very gentle and easy to get along with, without the attitude of a big star. He had long since recognized Qin Zhe's identity. He was slightly agitated, cross it out and start over. But he didn't chase stars, so he didn't show too much fuss. Unless his sister is Qin Bao Bao, he will be very excited to ask for an autograph, and then show off in his circle of friends that he got the signature of the goddess. Maybe he will take a photo or something. Everyone is a man. What is there to be excited about? The same world, the same dream. The same gender, the same JJ. Qin Zhe said helplessly, yes, don't look at her very serious, occasionally she is not serious, I mean more willful. The staff smoked gloomily, but I'm unlucky. I'll be scolded by the manager later, and my head will be blue. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up, Sichuan lewd? Yes. I always like the Sichuan version of Mandarin. I think it's very Western. What's so Western about it? It's really Western. It's the first time I heard the effect of a talk show in Mandarin. Brother, what's your surname? Perhaps he felt that Qin Zhe was too down to earth. The staff threw him a little wink and laughed. The north wind blows, the autumn wind is cold. Whose wife is staying in an empty room? If you have trouble, I'll help. I live next door, my surname is Wang. Qin Zhe laughed. The staff also laughed. Qin Zhe lightly slapped his scalp, speak properly. I don't live next door, but my wife's surname is Wang. Chapter 548. Zhang Yiheng frowned. There was a big bump on his head and a bite on his neck. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that he had suffered an unexpected misfortune. If not for this rascal's naughtiness and insistence on poking the hornet's nest, such a terrible thing would not have happened. The hateful thing was that he only had a bump on his chest. If it had been a woman, she might have been happy for a while. She did not need to spend money on treatment and was confident of being a woman. Why did he get stung on the head? Why did he have a horn on his head? Zhang Yiheng was full of anger. He said unhappily, if you have time to chat, think about how to deal with the hornet's nest. Qin Zhe replied, the park staff has already done it. The staff member surnamed Wang nodded. My colleague will do it. Qinze shrugged. That's right. By the way, can you teach me some Sichuan Mandarin? I'll go home and tease my sister. She'll definitely laugh like a mantis shrimp. It's so cute. When old Wang heard this, he was also interested. Sure, what do you want to translate? Qinze said, I'll kill you with one punch. Old Wang was speechless. How am I supposed to translate this? Where are the people from Sichuan? Give me some pointers. Zhang Yihang hated two kinds of people the most in his life. 1. Self-righteous people who felt that they were invincible just because they had some small achievements. They looked down on everything and looked up at the sky. 2. People who commented all day long, the first post makes sense, the first post is the truth, the first post is so F*** correct, and then the number of comments was ridiculously high. He had painstakingly climbed to the first post, but the first post did not even say anything. His mentality exploded. Qinze was the former. After earning some money, he felt that he was the most powerful person in the world. In fact, he knew nothing about power. Moreover, Qinze had an ambiguous relationship with the woman he had taken a fancy to. Nan Man Pei did not even soap him. He only did it for Qinze. He even had to show off when he was wiping soap. If I threw a piece of soap, would you dare to pick it up? Zhang Yihang said sarcastically, if you don't have any skills, then don't do unnecessary things. You don't even know how to poke a hornet's nest. If you cause others to be stung by a hornet, don't you know how to apologize? Qinze scratched his head. Didn't I say that? Hey, didn't I apologize to you guys? The boys and girls replied, he did. They are all my men. Qinze shrugged at Zhang Yihang. He did. Zhang Yihang was furious. He could see that Qinze was deliberately looking for trouble. He was the only one who didn't apologize to him. He was clearly looking down on him. Understood. Sure enough, he had an unusual relationship with Nan Man Pei. This kind of person, who always went against him, was the legendary brain-dead villain. Watch me find a chance to smack him in the face. You're just a kid with no background and no power. What are you trying to do with me? Let you understand the horror of the world in minutes. Li Donglai interrupted, Qin Gu is good at martial arts. He's doomed this time. Amazing skills? Zhang Yihang snorted. His laughter was full of disdain. He didn't hide his disdain. Qinze said, it's my fault. It's so hot today. How about I buy some oranges for Brother Zhang as an apology? All of a sudden, she became sensible. Zhang Yihang was stunned for a moment. Old Wang snorted. His laughter did not stop, and scattered laughter followed closely behind. The few little fellows could not hold it in and laughed out loud as well. Only Nan Man Pei and Zhang Yihang were a little confused. What was so funny? Kids these days really didn't understand. Although they didn't understand what was so funny about buying oranges, there was definitely a hidden meaning. Zhang Yihang's face darkened. He felt that his intelligence was insulted and he was being played like a monkey. However, Nan Man Pei was sitting next to him. He couldn't act too ignorant. In his mind, he sent Qinze to the death row and prepared to execute him after autumn. So boring. Chen Qingyuan walked lightly like a deer and came to Qinze's side. Qin Gu, let's go horseback riding. There were many fun things in the forest park, such as horseback riding, go-karting, kayaking, Easter egg shooting, and so on. There were also many scenic areas. Qinze turned to look at her. The deer was very beautiful, and it didn't have its hair done. Qinze had never ridden a horse before. He felt that he could give it a try and was about to nod. Su Jian, let's practice. Li Donglai suddenly pushed a boy next to him. It was a boy wearing glasses. He shook his head. No. Li Donglai sneered. Trash, I'll only use one hand. Do you dare? He was so aggressive that the boy's face turned ugly. Li Donglai, do you want to hit people again? You're so annoying. You never stop. The boys and girls were either persuading or complaining. Nan Man Pei frowned. Donglai. Li Donglai didn't care. He straightened his neck. Coward, are you coming or not? The boy wearing glasses didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Yihang for help. The Zhang family was not only close to the Li family, but also had many allies in Shanghai. The boy wearing glasses' uncle and Zhang Yihang's father were comrades. That was why Zhang Yihang could mingle in the Li family's circle of friends. Seeing this, Zhang Yihang smiled and came forward to warm up the atmosphere. Speak nicely. You are all friends, right? Li Donglai retorted. It's none of your business. This was awkward. Li Donglai didn't give up. The boy wearing glasses didn't dare to practice with him. Li Donglai was famous for being a troublemaker. He was especially good at fighting. Zhang Yihang looked at Nan Man Pei. She was unhappy. She was worried that the naughty boy was hard to take care of. In fact, Nan Man Pei didn't want to beat Li Donglai because there were outsiders present. It was like when a child was disobedient outside, the parents would at most scold them. They would rarely beat the child in front of outsiders. Well, if you want to practice, I'll come with you. Zhang Yihang said. I've practiced before. Li Donglai ignored him. Zhang Yihang laughed. Forget it. I don't bully children. Li Donglai couldn't stand provocation. He glanced at the disdain in Zhang Yihang's eyes and nodded. Okay. The two left the pavilion and confronted each other on the side of the road. Pei Ziki pulled Nan Man Pei's arm. Auntie, what's wrong with him? Nan Man Pei patted her hand. Don't mind him. He's itching for a beating. The boys and girls in the pavilion played the role of onlookers. They were excited to watch the show. If Li Donglai's provocation was seen as a fight, then this was pure entertainment. Li Donglai lowered his waist. This was the most basic horse stance that Qin Zhe had taught him. The first thing to do in a fight was to stabilize the lower body. Only when the stance was stable could the punch be stable. After he stabilized his lower body, he threw a straight punch at Zhang Yihang's chest. As Zhang Yihang dodged to the side, he grabbed Li Donglai's wrist and pulled. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Li Donglai staggered and was tripped by Zhang Yihang's outstretched leg. He fell flat on his face. Li Donglai was not convinced. He got up and fought again, but he was knocked down again after a few moves. It was a one-sided beating. The last time he fell, he was kicked in the stomach. Li Donglai couldn't get up for a while. Are you okay? Zhang Yihang's kick was a punishment for this brat's arrogance. He pretended to slip up and reached out to help him up. But a hand was faster than him. It helped Li Donglai up first. TSK, TSK. You've been slacking these days. Qin Zhe patted the dust off him. What's wrong? Li Donglai said softly, that little bastard said that my aunt's butt is big. It'll be great to touch it. Li Donglai overheard the conversation between the young man with glasses and one of his good buddies. He said that Li Donglai's aunt was beautiful. Her butt was big, and it would be great to touch it. Everyone had talked about the flirtatious words between young men. Everyone had commented on the beauties that they met by chance or by their side. It was normal. But if the families of the people involved heard it, it would be awkward. They would quarrel and fight. Li Donglai said angrily, this guy is so meddlesome. I really want to beat him up, but I can't beat him. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder and smiled at Zhang Yihang. Impressive. You've really practiced. Then, how about we spar a few times? The surprise came too quickly. It was like a tornado. Zhang Yiheng was excited. I've already put you on death row, and now you're jumping out on your own. Well, I'll take it as interest. That's not good. I don't know how to control my strength. Man, he said. He turned around and asked Nan Man Pei with an intimate tone and expression. Pei Nanman sat there calmly. Her face did not show the slightest hint of anxiousness. He even grinned at Zhang Yiheng. Zhang Yiheng breathed a sigh of relief. He confirmed one thing. The relationship between this young man and Nan Man Pei was not that good. Maybe they were just two friends who liked each other a little. They were more than friends, but not yet in love. Humph. I can fight 10 of them. Zhang Yiheng had joined the army before, and he was not a volunteer. The training he received was incomparable to that of a regular volunteer. Moreover, he was a troublemaker in high school. He used to follow Ho Longtao, the boss of his grade. In the words of the underworld, boss Ho Longtao was charismatic and loyal. He was a good boss. The 6 brothers under his command were all dauntless. They were invincible in the whole school. Zhang Yiheng was not outstanding back then. When he saw Boss Ho dominating the school, he thought enviously, when can I be as good as him? So he joined Boss Ho and became his henchman. As for now, he was still in the limelight, but Boss Ho was gone. It turned out that without a good father, one should not waste time in school. If one did not work hard when he was young, he would be a delivery boy when he grew up. Fighting had always been Zhang Yiheng's specialty. It was time to show off his real skills. Not far from the pavilion, a fashionably dressed girl was holding a selfie stick. The camera was aimed at the pavilion. On the screen of the phone was a live broadcast. The comments section was flooded with all kinds of gifts. Hey, Qin Zhe seems to be fighting with that guy. Let's not go over and secretly take pictures. The girl's sweet voice said, I have to go further away. Otherwise, he might rush up and smash my phone. Or I can pretend to be a tourist taking a selfie and sneak up. The girl looked at the screen. I've decided to risk my life to get closer. Can everyone send gifts? But when she saw the almost identical comments on the screen, she was stunned. Chapter 549. Yu, formerly known as Li Yu, was a professional female streamer. She was from Suzhou and came to Shanghai to study. She was currently studying at Donghua University and came from an average family. She had been a streamer for half a year and quickly became popular because of her good background. Now the number of viewers in her streaming room was around 50,000. She could barely be considered a popular streamer. Li Yu's singing voice was average, and because she was in university, she couldn't sing and dance in a special room like other female streamers. Now she could not only pay for her living expenses and tuition independently, but also had a large amount of savings. But she didn't dare to confess to her family. Although her father's love was like a mountain, her father would still beat her. She only said that she was working part-time. Li Yu was very grateful for the live streaming industry and the platform. She could eat, drink, and make money. Such an easy job was rare. The only thing better than this was being a civil servant. They were both civil servants, but being a programmer was much more difficult. Most of the time she was doing outdoor live streaming, running all over Shanghai, and occasionally switching to a food live streaming. Today was the weekend, so she took a car to the forest park for an outdoor live streaming. Just now, she had seen Qin Zhe in the pavilion, and she had also taken a picture of his naked body into the camera. For a whole 5 minutes, the gifts didn't stop, and the number of viewers in the streaming room also skyrocketed. The little bitches in the comments section muttered, "Thank you for the streamer's welfare, my husband is the most handsome." One must know that there were very few females in Yuyu's streaming room in the past. As a popular fried chicken, a top little fresh meat. Li Yu was very disgusted by people who said that Qin Zhe was a little fresh meat. She was also a fan of Qin Zhe. How could Qin Zhe be compared to those flirtatious bitches? He was not a little fresh meat, he was an old godfather, an existence that made people blush. At this time, Li Yu looked at the neatly organized comments in the comments section. It's over. The comments were more uniform than pickled cabbage. As a fan of Qin Zhe, she couldn't bear it and complained, "How is it over? Can you have some confidence in Qin Zhe?" The audience is laughing but not saying anything. This stupid streamer must have never seen Qin Bao Bao's live streaming. It's not Qin Zhe who's going to die. It's that guy who's going to die. Li Yu was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Can someone explain to me what's going on with Qin Bao Bao's live stream? Filming the live broadcast of the journey to the west, he's so good, he knocked someone down with one punch. Qin Zhe is really good. Through the messy replies in the comments section, Li Yu roughly knew the situation. During the filming of A Journey to the West, Qin Bao Bao played live broadcast. In that live broadcast, Qin Zhe also practiced with someone once and valiantly defeated him. Therefore, many fans knew that Qin Zhe knew a few fighting techniques. Was he that powerful? Is my idol trying to defy the heavens? Li Yu felt that Qin Zhe was like showing off. Once one was immersed in it, it was impossible to stop. For a man to be so outstanding, it was indeed like poison to a woman. Since evolving into the Sea Swamp King, Qin Zhe has become more and more imposing. The above was purely an illusion. It was as if he was using the sea swamp silk and was becoming more and more confident. When someone provoked him, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. Salted Fish Lake would not do that. Salted Fish Lake was more gentle and reserved. He did not like to be calculative with people. You could also take it as cowardice, but please do not expose him. Salted Fish Lake also wanted to save face. When his disciple was beaten up, as a master, he could not sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, the cohesion of the sect would be reduced. He did not think that Li Donglai's provocation was wrong. Was Sister Man's but something that ordinary people could touch? Tigers but was not to be touched. Never heard of it? Stupid system, come out. I want to ask you something. Qin Zhe summoned the system in his heart. The system ignored him. Sir System, I have something to ask. Qin Zhe rephrased his words. Nothing. The system responded. I want to beat him up now. Is there a mission? No. Huh. Why not? I have a psychological desire now. Did the host notice a phenomenon? Every mission is not guaranteed to be completed. The system said, missions that are guaranteed to be completed and missions that are impossible to be completed will not be triggered. Is that so? Nonsense. If you saw a pile of feces on the ground and suddenly wanted to step on it, the system would have to give you a mission. Points would be too easy to earn. Do you think I'm the stupid son of a landlord? That's an impossible mission. The system ignored him. Although he didn't manage to get the mission, Qin Zhe was actually relieved. What if he saw a pile of feces on the ground and did not want to step on it, but had a bold idea, such as tasting it? Ding, please eat 500 grams of hot feces. 100 points if successful. Corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Qin Zhe might become the first protagonist to level up by eating feces. Zhang Yiheng said, I joined the army after finishing high school. I received strict military training and am good at fighting and capturing. However, I don't know when to stop. You have to be careful. He said this so that when he beat up Qin Zhe later, he would have an excuse to explain. I started practicing martial arts when I was 8 years old. It has been 16 years since then. I am proficient in internal martial arts and external martial arts, Tai Chi push hand, Ba Ji Bang, 7 injuring fist, and the lost finger Zen. In addition, my Nigong Heart Sutra is the times are calling. Qin Zhe said in one breath, I know when to stop, so I won't beat the shit out of you. Zhang Yihang was stunned by his words. When he heard the last sentence, he realized that he had been taken advantage of by the other party. Internal martial arts and external martial arts did exist and were not fake. However, most of the so-called Chinese martial arts masters were scammers because they were already so old. What a joke. How could they still be called masters at such an old age? Didn't they know that martial arts were afraid of the young? This was the same principle as Jianghu folk remedies. Folk remedies were real, but 90% of them were fake. Therefore, when people heard folk remedies, they subconsciously thought that they were scammers. At the end of the day, this was due to the lack of supervision of the country, which led to the prevalence of scammers in the industry. If Qin Zhe had not mentioned the Nigong Heart Sutra, Zhang Yihang might have been alarmed. Don't think that I don't know what the times are calling is. Are you the successor of communism? Zhang Yihang felt disdain in his heart. He looked at Qin Zhe's fit body and guessed that he trained in the gym. Perhaps he had strength, but his skills and speed were definitely not as good as his. I have been hitting people with bricks since junior high. My actual combat experience was trained by Boss Ho. Qin Zhe did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Li Yu, who was not far away. He had seen this woman just now. She had been standing there secretly taking photos. It was a little annoying. There was a reason why celebrities hated paparazzi. It was not just because of privacy issues. When they were standing on the stage, they could take photos of them in any way they wanted. However, no one wanted a camera to be pointed at them in their daily life. This meant that they had to maintain their image at all times. They could not even pick their nose. Not to mention causing trouble when they were bored. Qin Zhe used to lie on the sofa and cause trouble when he was bored at home. He was scolded by his sister several times when she saw him. She said that it was unhygienic and unhealthy. It was understandable that his sister would think so. After all, there was a difference between men and women. It was legal for boys to cause trouble. They could cause trouble as much as they wanted. Otherwise, why would she say, "You troublemaker"? However, girls could not do that. After all, bacteria were pervasive. If a girl did that, what would it be called? Nua. Watch me mend the sky with one hand. Double-click 666. Qin Zhe was not very happy to be secretly photographed, but he could not rush over and ask them to delete it. After all, if he forced them to delete it, there would probably be negative news reports tomorrow. Therefore, being a celebrity was sometimes really tiring. It required a lot of effort. He is looking at me," Li Yu exclaimed. She was a little happy and a little nervous. Will he come over and smash my phone? At this time, Qin Zhe waved at her. Wow, is he waving at me? Li Yu looked around, but there was no one around. Should I go over? After I go over, how should I hand over the phone? Go, get close to the big boss. Host, go over quickly. Why are you in a daze? I want to see Qin Zhe's bare face. Go, focus the camera. The comment section was full of encouragement. The audience in the live broadcast room was more excited than she was. They sent her a wave of gifts and urged her to hurry over. Li Yu trotted over with excitement and nervousness. When she approached, Qin Zhe asked, "Are you filming?" After seeing the screen of the phone facing him, his smile suddenly became gentle and his tone became easygoing. You're broadcasting. He thought to himself, damn, you're broadcasting behind my back. Can I? Li Yu asked timidly, his eyes shining brightly. Yes. Qin Zhe said, are you a female host? Li Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, my name is Li Yu. I'm a small host on the Salted Fish broadcasting platform. Qin Zhe nodded and stopped her from filming. He smiled brightly and said, hello, everyone. He waved at the camera. The next moment, the comments in the comments section jumped and the screen was full of gifts. Li Yu's face was full of happiness. "Stand aside, I want to fight with my friends," Qin Zhe said. Li Yu stood obediently by the pavilion. When she saw Nan Man Pei, her eyes lit up. She immediately aimed the camera at the people in the pavilion and greeted them as if they were close friends. "Hello, everyone." No one paid attention to her. The teenagers glanced at her casually. "Hey." Li Yu awkwardly moved the camera away. The eyes of the people in the pavilion made her feel the gaze of the big boss. A lively and beautiful girl like her was popular everywhere, but obviously the people in the pavilion were not so enthusiastic. Li Yu glanced at the phone. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing the beautiful mature woman who had appeared for a moment. Some said that the two little girls were also very beautiful. Zhang Yihang was happy in his heart. "Oh, this little girl came at the right time. Isn't Qin Zhe a big star? Watch me beat him in the live broadcast." From a physical point of view, a man in his early 30s was the peak of his body. Teenagers and young people may be energetic, but their strength was not as good as his age. Then there was experience. Experience needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. How could Qin Zhe be the opponent of a veteran who had undergone strict training? The young boys and girls in the pavilion were watching with great interest. The female host of the Salted Fish broadcasting platform, Li Yu, held a selfie stick and looked forward to it. Qin Zhe nodded to Zhang Yihang, indicating that he could attack. He didn't lower his waist and his muscles were loose. His casual posture made Zhang Yihang raise his eyebrows. He ran a few steps, gathered his strength, and kicked toward Qin Zhe's lower abdomen. Qin Zhe still didn't move. His face was calm. If he stood with his hands behind his back, he would look like a master. When his foot was about to hit Qin Zhe's lower abdomen, Zhang Yihang's mouth revealed a smile. "This kick will make you spit out the wine you drank last night. Dementia." But at this moment, Qin Zhe was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He turned around to avoid the kick. At the same time, he exerted strength from his waist and swept his right leg. Qin Zhe's leg swept Zhang Yihang's waist. It was like a whip hitting a sandbag, making a muffled sound. Zhang Yihang, who weighed 160 kilograms, was instantly sent flying. Qin Zhe had used a lot of strength in his kick to send him flying. Otherwise, he would have fallen and been seriously injured. After all, he was a big shot who could break a bone porcelain cup with his bare hands. Zhang Yihang fell to the ground and curled up like a mantis shrimp. He first felt a suffocating pain, the kind that was really breathless. Then he felt a sharp pain in his left waist. "My kidney. My kidney." Chapter 550. There were no cheers or cheers. The young boys and girls in the pavilion were a little confused. Finished? Finished? Why was it completely different from the fierce battle that he had imagined, where you gave a left hook and I gave a right hook, where you gave a black tiger a heart and I gave a monkey a peach? People usually had a few rounds of boxing. Here, it was over with one kick. They knew that real fighting was very intense. There was no such thing as teleportation or dodging. But it was too fast. Everyone was a little confused. It seemed that those who were related to Qin Zhe were especially fast, all kinds of fast. Before you could get into the zone, he would be finished with a whoosh. However, the visual effect of this kick was very shocking. A tall and sturdy man was sent flying with a bang. Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes slightly. The layman enjoyed the show, but the expert saw the naked picture. What she saw was unparalleled strength and precise and ingenious control. This ingenuity was like aged wine. It could not be achieved without a few years of practice. This kid's strength increased again. That night, if it was Qin Zhe like this, Nan Man Pei knew that she would not be able to last more than 10 moves. She would be beaten until she cried and called for her father. Was he merciful at that time, or did his strength increase again? Nan Man Pei leaned towards the former. A person's fighting skills could be accumulated, but there was a limit to the growth of strength. How could he change so much in just a few months? He was not Long Outyin. Influenced by Qin Zhe, Nan Man Pei habitually muttered in her heart when she encountered unreasonable people or things. He was not Long Outyin. She had looked up Long Outyin on the internet. He was a novel protagonist who ignored all logic and reason. He was used to describe some inconceivable or absurd things. That was what the internet said. If you don't believe me, you can do it. Unknowingly, the phrase, drown you in the Huangpu River, had become her own arrogant words. Pei Nanman felt a sense of loss. Li Yu recovered from the shock and found that the live streaming room was in an uproar. The speed of the comments was like the bullet screen. When she looked at the gifts again, she realized that her sweetheart had received more gifts than the sum of the gifts she had received in half a month of live streaming. In the eyes of tens of thousands of viewers, through the live broadcast on their mobile phones, they saw the burly man fly up and kick Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't move at all. It was unknown how many female viewers screamed for Qin Zhe in front of their screens. Then, Qin Zhe turned around and swept his leg. His posture was handsome and his strength was fierce. Such a big man flew out like a sack. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's live broadcast on the set, this time sparring session was even more shocking and visually impactful. He was sent flying with a single kick. I think I've learned physics for nothing. It must be fake. It really doesn't make sense. If you say that it's possible to send someone flying with a kick, it's possible. However, sweeping someone away and kicking someone away are two completely different things. But that's the truth. This isn't a movie. Is a fast shooter a monster? This fast shooter is a bit rash. What's so strange about that? Didn't you see his muscles just now? Io, this old lady's maiden heart, I really want to lick it. Quick, shoot me. How is that man? Is he dead? The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a heated discussion. Qin Zhe reached out to help Zhang Yihang and pretended to be very concerned. Are you all right? Io, look at me. I accidentally missed. Zhang Yihang's face was pale. He ignored him and struggled to get up. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath. He had no time to care about what Nan Man Pei would think of him. He had to recover first. When Qin Zhe saw Li Yu coming over, he pretended to help him. Image was very important, especially for public figures. They must be great, glorious, and righteous. Otherwise, they would be easily patronized by God Hegemon. There were many dead anchors and stars who were killed because of their arrogance and lack of control. Li Yu cried, "Idol, you're so powerful." Qin Zhe smiled and faced the camera. Everyone, please call me Wu Dao Grand Master in the future. It's time to change my image. I'm just a fast shooter, let it go with the wind. Qin Zhe intended to take this opportunity to clear his name. Smart people always seize the opportunity to clear their names. It was so embarrassing to be called Wu Dao Grand Master all the time. The viewers in the live broadcast room responded, Wu Dao Grand Master. Wu Dao Grand Master. Wu Dao Grand Master, I love you. Qin Zhe was speechless. I'm so stupid. Why do I always have to be entangled with a nickname? Steady Aura. Steady Aura. The nickname Wu Dao Grand Master was quite naughty, so fans and onlookers liked to call Qin Zhe this way. They thought it was a teasing and a nickname. What kind of nickname was this? Wu Dao Grand Master, Prince Charming, and Little Fresh Meat were not as interesting as Wu Dao Grand Master. This was the psychology of the masses. For example, many stars liked to criticize themselves on Weibo, which could make fans laugh and like them. That was the reason. But Qin Zhe really didn't like this nickname. When he introduced himself in the future, he would say, "Hello, I'm Shi Ritian. What's your name?" "I'm Wu Dao Grand Master." Or, "Hello, I'm Qin Zhe." "Oh, I know you. Wu Dao Grand Master." Inexplicably, he was given such a title. It was all Qin Bao's fault. No matter how hard he slapped her, it wouldn't make up for his loss. He would definitely give her a good spanking when he got home. Nan Man Pei walked over and stretched out her hand. "Yiheng, are you okay?" Zhang Yiheng's expression was terrible. He shook his head, held Nan Man Pei's little hand, and got up. The left side of his waist hurt badly. He had the illusion that he was being cut in half. Nan Man Pei said apologetically, "I'm sorry," he didn't hold back. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Qin Zhe. The moment she said that, Zhang Yiheng was mesmerized. But the words she said made Zhang Yiheng break down. He doesn't hold back in all aspects. "I've been troubled." Zhang Yiheng was speechless. It seemed like she said nothing, but it also seemed like she said everything. The art of language was filled with imagination. Zhang Yiheng got up quietly, rubbed his waist, and forced a smile. "My clothes are dirty. I'll go back to the hotel to change. You guys have fun." Nan Man Pei nodded. "I'll call an electric car to pick you up." There was an electric car in the forest park that was similar to the ferry at the airport. After all, the park was very big. It was impossible to walk there. Zhang Yiheng waved his hand and left. For both parties, this blind date was undoubtedly a failure. Both of them were people of status. They didn't overdo it to save face. "Do you have a house?" "No." "Do you have a car?" "No." "Do you have more than $1 million in savings?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date?" "Are you a virgin?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date?" Only vulgar men and women would talk like this. They didn't hold back at all. Although these were the three essentials of a blind date, a car, a house, and money, one had to learn to hold back. In life, there were many things that could be said in a subtle way. This would not only show quality but also avoid conflict. For example, your wife gave you a green crown. Your father was furious. Your mother is seeking death. The grass in your grave is green. I invite your mother to go to Mount Wu together. The art of language was wonderful. Chen Qingyuan said, "Qin Gu, let's ride a horse." She glanced at Li Yu's mobile phone and hugged Qin Zhe's arm very schemingly. "Cameraman, quickly turn the camera over. I'll give you an extra drumstick tonight." Naive and sweet girls can't catch up with Prince Charming. If a girl is not scheming, how can she hook up with her sweetheart? Chen Qingyuan felt that this was an opportunity. Regardless of the consequences, she had to first set the status of intimate relationship. With so many people watching in the live broadcast room, there would definitely be screenshots. She would become Qin Ji's rumored girlfriend. It was beautiful to think about. Qin Zhe glared at her. "Don't make trouble." He took back his hand. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. "Give me a hug. It doesn't cost you a penny. Only a ghost would give you a hug." Qin Zhe didn't care about gossip, but he was afraid of kneeling on the keyboard. He was afraid of being pinched to death by his sister. He was afraid that Su Yu would pinch his JJ. Qin Zhe had been surviving in the cracks of his sister. This was like a man saying to a woman, "Give me a slap. It doesn't cost you a penny. Maybe I'll give you money." They came to the racecourse. The so-called racecourse was actually a 200-meter playground, a miniature version of the 400-meter track in the school. The track surrounded the fir trees. 2 horses, 2 trainers. Qin Zhe was pulled by Chen Qingyuan to run a circle. 20 yuan. The 2 horses trotted, and people bumped up and down on the back of the horses. "Ha, Jianghu, don't you think we are like the Jianghu Rangers, the Condor heroes?" Chen Qingyuan smiled brightly. "I think we are like two children," Qin Zhe said. "Why? This thing is like riding a wooden horse, up and down." "Ugh. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. It's not romantic at all. When riding a horse, one's buttocks couldn't sit stably. Both feet had to be on the stirrups. Even so, the person was still jolting. Riding a horse was not romantic at all. On the contrary, it was a little empty because a horse was a living thing, not a car or a bicycle. In the TV series, riding a horse in the martial arts world should be very romantic. Let's accompany the mortal world and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Reality, let, me, us in the mortal world, urge, horse. 1 lap was soon finished. Chen Qingyuan was not satisfied yet. Qin Zhe saw Nan Man Pei's eager expression and asked, "Sister Man, do you also want to ride a horse?" Nan Man Pei nodded. Qin Zhe shouted, "Li Donglai, give me your coupon. I'll ride around again." Li Donglai was speechless. Could it be that Jianghu has taken a fancy to my aunt? I tried so hard but ended up guarding against the wrong person. Yes, Jianghu has a big sister complex. He has no interest in little girls. Someone like my aunt is more in line with his taste. On second thought, it's normal. My aunt is so beautiful. Any man will have thoughts about her. But my aunt hasn't found a partner for so many years. Obviously, she doesn't have that kind of thought. Brother Qin was probably unrequited in love. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei rode side by side along the track. Nan Man Pei's eyes were sparkling. There was a little girl's excitement. She's already 30 years old, but she's still so unrestrained. She's imitating other girls' expressions. But she's very beautiful and cute. Nan Man Pei experienced the pleasure of riding a horse without any distractions. Qin Zhe silently turned his head and looked at her trembling breasts. The big breasts were a little naughty. Their trembling made one's heart itch. Kandwo Gil was hard. The scenery was beautiful. Qin Zhe nodded silently. He'll ask his sister to come and ride another day. After 1 lap, Qin Zhe got off the horse. Nan Man Pei didn't get down. "Ziki, give me your coupon." Li Donglai, who had just finished buying his coupon, came back. Pei Ziki snatched her brother's coupon and handed it to the horse trainer. Nan Man Pei happily started the second lap. Li Donglai was speechless. The whole section collapsed. "I want to ride a horse too. I've never ridden a horse in my life. I've never even ridden a Western horse." You. Nan Man Pei ran half a lap before Li Yu got on the horse with the help of the horse trainer. She was still holding the selfie stick. She grabbed the saddle with one hand and smiled sweetly at the camera. "I'm going to ride a horse now." Okay, didn't I always show you, Qin Zhe? You can't ignore me." The horse trainer said, "Put away your phone. You can't broadcast riding a horse." Li Yu bargained. "It's okay. The horse is so slow." The horse trainer said, "No, you can't hold it with one hand. What if you fall? We are responsible for your safety." Li Yu looked at Qin Zhe. She didn't know anyone here. She only spoke a few words to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled. "Qingyuan, help me hold it." Chen Qingyuan said obediently, "Okay." Chen Qingyuan ran over and took the selfie stick from Li Yu. Li Yu smiled. "Thank you, little sister." Chen Qingyuan nodded and quickly ran back to Qin Zhe. The horse trainer said, "Don't squeeze the horse's belly. Don't pull the reins." After that, he gently patted the horse's butt. Li Yu sat on the horse's back and rushed out with a whoosh. She immediately screamed. The horse had been running slowly for the previous few laps, but when it came to her, the horse suddenly charged. The 2 horses in the horse farm were trained. They were like machines on an assembly line, following a fixed program. The 2 horses had been running side by side, so the horse that Li Yu was sitting on subconsciously chased after Nan Man Pei's horse. A family should be neat and tidy. Li Yu screamed and bounced on the horse's back. A horse that accelerated was a terrifying experience for someone who had no riding experience. So she subconsciously grabbed the saddle and squeezed the horse's belly with her legs. "Don't squeeze the horse's belly, don't squeeze the horse's belly," the horse trainer shouted. Li Yu, who was in a panic, squeezed the horse even tighter and screamed. There was a small commotion. The live broadcast room was even more lively. The audience commented. "What's wrong? Did the horse suddenly go crazy? The horse is running so fast. It's so scary. Yu, hold on tight. Don't fall. What's the horse trainer doing? Why don't you pull the horse? Idiot, you can't squeeze the horse's belly. This is an order to speed up." The horse she was sitting on quickly caught up with Nan Man Pei, but it didn't stop. Instead, it rushed to the finish line and was ready to continue the second lap. The horse trainer had been waiting at the finish line. Taking advantage of the horse's passing, he rushed up and pulled the reins hard. The horse anxiously raised its hooves and stopped. Under the strong inertia, Li Yu screamed and fell forward from the horse's back. The horse trainer didn't expect the woman to be so weak. The horse had stopped, but she still couldn't steady herself. Li Yu was frightened. Her body was tense the whole time. As soon as she relaxed a little, she was thrown down by the inertia. The girls exclaimed, "Be careful." The audience in the live broadcast room saw Li Yu fall down face first because her feet were caught in the stirrups. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure dashed out. Before Li Yu fell, he reached out and caught her, carrying her in his arms. Chapter 551. Qin Zhe looked at the pale and frightened girl in his arms. "Are you okay?" The track was not wide. A distance of more than 10 meters was just a sprint for him. Li Yu was still in shock. She thought she was going to fall and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that someone would reach out and help her at the critical moment. When he saw that it was Qin Zhe, at this moment, a familiar line flashed in his mind, "My dream lover is a peerless hero." She looked at Qin Zhe's face in a daze, her heart beating wildly. The words were the same, but the mentality was completely different. Li Yu was slightly wet. Qin Zhe helped her up and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Yu quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. "I'm okay. Thank you." Bao Bao was scared to death. Seeing that she was okay, the 2 horse trainers were relieved and went forward to ask and apologize with concern. If the tourists were really injured, the forest park would be responsible. But it was a false alarm, so the matter would be much lighter. Li Yu shook her head generously. "I'm okay." As she spoke, she peeked at Qin Zhe. If it were an unreasonable or thick-skinned tourist, they would have made a scene and asked for a sum of money or at least the money for the coupons. But just like men pretending to be generous in front of women, women would also pretend to be educated and reasonable in front of men. Chen Qingyuan heard the teenagers next to her breathe a sigh of relief and shout, "Awesome, 666, and Qin Gu is mighty." She first cast an admiring look at Qin Zhe, then glanced at the people next to her with disdain. "He is indeed the man I like. Sit down, it's basic operation." In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of gifts. Chen Qingyuan looked curiously. She only saw the constantly changing comments and gifts flying all over the sky. How much money did all these add up to? The comments were quite interesting. It's Qin Zhe, so fast. When did the fast shooter rush out? So fast. A hero saves a damsel in distress. Quick, cheer for the fast shooter. Qin Zhe is so charismatic. I really want to have a boyfriend like him. Wow, I feel more and more that Qin Zhe is a good person. It gives me a sense of security. I want a boyfriend like that too. 666, that's F*King awesome. I was sweating for Yu just now. By the way, did anyone record it? Yes, I'm going to post it on Weibo. We've been recording the entire time, starting from the pavilion. After the nervousness, the viewers in the live broadcast room heaved a sigh of relief and started discussing the scene just now. The comments in the comments section were alternating wildly. If this was a computer, there would be a screen full of 666 comments, the kind that would cover the screen. Chen Qingyuan showed a happy smile. She liked to see people praise Qin Zhe. It was like when you took your pet dog out for a walk and passers-by praised, "Wow, your dog is so cute." At this moment, Chen Qingyuan saw someone talking about her in the comments section. "Girl, let's be friends." "Sister, are you a streamer too? What's your streamer number?" Chen Qingyuan's dark eyes turned and showed a thoughtful expression. She looked a little cute and playful. "I'm not a streamer. I'm just helping your streamer hold her phone." Kawaii. What a good girl. She's good at Siscon. Immediately, there was another round of comments, although it was quickly pushed to the top by Qin Zhe's comments. Chen Qingyuan whispered, "Let me tell you a secret." After she finished speaking, she waited for a few seconds and saw that someone in the comments section asked about the secret. Chen Qingyuan coughed. She wanted to say, "I'm Qin Zhe's girlfriend." She wanted to forcibly crown herself. Then, this matter would become the headlines, the hot search, and maybe she could even become an internet celebrity. Of course, being an internet celebrity was not important. What was important was that her relationship with Qin Zhe would spread and the whole world would know. "Actually, I'm Qin Zhe's girlfriend." Chen Qingyuan's tone was serious, as if she was announcing that the Chinese people had stood up. As expected, the live stream was in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments, scolding, questioning, and questioning. It was like a divine needle poking into a muddy ground and stirring it vigorously. The juice flowed and it was difficult to calm down. Chen Qingyuan's words had such an effect. "Your brother seems to have sprained his hand. Go and have a look." When Chen Qingyuan was really proud and smiled sweetly at the camera, a hand pushed her from the side. It was Pei Ziki. Chen Qingyuan looked at her blankly. "Brother? I don't have a brother. I'm the only daughter in the family. Since when did my dad get me an older brother outside?" "It's Qin Zhe," Pei Ziki said to the camera. "She's joking with everyone. She's Qin Zhe's cousin." Chen Qingyuan, I'm not, Pei Ziki snatched the phone. "Okay, you just like to joke. Give the phone back." She didn't give Chen Qingyuan a chance to explain. She ran away and handed the phone back to Liu. "Thank you." Liu took the phone and was ready to act cute and pitiful to the audience in the live stream and ask for gifts. Asking for gifts in fancy ways was the self-cultivation and basic skill of a female streamer. But when she saw the comments section, she was stunned. The audience didn't comfort her or discuss the thrilling scene just now. So it's Qin Zhe's cousin. Qin Zhe's cousin is so beautiful. The elder sister is beautiful. Is the younger sister so beautiful too? Qin Zhe's cousin? Liu was confused. Was it the girl just now? Then she checked the number of gifts and was shocked on the spot. The gifts she received in one day were more than the total gifts she received in a month of live stream. No wonder everyone liked to freeload. It was too easy to make money. On the other side, Chen Qingyuan stared at Pei Ziki unhappily. "Why are you ruining my business?" His words sounded like a big bully asking a young hero who had pulled out his sword to help out when he saw injustice on the road. Pei Ziki said, "Don't mess around with this kind of thing. It's okay to be mischievous. But if you do it tens of thousands of times, something bad will happen." This was the same principle as playing with a little was good for the mood, playing with too much was bad for the body, and playing with too much was bad for the body. Everything had to be done in moderation. Qin Zhe is a public figure. His girlfriend has always been a sensitive topic. Don't be silly. It's okay if it's really his girlfriend, but you're a fake. Pei Ziki said, "Believe it or not, you'll be found out tomorrow. Do you know how terrible the fans are now? Do you want to be made into a joke, be abused on the internet, and even receive threatening messages?" Chen Qingyuan said guiltily, "It's not that bad." Pei Ziki lowered her voice. "It's okay if you're found out, but don't implicate your father. Is your father's butt clean? Everyone is squatting in the toilet. His sh*t will never be clean." Chen Qingyuan thought for a moment. "Then I'll go back and help my father clean the sh*t on his butt first." Pei Ziki was speechless. Qin Zhe held Nan Man Pei's waist and helped her get off the horse. He asked, "Sister Man, do you still want to ride? If you do, Ziki and Donglai's coupons will be renewed again." Nan Man Pei shook her head. Forget it. It was a pity that they were not in the grassland. Otherwise, they could ride the horse and enjoy the speed and passion. Qin Zhe said, "Oh." He was a little disappointed that he could not enjoy the moving scenery again. In addition, he suddenly understood why some people liked to have sex on the horse. It was because it was too easy. The horse's power could replace the waist and save a lot of trouble. While riding the horse, he could also ride the big breasts. Nan Man Pei said seriously, "Qin Zhe, were you not serious at all that night?" This could easily cause misunderstandings, so Nan Man Pei said it in a low voice. Due to the limited number of times that he and Nan Man Pei had been alone at night, Qin Zhe thought for a moment and understood. "Yes," he answered honestly. "If you go all out, how many moves can I take?" Although she had expected it, Nan Man Pei was still unwilling to give up and asked. Qin Zhe wanted to say, 3 seconds. On second thought, such an answer was too merciful. Moreover, it was too quick. He was now very sensitive to anything fast. "I've never tried, so I don't know," Qin Zhe said. "Have you ever met an opponent that you can't defeat?" Nan Man Pei asked. Being stronger than any opponent is the biggest worry in life. Qin Zhe sighed softly. Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes at him charmingly. The unexpected incident did not extinguish the teenager's interest in riding. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei stood outside the track, watching and chatting. "Sister Man, have you seen today's headlines?" Qin Zhe lowered his voice and asked mysteriously. As he spoke, Qin Zhe looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there were white clouds. There was no shadow of the river crab god. "I saw it." Nan Man Pei nodded. "How do you feel? How does your brother-in-law feel?" Qin Zhe asked. It was good to talk to smart people. They could always easily understand the meaning of your words. Nan Man Pei glanced at him lightly and said in a bad mood, eating gutter oil, worrying about Nan Man Pei's heart. It seemed that Sister Man was secretive and did not want to discuss it with him. Qin Zhe could almost guess that if he continued to ask, Nan Man Pei would reply, "Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River if you talk too much." Thinking about it, Sister Man was quite arrogant. Her body was upright. After everyone had experienced the pleasure of riding a horse, the group of people went elsewhere. Qin Zhe thought that Nan Man Pei would go back. After all, she was here for a blind date. Now that the other half of the blind date had left, she had no reason to play with a group of kids. But she did not leave. Instead, she said that she wanted to drive a go-kart. The go-kart was a little far, and it would take time to wait for the electric car to pass by. So, the group of people rented the bicycles in the park. Li Yu happily planned to follow Qin Zhe and get gifts. "Let's go." "Don't follow us," Qin Zhe said. "Anyway, we're all playing. Let's go together, okay?" Li Yu said in a coquettish tone. "No, I'll hit you again." Qin Zhe gently knocked on her head. "All right then." Li Yu clutched his head with a disappointed expression. After all, she was a college student. She was much more cultured than those female anchors from Dongguan. If it were them, they would shamelessly follow Qin Zhe because they could earn money quickly. In that case, Qin Zhe could only go back to the hotel. The two parties parted ways and rode in opposite directions. They met by chance and parted. They might not meet again in the future. Life was always like this. You would meet people one by one, and then those people would become distant scenery. Life continued to move forward. No matter if it was happy or sad, it would never stop. But Qin Zhe did not know that he had gained a die-hard fan. Chapter 552. For Chen Qingyuan, Qin Zhe was the most dazzling scenery she had ever seen in her 18 years of life. She was so engrossed in it that she couldn't extricate herself from it. She tried to retain it so that it would forever be a part of her life. For Nan Man Pei, Qin Zhe was also a scenery. It was still bright, but the color was a little bright and yellow. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Qin Zhe. The wind lifted his bangs, and on his angular face, there was a smell of sweat. It was a sunny day in August, and it was hot. Nan Man Pei regretted wearing a bra when she went out. It was uncomfortable, but if she didn't wear it, it would be heavier and more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was wearing short sleeves, and when she walked, it would jump and jump. It was very naughty. She envied women with small breasts who went out unrestrained. If Qin Bao Bao was here, she might be able to reach a consensus with Nan Man Pei. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin were here, they might join forces to fight against the two shameless women. Halfway through the ride, everyone saw a little kid sitting under the shade of a tree by the roadside, holding a dead branch in his hand. He was small and looked very lonely and bored. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's half-brother. Why was he here alone? He looked like a punching bag. Although they hated this brother, he was still a brother. He was still young and looked like he was separated from the adults. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Li Donglai stopped the car and shouted, "Little brat, why are you here?" The little brat raised his head and looked at him. He didn't appreciate it at all. "It's none of your business." "Hey, you little brat, if I don't beat you up for a day, your skin will itch." Li Donglai stretched out his leg and kicked him lightly, knocking him over. The little brat had always been hostile to his elder brother. He felt that he had been greatly insulted and pounced over. Li Donglai stretched out his hand and pressed it against his forehead. He waved his hands and bared his teeth, but he couldn't touch him. This scene was unbearable to look at. Qin Zhe coughed and said, "Donglai, don't bully children." Who knew that after Li Donglai let go of his hand, the little brat spat at him? Fortunately, Li Donglai reacted quickly and dodged it. "I'll ask Daddy to hit you," Little Wimp threatened. Spit. It was a child's signature move. Children who didn't learn this trick were unqualified children. Qin Zhe recalled a story. There was a kid next door who spat at everyone he saw. His parents spoiled him. Every time someone scolded him, his parents would say, "He's still a kid." One day, a narrow-minded guy was spat on by a child. He was furious, pried open the child's mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Since then, the child had never spat again. However, Little Wimp was Big Boss Li's son. Who would be tired of living and dare to do this? Nan Man Pei stopped the car with one foot on the ground and asked, "Why are you here? Where's your mother?" Little Wimp didn't dare to be disrespectful to Nan Man Pei. He had suffered before, so he answered honestly, "My mother didn't let me come out to play, so I snuck out by myself." Nan Man Pei heard this and frowned. "How long have you snuck out?" Little Wimp said, "Just for a while. All the things here cost money. I don't have any money." So he sat alone by the roadside and sulked. Nan Man Pei took out his phone and called his mother. "Your son is with me. Come and pick him up." From the racetrack to the go-kart track. Little Wimp shouted, "Tell me, tell me." He pulled Nan Man Pei's sleeve and tiptoed to snatch the phone. Li Donglai clicked his tongue. If it was him who did this when he was young, his aunt would have hit him with a chestnut. His stepmother spoiled him too much, causing him to have such a domineering and willful personality. Nan Man Pei passed the phone to him. Little Wimp said, "Mom, I'm with my aunt. I want to go and play. Don't worry about me." On the phone, the woman didn't seem to agree. Little Wimp threw a tantrum. "I want to play, I want to play. Otherwise, I'll go home alone." After venting his anger for a while, he returned the phone to Nan Man Pei. "My mother wants to talk to you." Nan Man Pei took the phone and put it to his ear. Man, please take care of How." The woman said. Nan Man Pei said concisely, "Okay." She hung up the phone and patted the back seat. "Get in." Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in your car." Nan Man Pei said, "Dong Lai, you take him." Little Wimp immediately refused. "I don't want to sit in his car." Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki. "Ziki, you take him." Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in his car either. This brat." Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched, "But there are no electric scooters here. You can only take a bicycle." She could directly scold Little Wimp's mother without any pressure. However, Nan Man Pei couldn't show any attitude to a 10-year-old kid. Moreover, he wasn't like Li Dong Lai and Pei Ziki, who were elder sister's children and could be beaten up as she wished. That Little Wimp pointed at Qin Zhe and said, "I want to sit in his car. I'm so flattered. My charm isn't just limited to girls anymore. Even children are looking at me with admiration." Nan Man Pei nodded. "Then, can you give him a ride?" Qin Zhe said, "No problem, Sister Man." Little Wimp immediately climbed onto Qin Zhe's bicycle. The bicycles in the forest park weren't as snobbish as the shared bicycles. They had back seats. In the end, Little Wimp got on the back seat and said, "Let's go. Take me to have fun. I'll put in a good word for you in front of my dad." Qin Zhe, who was pedaling, was stunned. "What? You want to suck up to my dad?" Little Wimp said in a firm tone, "There are many people who want to suck up to my dad. As long as you listen to me obediently, I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you're finished." "This Little Wimp," Qin Zhe said in annoyance, "which eye of yours saw that I want to suck up to your dad?" Little Wimp said, "It's not like I haven't seen people like you before. Each and every one of them wanted to give my dad a gift and ask him for help. My dad wasn't willing, so they gave me a gift. They begged me to talk to my mom, and then my mom talked to my dad." Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't say anything, Little Wimp said in disdain, "What are you pretending for? Hey, this kid wants to beat me up." When they arrived at the karting area, the group stopped and bought coupons to play. The fun of karting was that there was no need to consider any traffic rules. You could drive as much as you wanted and take turns in all kinds of positions. As for those who didn't know how to drive, they could experience the thrill of driving. The operation of karting was not much different from a real car. There were 5 karting cars on the track. If there were more, the track wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Qin Zhe, Nan Man Pei, Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and Chen Qingyuan were the first to finish. Qin Zhe held the steering wheel and waited for the staff behind him to start the karting car with the key. He looked at Nan Man Pei beside him and said, "Sister Man, 3 laps. Let's race." Nan Man Pei raised the corner of her mouth and said, "What's the bet?" Qin Zhe said, "If I lose, I'll sleep with you. If I win, you'll sleep with me." Nan Man Pei said, "I'll sink you." Qin Zhe cut in and said, "I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Do you believe me?" Nan Man Pei said, "If you lose, I'll kick you. If I win, I'll let you kick me. No problem." As soon as they finished speaking, they stepped on the accelerator almost at the same time. The two karting cars had the same horsepower and speed. It was just a matter of who was more experienced and who could take turns better. Qin Zhe soon realized that his driving skills were not as good as Nan Man Pei's. When Qin Zhe turned, he first braked and slowed down before taking turns. Nan Man Pei didn't brake. She just turned the steering wheel and drifted. Sister Man was indeed an experienced driver. She was ashamed. After 2 consecutive turns, Qin Zhe was half a car behind. However, he learned quickly and quickly became an experienced driver. He learned from Nan Man Pei and drifted without braking. An experienced driver and a wanton person were the same. The former would rather die than step on the brakes. The latter would rather die than return to the city. On the 3rd lap, Nan Man Pei was still half a car ahead of him. The result was set. Her lips curled into a smile. However, at the last turn, Qin Zhe turned the steering wheel violently. The front of the car hit Nan Man Pei's car. Nan Man Pei was at the edge of the turn. After being hit by Qin Zhe, the front of the car tilted and hit the edge of the truck's tire. Qin Zhe raced to the finish line. He turned his head excitedly, only to see Nan Man Pei driving back slowly. Her pretty face was gloomy and she looked very angry. They left the karting car. "Although I won, I'm a man. Let's forget about the bet," Qin Zhe said. Nan Man Pei suddenly smiled and said coquettishly, "Come on, Sister Man is not afraid of pain. Use your strength, you don't have to take pity on me." Qin Zhe was speechless. "Ha, ha, Sister Man, are you angry?" Qin Zhe laughed dryly. "No, I'm just waiting for you to kick me. Hurry." Qin Zhe lifted his leg and kicked her calf lightly. Nan Man Pei's smile disappeared. She gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Zhe, you're really kicking me?" Suddenly, a child's crying and scolding interrupted the two of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, little Wimp was pressed to the ground by Li Donglai and spanked hard. Nan Man Pei frowned slightly and was a little annoyed. "What's wrong now?" Chen Qingyuan stood at the side and said innocently, "He spat at me." Nan Man Pei glanced at little Wimp and said unhappily, How, it's rude to spit." Little Wimp said, "It's none of your business, it's none of your business." Nan Man Pei waved her hand tiredly and asked Li Donglai to get up. "I'm too lazy to take care of this brat. Qin Zhe, help me look after him," she said. "Huh? Why do I have to look after him? I'm not his father or brother. Take it as an apology for kicking me just now. I'll try my best to control the burning silence aura in my body." Little Wimp laid on the ground and did not get up, crying loudly. He looked so pitiful that even Qin Zhe could not help but feel pity for him. "Why bother? Your mother is not even here, who are you crying for? Don't cry. You can't spit at people, you know. It's very rude." Qin Zhe helped him up. Giving birth to such a brat, the parents would be worried. No, the responsibility should be on the parents. Big Boss Li did not have the skills to educate children. Whether it was this brat or Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, when they first met, their personalities were so bad that they wanted to die. It was better not to have children in the future. Qin Zhe did not have the skills to educate children and had no experience. If he gave birth to a son and raised him wrongly, it would be painful. He would discuss it with his sister later. It would be better to have a daughter as the first child. "Help me beat him up." Little Wimp pointed at Li Donglai and said to Qinzai. He's my disciple. Qinzai rolled his eyes. You should be more obedient. Pay. Little Wimp spat at Qinzai's face, quickly and accurately spraying venom. Chapter 553. At that time, the spit was only a millimeter away from my face. In 0.01 seconds, it would have stuck to my handsome face. What the hell, old Master Qin, am not dead yet, and you're already spitting at me? Fortunately, the effects of the times are calling that Qinzai had painstakingly trained came in handy. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the venom attack. Venom attack from the brat, miss. This was like a high-level account with godly equipment facing a goblin with a wooden hammer. If the goblin stood still and let the goblin hit him, only a miss would appear on top of the goblin's head. Similarly, a high-level account with a light hit would be able to blast the goblin into pieces. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Not to mention that the brat was Big Brother Li's son. Even if he wasn't, Qinzai couldn't lay his hands on a child. It was the same logic as how a man couldn't bring himself to fight with a woman. Li Donglai could beat up his younger brother without restraint. He was his brother, and Qinzai was his elder. He couldn't beat up the brat in front of so many people. But if he didn't beat him up, he would be angry. The child couldn't understand such things as gentlemanly demeanor. Instead, he thought that Qinzai was afraid of his identity, so he became even more unscrupulous. Taking a deep breath, he sank his qi into his dantian and gathered it at the tip of his tongue. Pay! Pay! The venom hit him 3 times in a row, but Qinzai dodged all of them. Pa! When the brat was brewing the 4th mouthful of venom, Nan Man Pei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. It was just a small slap. It was very light, so it probably wouldn't hurt. The brat had obviously never been humiliated like this before. He met Nan Man Pei's cold eyes and turned to punch and kick Qinzai. Qinzai reached out his hand to block the brat's head. No matter how he punched and kicked, he couldn't touch him. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death. You dog, you are a dog. My dog. I'll ask my dad to beat you to death. Qinzai's mouth twitched. This account was useless. He suggested that Big Brother Li delete his account and start from scratch. He had met a lot of naughty children. When he was in junior high school, a couple living on the same floor gave birth to a naughty child. The child was always swearing and had no manners or upbringing. Because the male owner was a middle school teacher, he often came to Qinzai's house to ask the old man, who was still a university teacher at that time, for advice and to discuss the great cause of education. That teacher might have been a good teacher, but he was obviously lacking when it came to educating his children. He was drinking and chatting in the old master's study, talking about national affairs, encouraging words, and talking about nobility. His son and Qinzai were playing in the living room. Actually, at that time, Qinzai was not very willing to play with the little brat, so his attitude was not very good. He accidentally angered the little brat, who threw things and scolded him. He even threw an apple at Qinzai's nose. Qinzai had a nosebleed at that time. At that time, Qin Bao Bao, whose cheeks had just lost their roundness and became thin and charming, heard the noise and came out. When she saw her brother, who she regarded as her exclusive property, bleeding from his nose, she immediately exploded. She gave him a violent beating. Since then, the naughty brat never came to Qinzai's house again. He was scared when he saw Qin Bao. The child was naughty and disobedient. What should she do? Just give him a beating and everything would be fine. This brat was spoiled by my stepmother. Li Donglai raised his hand and was about to slap him. Nan Man Pei stopped him. Speaking of which, she was temporarily taking care of the little brat. She was secretly taking care of the nephew who was not related to her by blood and then letting the nephew who was related to her bully the nephew who was not related to her by blood. With her upbringing and character, she could not do such a thing. She was even too lazy to educate the little brat. What did it have to do with her whether he was ugly or not? As long as she educated Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi well, she would be satisfied. Perhaps it was because his aunt and siblings were not kind people. Without his mother's support, he did not dare to be too picky. He also felt that Qin Zhe was the same as those who came to ask for help and did not dare to offend him. Hence, he grabbed Qin Zhe and scolded, "You're a dog who comes to my father for help. I want my father to beat you to death." Li Donglai was furious. "I'll beat you to death." His ambition was not small. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father. At this time, Nan Man Pei's phone rang again. She answered. Man, Mom is not feeling well again. Jianghu asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Also, he received a call. There's something at the office and he has to rush over. You can bring Hao and Ziki back with you. Nan Man Pei said, "You're leaving now?" "Yes." "All right then." Nan Man Pei hung up helplessly. The old lady was really too much. She came out to play when she was not feeling well. She went back to the hospital after playing around. "We have to go back." Nan Man Pei looked at them. "Grandma is not feeling well and your father has something to do at the office." Pei Ziki suggested, "Then let's go back later. I still want to experience kayaking." Nan Man Pei pondered. "That's fine too. Qin Zhe, keep an eye on him. Donglai drove here himself. He has a car." After Li Donglai was admitted to university, Nan Man Pei rewarded him with an Audi A6. Li Donglai, this idiot, had a low EQ. It was probably because he spent all his skills and talents on fighting. He often talked about finding a girlfriend. He was good at talking, but he was not good at acting. Otherwise, he would have driven the A6 to the entrance of the university to pick up girls. Qin Zhe was unwilling. He also wanted to go back, but if he left, Nan Man Pei would definitely be worried. This group of people were all children. He was the only adult and the elder. Hence, he said, "Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver and I'm skilled. I guarantee that everyone in the car will be in good condition." Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Okay." Li Donglai immediately said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm also an experienced driver. It's just kayaking. I've never used a paddle. I rely on the waves my whole life." Nan Man Pei replied to him with a knock on his head. "Be honest." Nan Man Pei said angrily. After saying that, she left the karting venue. Pei Ziki added insult to injury. "You don't have Qin Zhe's life, but you got Qin Zhe's illness." Li Donglai sighed. "When can I be as outstanding as him?" Pei Ziki sneered. "It's hopeless. Accept your fate." Li Donglai was unconvinced. Master must have something up his sleeve. "I'll go and ask him." Li Donglai humbly asked for advice. Qin Zhe pondered for a long time after hearing that. Li Shizhen's show. Li Shizhen's mischievousness. It depended on talent. It couldn't be learned. How about this? I'll say something. If you can understand it one day, you'll probably graduate, Qin Zhe said. Li Donglai put on an expression of listening attentively. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki, who were beside him, also pricked up their ears. Qin Zhe said, "You just started university. How's university life? I came back from Japan and wanted to make friends with you. Are you interested in Japanese girls? So, are you free this Sunday?" Li Donglai was stunned. "That's it?" Qin Zhe nodded. "That's it." Li Donglai looked at Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan. Did you hear anything? Chen Qingyuan, Qin Ge might want to say that university life is good. Pei Ziki, stupid Li Donglai, Qin Zhe wants to introduce a girlfriend to you. Li Donglai was pleasantly surprised. Really, Qin Ge? Qin Zhe, sigh, how lonely it was to be an expert. Everyone experienced the thrill of carding, except for the women. Including the brat of the Li family. The brat's driving skills were a mess. He bumped all the way. Fortunately, the karting wasn't fast and there were big trucks on both sides. No matter how hard he bumped, nothing happened. For a 10-year-old child, this was a rare and excellent experience. After all, he couldn't be like the rich children abroad, driving a small car with a little girl and showing off at a young age. When he grew up, he would be even more arrogant. Under the leadership of Qin Zhe, a group of people rode to the kayaking area. The little brat naturally sat in Qin Zhe's car. The little brat raised his chin at a 45-degree angle. His face was full of pride and arrogance as if he was saying, "Master gets on the sedan chair." Qin Zhe really wanted to beat him up. The kayak moved forward on the blue waves. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the water. Qin Zhe sat at the front of the boat and remembered that he went to the amusement park in Xishan with his sister and experienced many exciting games such as the haunted house and roller coaster. At that time, his parents were also with him. He was forced onto the roller coaster and pendulum by his sister. When they came down, his sister vomited. Qin Zhe's face was as pale as a ghost. In the haunted house, the staff jumped out at the corner to scare his sister. His sister screamed in a high decibel. Qin Zhe heard the staff cursing. "Damn, you scared me." Although the light was dim, Qin Zhe clearly saw the staff's body tremble. At this time, he was suddenly kicked in the waist. "Go away, I want to sit at the front of the boat." The brat ordered. "You want to get beaten up again?" Li Donglai, who was rowing the boat, scolded. "Donglai, don't be so angry." Qin Zhe moved and gave the seat to the brat. When the brat grew up, whenever he recalled his childhood, he would probably say something like, "My brother loved me very much when I was young. He liked to treat me to his favorite big mouth." Qin Zhe despised him in this aspect. "My sister loved me very much when I was young. She liked to treat me to her favorite big mouth. One punch for one big mouth." The system came out to show off. The system usually didn't come out. It said that it was deducing the birth, process, and destruction of the universe. It claimed that it was different from those pretentious brats who only knew how to show off with the host. If one had to give an example, it would be the difference between a celebrity and a scientist. Qin Zhe tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember the original name of the lowly system. He felt that it was looking for an excuse for its lowly status, and shamelessly gave itself the high hat of a scientific research system. "If you want to hit a big mouth, you have to ask for my permission first," Qin Zhe said. "Everyone is hitting a big mouth," the system said. "Then this salted fish will have to be the enemy of the world," Qin Zhe said. "What if it's a pretentious brat host that's hitting a big mouth?" the system asked. "Don't be afraid, just do it." Qin Zhe finished acting cool and hugged the system's thigh. "Don't I still have you, the invincible system?" The system said, "I'm just a lowly one." This person. The system was invincible once it made fun of itself. Qin Zhe said, "Are you a defective product produced by the system supplier?" The system was angry. "Don't mess around, I was born for the great world of scientific research. I'm different from those cheap commercial goods. Also, when I was born, I was awesome. But because my main purpose was scientific research, I was cut." "Oh my, you scared this salted fish. Do you think you're Miyamoto? You think the invincible me can be cut again?" After rowing the kayak, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Pei Ziki was satisfied and wanted to return to Shanghai to say goodbye to her friends. The little brat still wanted to play, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki didn't care about him, so he vented his anger on Qin Zhe. When Qin Zhe wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly kicked him. "Dog, you're a dog. Poo poo poo." Venom triple strike. Although he avoided the saliva attack, the 10-year-old brat's kick still hurt a little. Qin Zhe tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. He was completely enraged. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the wrath of a king. Chapter 554. When Li Donglai saw this, he could not help but want to beat his brother up. His face was burning. After all, he was a member of the Li family. He had no manners and rules at all. It was so embarrassing. "Forget it, let's go home." Qin Zhe looked at the provocative little brat. The four of them left the forest park in an electric car and returned to the hotel. They went to the front desk to ask, found the hotel lobby manager, checked out and packed up. According to the original plan, they were going to spend the weekend in the hotel. However, he was a big boss after all. He always had endless things to do. Moreover, he was in a sensitive period recently. It was normal for there to be unexpected events. The entire penguin was under surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can change the personal information of Weishin and Cuckoo. Whoever can do it, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t, eat a pound of sh*t, wait here, we'll drive over, Qin Zhe said to the little brat. The little brat ignored him and stood at the entrance of the hotel. A 10-year-old child could understand a lot of things. Moreover, he was born in such a family. His vision was definitely higher than that of ordinary children. When he said that Qin Zhe was a dog, he was referring to, "You are the Li family's dog." This was how it was shown on TV. In fact, since Qin Zhe became famous until now, the Li family had not done much. For Qin Zhe and Li Jianghu, this was a friendship. Of course, the little brat did not understand this. He just said what he saw on the surface without restraint. Qin Zhe drove Li Donglai's Audi A6 out of the underground parking lot. When the bumper was raised, he looked back. There were no cars, so he stopped and asked the old man in the guard booth, "Sir, do you have a rope?" The old man first looked at the A6 logo and said kindly, "What kind of rope do you want?" Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Any kind of rope is fine." The old man said, "Yes." The Audi A6 left the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and got out of the car. He stood beside the car like a butler and asked the young master to get in. The young master got into the car valiantly. He seemed a little surprised by Qin Zhe's sensibility and looked up at him. Then, he saw the scene in the car and was stunned. Bang! The car door closed. Qin Zhe quickly got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. His impatient look made him look like a human trafficker who was driving a van to kidnap children from the roadside. Inside the car, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were lying askew in the back seat. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were wearing blindfolds. They were motionless like salted fish. At such a young age, little Wimp had already experienced this feeling and was completely dumbfounded. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, he shook Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, but the two of them seemed to have fainted and ignored his calls. "What did you do to them?" Little Wimp glared at the back of Qin Zhe's head. "I didn't do anything. I just knocked him out." "Why did you knock them out?" Acting proficiency, Qin Zhe laughed wildly. "Of course I'm going to sell it." Little Wimp, if there was a camera at this moment, it would be able to record a 10-year-old child's dumbfounded, nervous, and scared expression. A 10-year-old child, facing such a sudden turn of events, was a little confused. He sat in between Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, and was stunned for a long time. I want my father to beat you to death." Little Wimp forced himself to say. Qinzhe laughed loudly, turned his head, and gave Little Wimp a wild and arrogant expression, completely like a villain in a TV drama. Your father can't find me. Since I dared to do this, naturally I'm not afraid of your father. His acting was a little exaggerated. A real bad guy should be reserved and sinister. However, the target was a child. He acted as a reserved and calm bad guy, and it was not effective. Little Wimp was obviously frightened by his expression, and subconsciously leaned back in his seat. Qinzhe's expression was ferocious, and his tone was fierce. I'm going to sell your sister and brother, not to buy them as children, but to sell their organs. Little Wimp's eyes widened. Dig your brother and sister's heart out, dig out their eyes, dig out their intestines, and sell them all. You can earn a lot of money. Qinzhe laughed sinisterly. Little Wimp was scared, and trembled. He said in a sobbing tone, "Don't sell them." Qinzhe was stunned, and his tone was still fierce. Fine, if I don't sell them, then I'll sell you. Little Wimp cried on the spot. Whoa. Don't sell me, you can sell Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki can be sold as someone's wife, someone worth more than me. Whoa. Burp. Qinzhe saw Pei Ziki's mouth twitching from the rearview mirror. He did not hesitate to sell his brother and sister. This child had a future. Qinzhe said fiercely, "Shut up, if you cry again, I'll tie you up like them, and dig out your heart and eyes. Your mother told you before, human traffickers are inhumane." Little Wimp immediately shut up, and his little shoulders trembled. Everyone had heard a joke or a warning in their childhood. You were picked up from the trash by your mother. Don't talk to strangers, be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers. Therefore, everyone's childhood was shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers. Little Wimp was no exception. He met the terrifying human traffickers that his mother spoke of. But I won't dig out your eyes, I'll ask your father for a sum of money to redeem you. As long as you listen to me and cooperate, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you'll be like your brother and sister. Qinzhe said in a low voice. Do you want to have your eyes dug out and your heart dug out like your brothers and sisters? Little Wimp choked. No. He looked pitiful as if he wanted to cry but did not dare to. The car left Chongming and drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge. Qinzhe did not say anything along the way. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quietly adjusted their positions midway. They had been lying crookedly for a long time, and they were tired. Not long after, Li Donglai's snoring sounded. He had fallen asleep. Little Wimp was in a state of nervousness and fear. His small body was straight and his eyes were slightly red. Sometimes, he would look pitifully out of the window. He was probably praying in his heart that Spider-Man or Superman would come down from the sky and save him. No, at his age, he should be praying to Big Bear, Bear 2, or Shi Yang. Or, blah blah blah, Xiao Ma Xian. What grade are you in? After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering Shanghai, Qinzhe could not help but strike up a conversation. Little Wimp did not react. Do you want to have your eyes dug out? Qinzhe threatened. Third grade. Little Wimp said in a sobbing tone. You're so small, I thought you were in kindergarten. Qinzhe muttered. Where did you go to kindergarten? Wuxia Kindergarten. Wuxia Kindergarten was a famous high-class kindergarten in Shanghai. There were 7 or 8 branches. Qinzhe had heard of it for more than 10 years. When he was young, he had hopes of entering it, but his family was not rich. The old man weighed in his heart for 3 seconds and said, A's brain is not good. Forget it, let Bao Bao in. Just like that, he passed by the famous Wuxia Kindergarten that he had heard of when he was young. Then it's nearby. Qinzhe said, do you want uncle to take you to the kindergarten to play? Little Wimp succumbed to his power and did not dare to object. Qinzhe picked up his phone and put it down after a while. Soon after, the bell rang. It was actually the sound of his alarm clock. He plugged in his earpiece and answered the call. Hello. Yes, the matter is settled. The 3 children of the Li family are in my car. I'm coming over now. Ha ha ha, of course, this time we will definitely make a lot of money. They have so many good things on them, they can be sold for a lot of money. You mean Li Jianya's youngest son? He knows his place, what's wrong? Little Wimp's ears perked up as if he was being mentioned. Yes, I just asked. He's only 10 years old, 3rd grade. Oh, you said there's a client who's also 10 years old and wants a heart transplant? No problem, just dig out his heart and sell it for a good price, wahahaha. Just at this time, Qinzhe turned into another elevated road, deviating from the direction of the kindergarten. In the back seat, Little Wimp's mind exploded. You said you wouldn't dig out my heart. Bad guy who doesn't keep his word. Let me down, let me down. Little Wimp threw himself in front of the car door and hit it with all his strength, crying, "This is not the car to the kindergarten. Mommy, save me." Sob sob sob, sob sob sob. Burp. Qinzhe laughed arrogantly, "You can't get down, the car door has been welded shut by me." Ahahaha, the car door was already locked, and Little Wimp could not open it at all. In the car, Qinzhe's arrogant and exaggerated laughter and Little Wimp's wails could be heard. Qinzhe arrived at the hospital according to the address given by Nan Man Pei. At this time, Little Wimp had already fallen asleep. He could really cry, howling for 20 minutes. Then, he fell asleep, his head tilted on Pei Ziqi's belly. After he fell asleep, Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi did not have to continue acting anymore. They untied the rope and took off the eye mask. Pei Ziqi looked at Qinzhe with a strange gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. Li Donglai called his stepmother to come over and pick him up. Qinzhe said, "Then I'll leave first." At this time, it was time to leave and hide his identity. Otherwise, it would be awkward when they met later. Li Donglai urged him to stay. "Master, I'll send you back." Pei Ziqi kicked him, "Idiot." Qinzhe took out the mask he always carried with him from his pocket, put it on, opened the door and got out, waving his hand, "No need, I'll take a taxi back." Before he left, he looked at Little Wimp, hoping that when Little Wimp went to junior high, he would be able to recall today's events and get rid of the shadow in his heart. In the future, when he scolded and spat at people impolitely, he could also think about today. Alright, it doesn't matter, I don't care if he changes or not, I'm happy anyway. How wonderful. A few minutes later, his stepmother came down from the hospital and walked to the Audi A6. She saw her son curled up in the back seat asleep. "Stop the car, let's go up together." The woman's tone was calm. After saying that, she carried her son. Little Wimp trembled and woke up immediately. It could be seen that even when he was sleeping, he was still tense. When he opened his eyes and saw his mother, he was stunned at first, then he started to wail. His voice was filled with tears, and it was extremely mournful. "Mom, save me, I don't want to be sold, don't dig out my eyeballs." Passers-by looked sideways. The woman's unfriendly gaze swept past Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi, and she said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Little Wimp cried loudly, "He wants to sell us, sell all 3 of us." Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi were caught and dug out their eyeballs and hearts, sob sob sob. He buried his head in his mother's arms and cried loudly. The woman was stunned. She looked at her stepson and stepdaughter, then looked at her son, and said gently, "Be good, don't cry, who is he?" He. Little Wimp couldn't call out Qinzhe's name at all. "The person who came with Auntie, he wants to sell me, he wants to sell me," he said. The woman comforted him, "Be good, don't cry, turn around and look, brother and sister are all here." Little Wimp wiped his tears and turned his head to look, sigma, degree winky face. Li Donglai sat in the driver's seat, and Pei Ziki sat in the passenger's seat. The brother and sister had the same paralyzed face, and they were expressionless. Li Donglai said, "He has been sleeping since he got in the car." Pei Ziki said, "Maybe it's a dream." Li Donglai said, "It's probably a dream, he had a lot of fun today, he's tired." The woman asked, "Qin, Je came back with you?" Li Donglai said, "No, he's with Chen Qingyuan." The woman nodded, carried her son with difficulty, and turned to walk to the hospital. Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream, it's not a dream, Mom." The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream, let's go upstairs to see Grandma." Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream, it's really not a dream, sob sob sob." The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream." Little Wimp, he felt so wronged, he wanted to make a scene. Chapter 555. In the special ward. Old Madame Li sat by the bed and nagged her son impatiently. "I told you I'm fine. It's just a little pain. I've been through worse in the past and didn't see a doctor." Li Jianxia said helplessly, "Mom, you're old now. You can't be careless when it's just a little pain." They did a blood test and urine test, as well as an ultrasound. Everything was normal. Li Jianxia wanted his mother to do a full-body checkup. Illness comes like a landslide, but goes away like silk. Old man Li was infected with liver cancer for no reason. He was in the late stage when they found out and passed away after lying in the hospital for a few months. It was useless. Even if there were professional caregivers and medical teams, when the King of Hell called for you, even the 5-star red flag couldn't protect you. Nan Man Pei agreed. "Old Madam, you should be more careful at your age." Old Madam Li didn't have a daughter. She treated Nan Man Pei like her own daughter and pulled her to the bed to chat. Li Jianxia listened in silence. He looked at his mother and sister-in-law's beautiful face from time to time. It really felt like a younger sister chatting with her mother. When he first met Nan Man Pei, she was 13 years old. He was just a small cadre in a small town. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had a son and a daughter. She was still single. Li Jianxia thought that it was probably because he was born with a bad temper. When he was dating her sister, Nan Man Pei didn't like him. Later on, he went to Shanghai to seek refuge with the Li family. In fact, Nan Man Pei never asked the Li family to do anything for her. However, as her brother-in-law, he had to be self-aware. How did the unself-aware brother-in-law get half of his sister-in-law's butt? Although Li Jianxia had no interest in his sister-in-law, he had to do his best to help her gain a foothold in Shanghai, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the friendship between the two families or for the sake of his wife. It was because of this that Nan Man Pei tolerated him all these years. Ziki and Donglai had resentment, but she didn't. Impossible. The woman carried her son in. It was a little difficult for the woman to carry a 10-year-old boy, but the little brat was sobbing in his mother's arms, making her unable to harden her heart and let go of her son. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai followed behind. Seeing this, the old lady frowned. "Donglai, Ziki, are you bullying your brother again?" Li Jianxia turned a blind eye to it. During his tenure, Li Jianxia was famous for his pragmatism. He was not an honest official, but he was definitely a good official who was influenced by his father. He had a good reputation in the government, but his attitude towards educating his children was thought-provoking. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and the little brat Li Hao had never seen their father scold them for doing something wrong, nor would he praise them for doing something good. Even when his ex-wife's children and his current wife's son were scheming against each other, he was just a bystander. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki's childhood had unlimited freedom and room for self-creation. It was not a good or bad thing. It might raise a child with a strong personality and charisma, but it might also raise a wastrel who could not do anything right. Old Master Qin was good at teaching and educating people, and he was also good at educating his children. He could reason with them and beat them with a stick. But be it Qin Zhe or Qin Bao Bao, they rarely did anything out of line in their childhood and adolescence, and they would not try things that others did not dare to try. Stealing their parents' pocket money to buy popsicles and lick them did not count. They were nailed to a certain frame and followed the rules of the frame. Look, the little brat thought it through and did not dare to do it. Sister wanted to let it go, but still did not dare to do it. It was really hard to tell which was good and which was bad. Dad, he wants to sell me and dig out my eyes and heart. The little brat cried to his father. Before Li Jianye could say anything, the old lady frowned. What's going on? Who wants to sell you? The woman hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. Hao fell asleep on the way back and had a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum. He had a dream. The old lady heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. The woman smiled as if nothing had happened. Man, is Qin Zhe still in the forest park? Or did he go back to Shanghai? Nan Man Pei caught a glimpse of Li Donglai from the corner of his eye. He was slightly surprised and said, I'm not sure. Hao still wants to play in the park, so I came back first. The woman said, Oh. After sitting for a few more minutes, Nan Man Pei said, Old madam, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. The old lady urged him to stay. Stay for dinner tonight. Nan Man Pei shook his head. I'm still used to eating my own food. It suits my taste. She glanced at her nephew and niece. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki said in unison, Auntie's cooking is the best. It was so painful to lie against one's conscience. In the elevator, Nan Man Pei said, What's going on? Why is Hao crying? Who wants to betray him? Pei Ziki betrayed Qin Zhe first. It's Qin Zhe's prank. He immediately described everything that had happened. He described it vividly, and even the little brat's cries were not missed. Li Donglai said, It's so satisfying. Qin Gu has so many ideas. Nan Man Pei was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This guy used a very popular online slang, Li Shizhen skin. He had so many ideas. To put on a show for a little kid, should he say that he was bored or had a headache? Nan Man Pei didn't put herself in Qin Zhe's shoes. If it were her being spat on and scolded by a little kid, over and over again. She didn't need to say anything. She would see him at the Huangpu River tonight. Leaving the elevator, Nan Man Pei took out her mobile phone and opened a chat group. This group was not Qin Zhe's salted fish harem group. There were only 4 women in it. The meaning of its existence was to serve as a battlefield for Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu's quarrel. Occasionally, Wang Zijin would get involved. Nan Man Pei mostly watched. Sometimes, when she saw Su Yu being attacked by 2 women and retreating, she would jump out and give a fatal blow for her best friend. Today's chat record at noon, cross-dressing big boss, it's so boring. The heartless little red guy hooked up with Nan Man Pei and was taken to romantic Turkey by her. A little bird, damn brother complex, you can't live without Qin Zhe, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes, what's wrong? A little bird, damn pervert sister. Cross-dressing big boss, Zijin, scold her for me Qingqing Zijin. Qingqing Zijin, in the face of ironclad facts, any attack I make is pale and powerless. Cross-dressing big boss, a little bird, cross-dressing big boss, Qin Zhe said that your company is going to shoot a TV series again, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes. A little bird, reserve a leading role for me, not a small supporting role, but a big supporting role. Cross-dressing big boss, okay. A little bird, you actually agreed so quickly? Then send me the show. Qin Zhe only told her that Tianfang was going to shoot a TV series and that he would still write the script, but he did not say that he and Qin Bao Bao would not act in it. Su Yu thought that the siblings would still be the female lead. She couldn't wait to book a role, preferably with Qin Bao Bao. Cross-dressing big boss, but I have something to ask you. How much is Qin Zai's monthly salary and bonus at Baoza Investment? A little bird, 7 million yuan. Cross-dressing big boss, so little? Shocked expression. Baoza Investment was Qin Zai's most profitable company at present, half a notch higher than Tianfang Entertainment. As far as Qin Bao Bao knew, most of Baoza Investment's shares were in Qin Zai's hands, because it was the company he built single-handedly. It should be mentioned that Qin Zai only received his salary and no bonus every month. The money was deposited in a company account for emergency use. For example, this time when he ran away with the money. A little bird, because now I am the major shareholder of Baoza Investment. Cross-dressing big boss, degree, Qingxing Zijin, degree, a little bird, I bought it from him a long time ago. Didn't he tell you? Cross-dressing big boss, I want to kill him. Qingxing Zijin, same. A little bird, that's it. Give me the script, I will look for a role first. Cross-dressing big boss, the electronic version of the script is at the company, not at home. There are only copies at home. A little bird, then I will come over. I can't help but want to see it. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Man Pei chose to take a screenshot and send it to Qin Zai. Chapter 556. Qin Zai's head was scorching, wearing a mask, and he waited for a while on the side of the road before he got a taxi. The summer in Shanghai was particularly hot. In addition to the hot sun, there were thousands of air conditioners delivering heat and tens of millions of cars emitting exhaust fumes. Just standing on the side of the road for a moment, he was sweating. A blue taxi passed by, Qin Zai waved, and the car stopped at the side of the road. Where are you going? The taxi driver asked. Royal View Mansion. Qin Zai said. Oh, you live there? The driver looked at Qin Zai through the rearview mirror in surprise. Yeah. Qin Zai nodded. Which way to go, you tell me. The driver asked. Qin Zai said it again in Shanghai dialect. The driver replied with an, oh, and didn't say anything else. There was no problem in the conversation, but the driver was actually testing the passenger. If the passenger was not clear about the road, the driver could quietly take a few laps. How to, quietly, find out whether the passenger was a local was the professional cultivation of every taxi driver. This trick was very popular a few years ago, but it doesn't work very well now because even if the passenger is not clear about the road, he can use his mobile phone to navigate. With the development of technology, the drivers can earn less and less, which seriously affects the life and welfare of the taxi drivers. Evil technology, damn it. Qin Zai leaned against the back seat, blowing the air conditioner, and felt alive again. My life was given by the air conditioner. The phone rang. Qin Zai took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Nan Man Pei. He crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair, the posture of a big boss. Opening the phone, it was a screenshot. Looking at it again. Salted Fish Zai was stiff and unconsciously put down his legs and straightened his back. It became the posture of a little rookie facing a big boss. Su Yu, what are you doing? Why did you tell them about the equity transfer? Do you think that by saying that you bought it, you can dispel their suspicions? Ridiculous, you know nothing about IQ. You pig teammate. And then. They are now, at this time, if nothing unexpected happens, at home, in Royal View Mansion. That's Azura Field. We still have 15 minutes to reach the Azura Field and are on the way to our deaths. Master, if you don't mind, why don't we drive around Shanghai? Qin Zai asked. The driver looked at him blankly through the rearview mirror and thought, is this passenger testing me? I didn't take a detour. I'll definitely send you back as soon as possible. The driver said. I don't mind if you take a detour. Driver? What was wrong with his brain? In the luxurious residence of Royal View Grand Garden. Qin Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin were sitting on the sofa, each with a tall glass in front of them. There was red wine in the glass and a large plate of half-melted ice cream. It could barely be considered ice cream. It was Qin Bao's failed creation. The cream was mixed with shaved ice, and the surface was covered with a layer of soft mango paste, like a pile of fresh hot shit. The three of them were playing cards and running fast. This time they didn't play with money. Su Yu had suffered. If they played with money, she would be besieged by two women. The rules of playing cards were that whoever had the most cards in their hands at the end had to do a shameful thing according to the requirements of the winner. Zijin, she only has 2 cards. Let's join forces to trap her. Qin Bao urged. Su Yu's face changed. At this time, Su Yu had 2 cards in her hand. Qin Bao had the most, followed by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin glanced around, her eyes looked up, pondered, and nodded, okay. Pair of 3. Wang Zijin played her cards. Su Yu suddenly smiled and threw out the last pair of cards in her hand, pair of 8, I won. On Qin Bao's face, the smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Wang Zijin with wide eyes. Wang Zijin looked shocked and innocent. Oh, I didn't expect her to be a pair in the end. I thought she was a single. I miscalculated. 3. Qin Bao, you degree, go away, you fake best friend. Su Yu laughed twice. Let me think about what to do this time. She guessed right. When there were no interests, the 2 best friends were not of one mind. If they played with money, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin would unite to ensure that the interests of themselves and their best friends would not be lost. But in normal life, the 2 of them were not united. Especially when they could see the other party embarrassed. Of course, Su Yu herself had lost several times and was forced to do some shameful things. For example, just now, Qin Bao made her crawl around the sofa 3 times. It was so shameful that she almost had a dog chain around her neck. There was the sound of a password being entered outside the door. A moment later, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. With a beep, the door opened. Sweating profusely, Qin Zhe returned home covered in dust. Qin Zhe walked quickly into the house, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fighting or quarreling. Qin Zhe finally chose to go home because he was worried. He was afraid that if he returned home late, the house would be torn down and he would have no home to return to. The thought of 3 women tearing down the roof together was scary. In the living room, the 3 women smiled happily at the same time, their eyes shining. Ace, Qin Zhe, you're back. At this moment, Qin Zhe had to let his imagination run wild. If it was in ancient times, when Qin Leoi returned to his mansion, there would be 3 women in brightly colored clothes who were as beautiful as flowers welcoming him respectfully in the central hall. Each of them revealed a beautiful smile. Leoi, you are back. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Qin Zhe took off his shoes and changed into slippers, pretending to be confused. Su Yu, why are you here? Su Yu said, I came to read the script. Then take the script and leave. Why are you still playing cards? Su Yu's eyes lit up and said, I got it, Qin Bao, do 20 push-ups immediately, the kind with your chest on the ground. Qin Bao covered her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other, and bit her lip. She looked very ashamed. Wang Zijin's eyes were bright and she was looking forward to it. Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Qin Bao looked at Qin Zhe for help, but Su Yu pushed her, hurry up. So, the sister reluctantly walked to the side and began to do push-ups. Wang Zijin and Su Yu stood aside and urged her. Su Yu said, this doesn't count, your chest is not on the ground. Qin Bao, his sister was wearing a pair of shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt. Her two slender and fair legs were tightly clasped together, outlining her ample bosom. Every time she bent over, her bosom would squeeze out an arc on the ground that would make one's blood boil. Two balls, one up and one down. Constantly changing shape. What the hell? Playing cards? In addition, she should not be wearing a bra. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and were satisfied. This is the punishment for big-breasted women. What are you doing? Qin Zhe struggled to look away from his sister's chest. Playing cards. Suyu said. The winner can order the loser to do a shameful thing. Wang Zijin said. Can I participate? Qin Zhe's eyes shone like pure 24K gold. No. Wang Zijin, Suyu, and Qin Bao said in unison. Why? Qin Zhe refused to accept it. Because you are too evil. The three women said in their hearts at the same time. Moreover, they were hurting each other. As long as they thought of making Qin Bao or Wang Zijin do shameful things, Suyu trembled with excitement. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin were the same. Qin Zhe was a little lost. Qin Bao finished 20 push-ups, panting, and blushing. She shook her numb and swollen hands, rubbed her numb and swollen chest, gritted her teeth and said, again. Qin Zhe was suddenly very curious about one thing. When men do push-ups, their chests will be sore. Do women feel the same? The chest is full of fat. Suyu won the second game. This time, Wang Zijin did not throw the game. Suyu had a good hand. Qin Bao was very nervous. But this time, Suyu did not embarrass her. She pointed to Wang Zijin and said, 3 minutes of cheating. Wang Zijin's small face was white. Qin Bao was surprised that Suyu did not scold her. Of course, she did not know that if it was before, Suyu would definitely catch Qin Bao and scold her. But now, Suyu's hostility to Wang Zijin is actually more than Qin Bao. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth, trembled, and sat down slowly. Qin Zhe found that her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her face was not very good. Suyu said, split to the end. As she said, she pressed Wang Zijin's shoulder hard. Wang Zijin moaned and split to the end. A split. For 3 minutes, Wang Zijin struggled to hold on. Qin Bao and Suyu tasted red wine and enjoyed the cold wind from the central air conditioner. 3 minutes later, Wang Zijin lay on the ground and could not get up. Qin Zhe hurried forward to help her. Is it that painful? He wondered. Wang Zijin grabbed Qin Zhe's arm tightly, and her small face was pale. She said bitterly, this is the 6th time I've split. It hurts. Her walking posture was very strange, clamping her legs and following. It reminded Qin Zhe of Suyu when he lost his virginity for the first time. So, all the girls who have practiced the split can experience the feeling of losing their virginity in advance? Qin Zhe was a little annoyed. Why bother? Forget it, as long as you're happy. The three women shuffled the cards and started the next game. Qin Zhe sat aside, made himself a glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette, and watched them play while being on tenterhooks. As a man, he should be like a stabilizing needle, able to suppress all storms. So, in order to prevent the sisters from fighting, he had to watch from the side, and by the way, he was a little envious of Long Outyen in his heart. Also, don't call me a scumbag, compared to those, incompetent, I'm much more manly. Ha ha ha, I won. Wang Zijin's voice rang out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei played her cards beautifully. Her cards were not good, but she played them wisely, and it was a narrow victory. Then, who would she make do shameful things? Even though she and her sister were best friends, the two of them were always scheming against each other. Qin Zhe was actually eager to watch his sister play again, so that he could fully understand his sister's magnanimity. Wang Zijin snorted, Suyu, do 50 squats and say, I'm poisonous as you do it. Suyu pouted. She was willing to admit defeat. She got up, stood in front of the TV, put her hands on her head, and squatted. As she did, she said, I'm poisonous, I'm poisonous. Qin Bao Bao hit her when she was down. This B***TCH is poisonous. Wang Zijin agreed. I think so too. Qin Zai's face was full of tears. It's not poisonous, really not poisonous. I swear on my integrity. I swear on my life. Chapter 557. Qin Zai watched his sisters come up with all kinds of ideas, such as Wang Zijin tearfully eating mango puree that was similar to hot poop. Suyu ate all the smoothies in 1 minute, then went to the toilet to vomit after eating, with tears in her eyes. His sister was asked to beat her chest 100 times like a chimpanzee. In an instant, the calm sea became turbulent. Wang Zijin and Suyu both had hateful and happy expressions on their faces, and it was easy to imagine their inner activities. So big breasts, are they showing it to me? Accept the punishment of small breasts, the amount of breasts you have. Fortunately, his sister's breasts were original goods. If she was like some stars, wouldn't she have to go to the hospital after beating? Qin Zai was enjoying all kinds of benefits, and he was always envious. He wanted to participate and let his sisters see his imagination. He might as well play something more exciting, such as putting the fat girl on his head, or wearing a bra outside. Thinking about it made his nose hot. Another day, play such a game with Suyu? In terms of card skills, he should be better than Suyu. If he won, he would encourage Suyu to taste the lollipop. If he lost, what if Suyu encouraged him to taste his sister's juice? Thinking of this, Qin Zai shuddered. Equality between men and women, equality between men and women. Suyu went to the toilet halfway. Qin Bao Bao sat in the middle, Wang Zijin sat on the left, and Qin Zai sat on the right. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's shoulder tiredly and sighed, "Why are you back today?" With Sister Ziwei present, he couldn't hug his sister's small waist and said, "Big Boss Li has something to do, so he came back." Qin Bao Bao asked, "Well, did you get anything from this flattery?" Wang Zijin said unhappily, "That's unpleasant to hear. This is called networking. A's business is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and he must know more powerful people." Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, that's right. My A's comes from an ordinary background, and he can only rely on himself in the future. He doesn't need to climb up the social ladder." "Oh, A's?" Qin Zai was about to speak when he felt someone gently poke his waist. He lowered his head slightly and found that it was Wang Zijin's hand. She winked at herself and pouted. Qin Zai understood and hugged his sister's small waist, but his hand secretly held Wang Zijin's hand. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval-shaped face revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Sister Ziwei felt that she had won the chicken dinner. Qin Zai was speechless. This style was not what he wanted. At this moment, his phone rang again. There was a notification. Suyu sent a photo and a message, "Husband, do you want to do it?" "I will scream softly." Qin Zai's small hand trembled, and his face changed. He put the phone on his sister's forehead, so that neither his sister nor Sister Ziwei could see it. Then he clicked on the picture. Qin Zai was speechless. This was not the style he wanted. Qin Zai comforted himself with tears streaming down his face. "All the male protagonists in the world are incompetent, and I am the only one who is rough and hard." It was hard to imagine what his life would be like if Suyu lived with him. Suyu came out of the toilet quickly. She was just joking. She didn't think that she would really have sex with Qin Zai. The moment her footsteps sounded, Qin Zai and Wang Zijin retracted their hands at the same time, and Qin Bao Bao sat up straight at the same time. The three of them sat upright as if nothing had happened. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sisters finally ended the day of hurting each other. Everyone was older than Qin Zhe, and there was nothing wrong with calling them sisters. It was impossible for him to take a fancy to a girl, not in this lifetime. But it was too empty and boring. He could only kiss or have sex with his sisters to maintain a normal life. After playing cards, Qin Zhe made ice cream for his sisters. The ingredients were all in the kitchen and stored in the freezer. How could a refrigerator match the high-end Royal View Park community? This was a super luxurious house that could compete with Thomson Reuters. After eating the ice cream, Suyu was about to leave. She was a little reluctant. Qin Zhe sent her downstairs. In the elevator, Suyu had a branded bao bao on her shoulder and a script in her hand. This kind of women's bag, which was as small as a wallet, was completely decorative. It had no practical value and was damn expensive. At least 6 figures. She pouted. I also want to move here. In the face of such a difficult question, Qin Zhe said earnestly, do you want to face Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's 2 hateful and ugly faces every day? Wouldn't it be a juror's field every day? The sisters might not just play cards every day. No. Suyu smiled, her dimples shallow. But I can face your cute and handsome face every day. Good. Qin Zhe touched her head. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. They took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the underground parking lot. Suyu looked around, pulled Qin Zhe to a corner without surveillance, and put her hot red lips on his without saying a word. The two of them had a 5-minute saliva exchange in the corner. Qin Zhe hugged Suyu's slender waist and teased her chest with his other hand. Really funny breast. Suyu brand tofu milk, great. Night, night. Come to my home. Suyu said, panting. I have to write the script at night. The company has already started casting. I have to finish the script quickly, Qin Zhe said. Because of the bra, he couldn't pick grapes. You can also write at my house. Suyu looked coquettish. Coming to your house is to eat grapes, not to write a script. Qin Zhe refused. Suyu was a very beautiful woman. Doing indescribable things with her was far easier and happier than writing a script. Qin Zhe found it hard to resist that kind of temptation. Qinghua Gil Van Galja. The two finished making out and walked toward the parking lot. Suyu reminded, when the box office of Journey to the West comes in, you should quickly ask Qin Bao to pay back the money. Our company lost a lot this time. Damn Zhen Yoshin, if you catch him, you must throw him into the Huangpu River. She gritted her teeth. She must have learned the catchphrase from Sister Man. Qin Zhe said in his heart that he had already been thrown into the Huangpu River, no, into the sea. Light a candle. Terrible Sister Man, he always thought that, throw you into the Huangpu River, was just a joke. A woman like Sister Man is very difficult to conquer. If you talk about the script, which one is good to play? The heroine will definitely not be me, right? Suyu wanted to hear Qin Zhe's advice. After all, he wrote the script. The script in her hand was not complete, only a part. Before seeing the ending of the character, Suyu did not rush to choose a role. Moreover, this kind of ancient palace drama was very good. If it was a love drama, there may be kissing scenes or something. It was very annoying. Even if there was a double, she was not willing. When the TV series was released, her face would kiss other men. She couldn't stand it. There was no such trouble in a palace drama. The theme was different, and there was no need for pretentious love. But, you can add some kissing scenes, Suyu said, let's also have a hot kiss without a double. Qin Zhe was stunned, I don't act. Suyu? She raised her delicate little face and looked at Qin Zhe blankly. Qin Zhe explained, the filming period for a TV series is long. I don't have time to waste on the set. You also know that I have a lot of things to do. Also, I promised Yi Lu, the female artist I just poached, to let her be the heroine. So, my sister won't act. Anyway, she's salty like me and doesn't like to act in TV series. I think she's the only one who's busy filming outside and is worried about me. Suyu looked at the script and then looked at Qinze. Her little face gradually turned ferocious. No wonder that little b*** tch Qinze agreed so quickly. It turned out that she and Qinze were not acting at all. Smash! Suyu imagined herself smashing the script and said angrily, then I don't want to act either. Qinze expressed that he did not care. Suyu was not good at acting. She was not even as good as Wang Zijin's acting. A woman who had been pretending to be cold and depressed for a long time found it hard to let go of her emotions like an optimistic person. To put it simply, it was too boring. It was only when the two were deep in communication that Suyu was more open. She could act as a cold teacher, a cute student, and an obedient maid. Maybe her talent was in the wrong place. Ever since she got together with him, her personality became more and more cheerful. This was a good thing. Qinze liked to see the optimistic and positive Suyu. He hated a depressed and oppressive life. It was just like how his unreliable uncle kept getting into trouble and his mother was sad all day. On the night they decided to sell the house, his mother cried for a long time and her eyes were red the next day. He and Qin Baobao did not even dare to speak loudly when eating. After Suyu got in the car, she started the car and lowered the window. She waved her hand, honey, I'm leaving. Another day. Qinze waved his hand, another day. Returning to the house, Qin Baobao was reading a book, which was rare. Qinze bought her a book called The Birth of an Actor. It was the self-narration of an old senior. It contained his feelings, thoughts, and experiences about acting. It was similar to the textbook on the 300 Postures of Pretentious by the current online author. You're back. Qin Baobao asked, you took so long to send someone back. By the way, we talked about some work matters. After all, the company was embezzled 300 million yuan. Qinze said. It was not good to tell his sister that he had just had a body fluid exchange with Suyu, so the time was delayed. While talking, he glanced at his sister's long legs. They were white, slender, and straight. From the thigh to the corner, the curve was just right. Summer was so good, and he could see his sister wearing a pleated skirt. His sister's legs were irresistible. By the way, the company will be selecting actors in a few days. Do you want to check? Qinze said. Forget it, there are professional directors and scriptwriters who will deal with it, Qin Baobao said, but do you want to let Ye audition? Can I? Suyu can act, why can't our family's Ye? But we can't open the back door for her. Let her audition by herself, the effect will be better. The elder sister rolled her eyes cutely. Ye's personality is too boring. Her family's sufferings over the years have made her a little dull and self-abased. It's because she's too much like a punching bag and is beautiful that she's bullied at school. That, Qinze said, 1-1. Yes, it's 1-1. How do you remember it so well? Qinze didn't explain at once. Of course, I remember it well. I also contributed a lot of children and grandchildren to her in those years. Wang Zijin was not in the living room. She was watching a TV series in her room. Qinze opened the door and went in. Wang Zijin patted her two thighs. Come on, give me a massage. Qinze closed the door, sat down by the bed, put Wang Zijin's two legs on his lap, and massaged evenly. I really don't know if I'm your boyfriend or your manservant, Qinze complained. Sister Ziwei's legs, although not as long as her sister's, were also tight, and her body proportion was very good. Wang Zijin reached out and touched his head. Be good, come home with me at the end of the year. I'll ask my family's opinion. If there's no problem, we'll get engaged. Then. Qinze asked, what if there's a problem? Qin Zhe had never enjoyed this kind of action of an elder sister touching her younger brother's head. The whining monster at home had always touched his head with the mentality of touching a dog's head with a smile. Wang Zijin said, "If there's a problem, then there's a problem. Marriage is important. You have to consider your parents' feelings, but you also have to follow your own heart." At the end of the year, Qin Zhe fell into deep thought. If I don't do it well, I might die at the end of the year. Senior White, please protect me. I saw a lipstick yesterday. Buy it for me. Wang Zijin handed the phone to him and said shyly, "I'll pay you back a little every day." Qin Zhe took the phone. It was a high-end cosmetic online store. If it was a cat store, Qin Zhe would have thrown the phone away and left on the spot. The price wasn't cheap. A lipstick actually sold for 5 figures. TSK, Sister Ziwei is becoming more and more corrupt. Okay, but Sister Ziwei, you also have to give me a gift. I can't always give you gifts. Shouldn't I give you gifts in return? Qin Zhe said. Usually, he would buy small gifts for Wang Zijin. On Valentine's Day, he would secretly give them to her. But Wang Zijin seemed to have only given him gifts on his birthday. Women didn't have any self-awareness in this regard. They only knew how to think about gifts from their boyfriends. Wang Zijin couldn't escape this pattern. Okay. Wang Zijin was in a good mood. She said sweetly, "Do you want a belt, a wallet, or a shirt button?" He didn't lack belts or wallets. Men didn't buy luxury goods as often as women. As for shirt buttons, Su had given Qin Zhe 2 shirt buttons worth 100,000 yuan. This thing was frighteningly expensive. Qin Zhe had an idea. "I want this." He searched for a moment on his phone and handed it to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin took a look. It was Durex. You could get a 10% discount if you bought the whole box. Qin Zhe winked. "I'll give you one every day." Wang Zijin. Chapter 558. You only know how to flirt, Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. "I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much." Qin Zhe wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. "Although you're ugly, you wish." TSK, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Qin Zhe still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Su Yu. There was a saying, "I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious." After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. "Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it?" The system jumped out again. "Such a high-end function, can you do it? Is there going to be another version upgrade?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do." The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Qin Zhe was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. "System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend." Qin Zhe swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but Ace was already drooling. "Well," the system's voice said, "it's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy, and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash." Qin Zhe. "No need to explain, I understand. The system was speechless. I never had high hopes for a low-level system, because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in his system's eyes. How sad. Regarding purple crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Qin Zai's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Qin Zai would have suffocated. Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea, Qin Zai said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, "Don't mess around." She gently touched Qin Zai's head again and said softly, "Our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret, we make a lot of money, even more than Qin Bao Bao's Tianfang and Su Yu's Baozi. But I won't say it, he he he." She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Qin Zai was speechless. Making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. "And then, what's your immature suggestion?" Qin Zai asked. "Don't you want to ask how much money we've made?" Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Qin Zai to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. "Money isn't important, as long as you're happy." Qin Zai said, "Do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear." Wang Zijin asked instinctively, "What 4 words?" Qin Zai said, "You can't escape from your doom." Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. "Lighting, shine it over here. Cameraman, focus the camera over here." Waha, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, but Qin Zai didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfang and Baozi. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfang? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Su Yu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Zai to hook up with the 2 goddesses. Salted Fish Zai's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Qin Zai reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time, he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't King blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, "Try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games." Qin Zai nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games, and there are too few really outstanding ones. Qin Zhe said. He couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference. She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China. She handed the mobile phone to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I've played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put it on the shelves. They can just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a "working people are the most glorious" attitude. This is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, has she been tainted by the big dye vat of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zine to me. Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. Sister Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Qin Zhe shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Qin Zhe. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Qin Zhe hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop, he couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Qin Zhe wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Qin Zhe wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying, I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time, the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. *CK, a woman like you actually liked someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. *CK, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Yuhua would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book. Qinzhe patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times, he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Qinzhe was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfeng fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfeng Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed.